After finding out curly hair was not from Muzhou, many people began to voice their thoughts. Such a good dog that was born for sheep herding. It is a pity it is from a foreign continent. Are there such great pastures in other continents? Are dogs loved as much in other continents compared to Muzhou? Therefore, this sort of dog should be taken care of by the people of Muzhou. Someone else's dog. Buy it. It is merely $50 million. To many farm owners of large farms, this is just an insignificant amount. But very quickly, they realized curly hair's owner was also very rich. Tisk, Fang Zhao's dog. This sucks, I heard that little fellow is loaded. He was the one that meddled with Su Ho's farm. Someone asked already. He is not selling. I just heard from a friend who does music. One of Fang Zhao's compositions went for a fee of 10 million, and that was some time back. After his global lecture tour, his fees will be even higher. What now? What's an artist like him doing keeping a dog? The people who had originally intended to purchase the dog were dejected. What they were most unhappy about was that the owner refused to sell and had no lack of cash. Let's wait a bit more. There is reasoning behind not selling now. After the finals, who knows how high his value will soar. When the time comes, let's discuss terms with that little fellow. Who knows, it might work. But after the finals, the price will not be what we normal people can afford. You large farm owners go ahead and compete. Us medium-sized farms will temporarily back off. But returning to the main topic, don't we have other methods to depress its value? Wager on another dog, who knows which dog might outshine this little curly hair at that time, and its value will not rise much. Makes sense. However, in the eastern region, which dog can beat curly hair? Gold Colt. Gold Colt won't do, its sheep-herding performance is still lacking. We can't find any suitable in the eastern region. Let's see if there are any in the western region we can wager on. Otherwise, the throne of most valuable dog in the finals might be stolen by a foreign dog. Those farm owners discussed in private how to suppress curly hair. However, the ignorant audiences online really liked this dog. There were no rules that prohibited foreign dogs from joining any farm's team. This was because the Muzhou people had always believed only dogs from their homeland could herd sheep and that foreign dogs were all idiots. In this sort of competition that tested their IQ, other dogs would not keep up. Until now, curly hair was the most well-liked dog among Muzhou audiences. Especially the scene of its horizontal leap where it flew. In the days that followed the competition, it was still trending on the internet. That scene fully explained what was meant by, I scare even myself when I go wild. Therefore, on Muzhou's internet, many people liked to use flying dog to describe curly hair. They felt that the name curly hair was not formal enough and did not illustrate this lead dog's special characteristics. Thus, a lot of the time, they called him flying dog. The best case scenario for the people of Muzhou was if someone could buy him, but even if this was not possible, everyone was eagerly anticipating curly hair's performance in the finals. Over at Muzhou's side, this topic was stirred up, and even people of Yenzhou were contacted to see if they could provide a little more information. And the Yenzhou media was like a cat that had caught the scent of a fishy smell and reacted quickly. What? The most valuable dog of Muzhou's sheep-herding Eastern finals is a dog from our Yenzhou? A value of 50 million. Are dogs that expensive? Oh, right, it's Muzhou. The people of Muzhou are a bunch of dog-crazy fanatics. Whatever the situation, it was time to put it on the news. Therefore, very quickly, many people in Yenzhou caught on to what was happening. Qian City District, the black street where Fang Zhao used to stay. Yu Qing was going through his normal routine, having lunch and a cup of tea, watching the news while reclining on his chair beside the door, and being bathed by the warm sunlight. Muzhou sheep-herding competition? What is so strange about? 50 million. Muzhou people are really crazy. TSK, a $50 million dog. Ack. Cough cough, cough cough cough. Yuqing had choked and coughed violently till his entire body curled up. The cup had been tossed aside. With great difficulty, he slowly got up and heard AI-1 rushing over from his drugstore. Old you. Old you. We have a big situation. What? Have you seen today's news? Are you talking about Fang Zhao's little curly hair? Yes. AI-1 shuddered as he extended the 5 fingers on his hand. Shaken, he stammered, 50 million. That stray that wandered into our black street for who knows how long and nearly died, that little curly hair has a value of 50 million. And this is only temporary. I heard that after Muzhou's whatever competition is over it will rise even more. Old you, $50 million. Poor old me opened a drugstore and doubled as a doctor. Yesterday at night, I was still treating people and only made a small 10,000, and that excited me till I couldn't sleep. But compared to this dog, I suddenly feel like owning a dog. Where in our street can I find myself a stray? I shall go and pick one up, maybe I won't need to open my store anymore. With thick bags under his eyes, AI-1 shook his head vigorously, as if imagining something wonderful, and mumbled something to himself. Yuqing went into his shop and got an iced beverage for him. Drink some. AI-1 guzzled 2 mouthfuls down and shivered from the ice. Awake now? Yuqing asked. Awake. AI-1 dragged a chair over and sat beside Yuqing. Sighing, he said, some people have luck that we can only dream about. Furthermore, Fang Zhao, that little fellow, is really capable. How long has it been? And he is so prosperous now. 50 million and that little fellow probably does not think much of it. Sigh, back when I shaved the fur of that little dog and it spoiled my shaver. Giving a shave to a dog worth 50 million, and I shaved it all off. I could brag about this for a year. If only I had kept the dog fur from back then. Who knows, I might even have been able to sell it for quite a decent sum. AI-1 raised his head to look at the afternoon sun shining down on the black street and was blinded momentarily. Raising his hand to shield his eyes, he said, that little fellow and us have different paths. He is still so young and can go much further in the future. After 10 years, who knows, we might still be staying here in this black street. Yuqing rarely heard AI-1 that rueful. It seemed like the 50 million value of little curly hair had upset him. However, why did he not continue talking? Old you. I'm listening. AI-1 pointed at the sky. Drone. Yuqing looked up. Indeed there was a drone from high up descending. An express delivery model. Whose house upstairs was expecting an express delivery? That's not right. Why do I feel that it is going to descend all the way to the bottom? AI-1 used his hands to block out the sun and watched the falling drone. Yuqing also felt the same way. At this spot, right at the bottom, was his shop. Old you, did you buy something? Or perhaps it was your wife? Nope, my stock came in a few days back. Also, if I had purchased something, I would not use this sort of delivery method. Yuqing watched it descend. This drone model had a faster speed and was steady when it transported. It was just that its freight fee was many times more than a normal drone. Yuqing, express delivery. An electronic voice blurted out from the drone. It really is mine. After verifying the identity, the drone set down a case that was 2 meters wide and 1 meter tall. When they saw the name of the sender, Yuqing and AI-1 made eye contact, and together, they shifted the case in and closed the door of the shop. AI-1 urged Yuqing to open it. Faster, faster, faster. Let's see what Fang Zhao has sent over. Yuqing opened it and realized there were a few packages of vacuum-sealed meat products and some grains wrapped up. There were also some processed foodstuffs manufactured in Muzhou. Even if it was processed food, they were made from natural crops. When sold out of Muzhou, these did not come cheap either. Inside was a message from Fang Zhao, saying that he was in Muzhou now and had conveniently sent Yuqing and AI1 some Muzhou specialty products. Ha ha ha, that little fellow has not forgotten about us. Old you, Fang Zhao said, a portion here belongs to me. Temporarily keep them at your store. I have no storage facilities at my place. That's all for now. I'm heading back to attend to my store. I will be back later to have barbecued meat. Yuqing laughed and shook his head as he watched the jubilant AI1 run out. They were just like this, without any big ambitions. Although they would grumble, they were easily satisfied. Fang Zhao had not sent these to only Yuqing and AI1, who had helped him in the past. He'd also sent some to the people in the company, second Uncle Fang's family in Yenzhou, and also to his great-grandparents. Great-grandfather Fang happily went out to show off again. They were not lacking any of these. It was just that Fang Zhao's heartfelt intentions made them happy. Moreover, they had been paying attention to information online, and knowing that Fang Zhao was doing well made them glad. Previously, when Fang Zhao had gone with Xue Jing for the global lecture tour, great-grandfather Fang had flaunted to all the others at the retirement center, "My great-grandson Fang Zhao will be a great artist in the future." In the past, great-grandfather Fang had hoped his descendants would all enter the military and develop, repeatedly urging them to proactively serve, and how it would be best if they would head to more arduous places to train. After all, hardship increased stature. Now, he was a little worried. Those that were sent to far-off planets to mine for resources were too tough, and the people of the same batch might be impulsive or violent. All the more so for his great-grandson who could not raise a hand to defend himself. That little fellow was a man of art. If he really went to such a place for his military service, would he be able to survive? Thus, on the night where they received the delivery, the old couple went without sleep the entire night and discussed the best place to arrange to send their little great-grandson to serve in the military. If Fang Zhao knew what these two elders were thinking, he would have told them, "You two are overthinking things." Muzhou's eastern and western regions' normal competitions had all concluded. Before the finals, there would be a 1-month period to give each farm a chance to recover and train. Shanmu Farm. Curly Hair and the other dogs were in the field hunting field mice. Wu Yi let someone watch over them. After the competition, they were more relaxed, and he did not restrict the dogs playing. There was a veterinarian team on standby, so nothing should happen. Today, a slightly special person had come to the farm. The person was an older male cousin of Su Ho's. He was around 20 years old, and after graduating from university, he had used his cash on hand to start a company, naming it For Elephants Foodstuff Company. Su Feng's own farm had a mountain to one side and a river on the other, and there were 4 rocks that were the shape of an elephant, hence the name. As for why Su Feng had come, it was to discuss business, not with Su Ho but with Fang Zhao. Compared to the owner of Shanmu Farm, Wu Yi, Su Feng looked more like a businessman. Ambassador? Fang Zhao looked at Su Feng. Dog food? Su Feng wanted Curly Hair to endorse his company's new range of superior quality dog food. In Muzhou, the market for this was quite big. People of Muzhou were willing to spend money on dogs. The fee Su Feng offered was not low either. He gave Fang Zhao a first draft of the contract, and if Fang Zhao did not agree, it could be modified. Fang Zhao took a look. There were no issues with the contract. I need to first take a look at your products before coming to a decision. That goes without saying. Su Feng took out several cans that had already been prepared and even handed over 2 sets of appraising notes. One was from the supervising department, and the other was from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, where Su Ho's own brother had had a private assessment. I know you have your own considerations to make, and I believe that a number of companies will have approached you. However, I hope you will take the time to consider our company, Su Feng said. Actually, I have one other matter. which also concerns an ambassadorial role and is our company's main issue. Also for curly hair. No, Su Feng smiled and said, I'm looking for polar light. Su Feng had come up with a plan for polar light. He had spent the past 2 years gradually pushing his company's brand out of Muzhou. The company's main business was not dog food. Dog food was just one of the many developments that the company had, and it was only focused within Muzhou. The company's main emphasis was to sell its agricultural products to other continents. However, competition was tough, and even though he was from the Su family, there was still a limit to what he could do. Su Feng kept trying to find a way, and during this sheep-herding competition, he'd taken notice of Fang Zhao, a composer from Yenzhou, and he hoped to garner the help of one of Yenzhou's 3 big entertainment companies, Silver Wing Media's Virtual Projects Department. Virtual Idol Polar Light's image is a tree, just right. Even more fitting for our concept of natural. After the end of days, development had been the first priority. With the technological levels back then, development of the industry needed unavoidable sacrifices of certain things, such as the environment. Other than Muzhou, the other 11 continents all experienced a severe stifling period, so much so that the people then wondered whether they had made the right choice and if the world would just go to ruin. Should they halt the development at hand and create spaceships to visit other planets in search of a new place to survive? After all this had boiled over, new energy sources had already surpassed the original sources. Construction was faster and technology invalidated a lot of toxic emissions. The 12 continents in the new era had really stabilized. But aside from Muzhou, the other continents did not have much suitable land for growing crops, so a lot of the materials for producing foodstuff were cultivated without soil and other different methods. After 500 years passed, Muzhou's status as one of the 4 special continents continued to exist peacefully. This was also a rule set by everybody, not to interfere with Muzhou's development. Even if there were people who wanted to transform Muzhou and the people there did not oppose, the other continents would not allow it. There were people that once said, Muzhou was the last clean soil. Hence, in this world, when it came to food, Muzhou had a special place. Families with good conditions would choose to get their food from Muzhou and were more inclined toward the so-called natural foodstuffs. Generally speaking, Muzhou's well-known companies did not need an ambassador to boost their popularity. Among the public, their influence was very hard to displace. As Su Feng's 4 Elephants Company was a very young brand, when given the choice of a product of a similar type and price between 2 companies, people would definitely choose the more familiar brand. Su Feng had sought out celebrities in other continents to endorse his products, and there had been results. They just were not as good as he had expected. Many other companies also looked for celebrities to endorse their products as well. Su Feng had decided to try it out at Yenzhou, but this time, instead of finding a real-life celebrity, he chose to find a virtual idol whose image was close to natural, polar light. And it just so happened that polar light was popular at the moment. Polar light? Hearing Su Feng, Fang Zhao understood what he meant. It is indeed a good opinion, however. Fang Zhao looked Su Feng in the eye and said seriously, the endorsement fees for polar light won't be cheap. Su Feng laughed as if he had just heard a joke. Don't worry, even though our company just started out, when it comes funding, paying for an endorsement ambassador is not a problem. Su Feng thought to himself that Fang Zhao did not understand the market for endorsements. Polar light was indeed on the uprise in Yenzhou and was quite popular, but he still could not really compare with those really big-name superstars whose endorsement fees could be considered to be sky-high. Polar lights would only cost a few millions. As he was about to explain to Fang Zhao received a notification on his communications device. Sorry, I need a moment. Fang Zhao walked out of the room to answer the call. Su Feng indicated he understood and sat in the room, thinking about whether or not he should explain to Fang Zhao about the market for endorsements. Outside, Fang Zhao had received a voice call from Duan Qianji. Fang Zhao, are you still in Muzhou? Duan Qianji's tone sounded like she was in a good mood. Something good must have happened. I still have some matters over here, Fang Zhao replied. If the matters are not important, leave it first and return to the company for a bit to sign a contract with Fiery Bird. They have selected Polar Light to be the spokesperson for Battle of the Century. Duan Xianji could not help laughing as she spoke. After waiting for so long, they'd finally gotten the result they wanted. Apparently it seems like you are not surprised. Duan Xianji's acute senses could guess as much. Although there was no video projection, she could sense that Fang Zhao did not have much of a reaction. This was one of the reasons many employees in Silver Wing feared Duan Xianji. Even without using her eyes, she could tell what one was up to and whether they were lying. Early in the morning, Huali had sent me a message that just said, "Congratulations." Looking at the timing, I guessed that it probably had to do with the endorsement deal, Fang Zhao replied. As Huali was the head of Fiery Bird sound effects department, he would have received the news earlier. Duan Xianji understood this and did not ask any more, instead urging once more, "So you need to hurry back." As the person in charge of the virtual projects department, the contract has to be signed personally by you. Wait a bit, I still have a matter here. Fang Zhao then told her the situation regarding Su Feng and Polar Light's endorsement. Got it. Go and pack your stuff and prepare to leave. I will arrange for someone to discuss terms with Su Feng. Curly Hair's endorsement deal could be decided by Fang Zhao, as Curly Hair was his personal property. However, for Polar Light's deal, it had to go through Silver Wing's personnel, as Polar Light was a company asset. Su Feng had never expected to be able to discuss with Duan Xianji directly. At first, he was calmly discussing, but once Duan Xianji informed him of the price, Su Feng nearly dropped his communications device. Su Feng was shocked by the figure. 100 million. And only for 1 year. Boss Duan, since when did Yanzhou's endorsement fee get raised that much? Many A-lister celebrities' fees for this sort of endorsement deal could be signed for less than 50 million for 2 years, and there were many choices. At present, Miyu, who was termed as Yanzhou's #1 virtual idol, had an endorsement fee of about 150 million, but that was for 2 years. Andy Liu, who had a similar reputation, garnered a fee of 120 million for 2 years as well. To think that Silver Wing's virtual idol, who'd only risen to prominence less than a year ago and was not as popular as Miyu and Andy Liu, would demand a fee of 100 million for 1 year? Did they think that Muzhou people had no brains? Duan Xianji took no offense to Su Feng's tone and just told him the matter of Fiery Bird coming to the decision of having Polar Light endorse Battle of the Century. Su Feng was fuming. He obviously knew what this meant. Stifling back his words for a bit, he then said, "Even if he was chosen by Fiery Bird, your price is too high." Su Ho had gone out for a run, and when he returned, he saw his cousin standing there, his face distorting non-stop as if he was discussing something of great importance. When Su Feng looked up and saw that Su Ho had returned, he took a deep breath, got up, and left. The next day, for Elephants and Silver Wing's Polar Light came to an official decision for cooperation. Su Feng had not only taken into account Polar Light's appearance and his influence in Yanzhou, he'd also taken into consideration Fang Zhao, who was the person standing behind Polar Light. Su Feng believed that, as long as Fang Zhao was there, Polar Light would only continue to rise. When he thought about what he understood from Fang Zhao's information, all Su Feng could think about was how frightening Fang Zhao was. In just a little more than a year, he had risen from being an obscure intern to a reputable hotshot in the music circles. He had completed a global lecture tour, supported Silver Wing's entire virtual projects department, and even attracted the colossal Fiery Bird's attention. He had even made his dog's value soar to 50 million. Could this be a flash in the pan? Su Feng was not one to concede or listen to what others said. Instead, he believed that, in the near future, this young person would become even hotter. Although he could not guess how, that was what his intuition told him. Su Feng knew he was taking a risk. If the market proved that he was wrong, he would be ridiculed by those in the industry. This he did not mind, but what he cared about was the few Sioux elders living on Qingtai Mountain. He had wanted to earn more benefits and resources from the elders after producing results and showing them. However, if he failed, he did not even need to think about it. As Su Feng and the person Duan Qianji had sent were discussing the concrete details of the contract, Fang Zhao had already boarded the flying transport headed back to Yenzhou. Curly Hair stayed behind in Muzhou once more, continuing to train with the other shepherd dogs as they prepared for the finals. Once more returning to Yenzhou, the moment Fang Zhao stepped into the department, all eyes were on him. "Boss! You're back!" After Zhu Wen and the others had finished shouting, they looked behind Fang Zhao, then beside his leg, finding nothing. Curly Hair did not come back. He is staying in Muzhou to train. He still has to train for the finals, Fang Zhao said. Zhu Wen and the others gathered around Fang Zhao and asked him about the happenings over in Muzhou and inquired as to Fang Zhao's thoughts on having a dog with a $50 million value that would continue to rise. When they had seen the news, the entire virtual projects department had been full of shrieks and had scared Duong, who, when he to visit the 50th floor, had thought an accident had happened. Back then, before he left, Fang Zhao had said that he was heading out to expand his professional services, but who knew that it would really happen? The department members had already received news of the endorsement collaboration with Muzhou's side. As for the concrete details, it would be arranged before they were informed. As they thought about Polar Light's endorsement fee, and then Curly Hair's value, Zhu Wen and the others could not help but think that this department was becoming rich and powerful. "Tisk, boss, when you were abroad, you could still stir up the news." Zhu Wen shook his head and sighed ruefully. "Muzhou is really a crazy place." "Oh, right, can we go over and watch Curly Hair's final live? We shall see the situation when the time comes. If there are no assignments at the company, we can organize a trip to Muzhou," Fang Zhao replied. "On company expenses?" Zhu Wen asked. "If the company does not approve, I will sponsor it myself." Fang Zhao's answer drew cheers from everyone in the department. "But for now, we have to prepare for the signing ceremony with Fiery Bird." "Yes." The next day, Fang Zhao brought a few key members of the virtual projects team over to Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch. There, a signing ceremony would be held. Many people had not expected that, in the end, Fiery Bird would pick Polar Light, who had only appeared less than a year ago, as Yenzhou's spokesperson. Even though Polar Light had only come in third place in the online popularity poll, it had not affected Fiery Bird's final decision. Photos and videos of the signing ceremony were spread quickly. Fiery Bird's choice of Polar Light as the spokesperson of Battle of the Century spread widely across Yenzhou's gaming circles. 5 days later, Fiery Bird had a public post on its website. It was a picture of 12 warriors. On it were the virtual idols that were the 12 representatives of the respective 12 continents. Polar Light was the only non-human virtual idol, and his image on that picture was from his 100-year period of destruction music video, where his branches were muscled and he took on a human-like form for battle. On October 1st, Battle of the Century will be officially released. For any virtual idol, receiving Fiery Bird's endorsement deal was like winning the lottery, with the prize being a rising popularity. Fiery Bird were not lacking customers. Finding a spokesperson was equivalent to finding a cooperative partner in Yenzhou. Promotion was a cooperative effort by Silver Wing and Fiery Bird. Once Fiery Bird's massive campaign started, it would be everywhere. Throwing money. Ruthlessly throwing money. In Qian City Center, on many high-rise buildings, screens in public squares, huge entertainment centers, and public transportation, Battle of the Century advertisements could be seen. It was still some way off from October. However, for a company that only produced a game every 10 years, many people felt that their advertisements had started late. Although what attracted the interests of gaming fans was the publicly released short film, all the people that normally did not follow the film and entertainment industry more or less remembered the virtual idol Polar Light. The frenzy was in full swing the whole of May. 10 years after 10 years. The money that gaming fans had saved up for a long time was used to make pre-orders of the latest models of gaming hardware to upgrade their rigs. Those that were richer would just get themselves a brand new gaming setup and were only waiting for October 1st for the game's release. In a high-rise apartment complex in Chian City, Big Dipper, a gaming team well known within Chian City, were very busy. "Captain, we are running out of water, meat too. Everything is running out." "Got it, I will get someone to go get more. Just eat whatever there is or order some takeout." "Hey, Captain. Let's change brands this time. Buy 4 elephants this time. All the stuff from Muzhou is the same, was the previous brand no good?" An old brand is always reassuring. "But I heard from my younger cousin, they tried 4 elephants today and it was not bad. Furthermore, it's endorsed by Polar Light." "Endorsed by Polar Light? Let me see. All right, let's try this brand." At a public squad, a teenager stood in front of a vending machine, thirsty from playing. As he scanned through all the different types of mineral water inside and decided on a brand he'd drank once before, he caught sight of a "Battle of the Century" advertisement on a billboard in the distance. The teenager looked at the image, then looked at the printed tree man on a certain bottle and made his choice. Although online shopping was very efficient and popular nowadays, in large cities, there would still be shopping centers. These sorts of ancient shopping centers still existed to provide those sentimentalists with a place to feel nostalgia and antiquity. Gaming sections were always packed recently. Youngsters could always be seen coming and going. At the same time, 4 Elephants products were all the rage too. Endorsing a game and endorsing foodstuff, Polar Light was the only one doing it. In schools, many secondary school students were more inclined to pick the 4 elephant drinks that had Polar Light on them. Other products might be too expensive for their allowance to afford, but drinks were still fine. In Muzhou, Su Feng listened to a report from his subordinate regarding the sales volume of every continent in the last 7 days. Huangzhou, slowdown in sales. Laizhou, sales remain largely unchanged. Lazhou, sales remain largely unchanged. Yenzhou, 500% increase in sales volume. Hearing this, Su Feng was so surprised he nearly fell out of his chair. The result is that obvious? Su Feng got someone to hand over the detailed information, and he proceeded to carefully investigate it, checking whether there was any manipulation or if the market had really started to incline toward them. After he had done so, Su Feng had only one thought. That 100 million was well spent. This gamble really paid out. Su Feng felt himself shaking from excitement when he spoke. "Is there enough stock over at Yenzhou? As there was a surplus previously, there aren't many places that are lacking. We have already hastened our deliveries over there." "Boss, Huangzhou's side has suddenly increased their order," another person abruptly said. "What? Why did this happen?" Su Feng had not gotten a new spokesperson for Huangzhou. His farm's products were wrapped in the same packaging that had Polar Light's image. He did not have much hope that many people in Huangzhou would recognize Polar Light. All he wanted was to imply the products were natural. As Fiery Bird was based in Huangzhou and their company had used Polar Light for advertising, there would be some effects, but it would not be that effective. Now that Huangzhou had requested to increase their order, Su Feng was puzzled. He contacted his people in Huangzhou to get to the bottom of the matter. It turned out that, in Huangzhou, the boss of a large shopping center was a gaming enthusiast and had pasted 12 advertisements on the exterior of the building. Every advertisement was of a product. Normally, such an advertisement would require that the brands pay additional fees, and sometimes, if there were others competing for the spot, the prices would be high. This time, the gaming enthusiast boss had willfully placed 12 advertisements on the exterior, each one being endorsed by a celebrity. There was endorsed foodstuff, endorsed clothing, endorsed kitchen equipment, and others including exercise equipment. And these 12 celebrities endorsing these 12 products were none other than the virtual idols in Fiery Bird's promotional image. And what was different from the hot-blooded styles of the promotional image of Battle of the Century, were the styles of these advertisements. Some of them were elegant, some charming, some witty, and Polar Light had a fresh and clean style. Compared with the promotional image of Battle of the Century, many people thought it was rather meaningful. Compared to their intense looks, the boss of the shopping center took delight in it. Occasionally there would be utterances of, "Whoa, isn't this the tree man endorsing Battle of the Century," heard from the people visiting the shopping center. Among the 12 virtual idols, the tree was the one that left the deepest impression for gamers. For elephants left an impression among customers who visited the shopping center. Even if they had not known of this brand before, since the others were all big brands that could be trusted, for elephants would not be any shoddy brand either, and it was from Muzhou. As for Polar Light being the only non-human spokesperson endorsing Battle of the Century, in addition to Yenzhou and Huangzhou, the other continents gradually showed signs of its influence. At the same time, many people also inquired with Fiery Bird's relevant department on why they had chosen Polar Light to be Yenzhou's representative when it was not even a human virtual idol and had so few works and insufficient popularity. Fiery Bird's reply was just this: he is worth it. At Fiery Bird's headquarters, the engineers in the technical department were yawning. They had continuously worked overtime for quite a number of days in a row. People outside are discussing why we chose Polar Light as Yenzhou's game representative. Who we choose is none of their damn business. Why choose Polar Light? Probably, it was because they had poured so many deep sentiments into producing Battle of the Century. When they saw the 100-year period of destruction music video, they'd felt that the world in which this tree existed was the same world they had created in the game and that it was no longer a game but reality. Therefore, during the discussions for the spokespersons, there were disputes for the other continents, but when it came to Yenzhou, it was an almost unanimous vote in favor of Polar Light. From their point of view, he was the most suitable candidate and most worthy of the chance. Who is the head of the Polar Light team? I thought someone mentioned it before. Fang Zhao, he is a composer. 100-year period of destruction was created by him. Previously, the sound effects head Huali mentioned they had used Fang Zhao's composition. However, for the fee, he was given two choices, cash or a gaming console. Fang Zhao chose the console. Whoa, that fellow has good taste. There are only 100 sets that'll be released in the entire world. However, for someone that dabbles in the arts, he probably will not get used to it and will probably resell it. What a pity. Yeah, a pity. However, whatever his choice, once it is sent out, we don't have to bother about their decision. Speaking of which, I rather like that little fellow's works. Oh, right, the opening scene's background music was composed by that fellow. The one we listened to that time. Where you get goosebumps just listening to it. Yep. Ha. That was really impressive. What was the title of that background music? Huali said that the piece is called Immortal. Fang Zhao did not know that he was being talked about by the few engineers of Fiery Bird. At that moment, he was standing in the 50th floor office, gazing out the window. In the distance, an image of Polar Light appeared every 5 minutes in the middle of a bunch of skyscrapers. Recently, Polar Light's figure was everywhere in Yenzhou. Billboards, holographic projections above buildings, posters, etc. Other than Silver Wing and Fiery Bird's cooperative marketing campaign, there was Su Feng's for Elephants' advertisements as well. It seemed that Polar Light's popularity had exploded spectacularly overnight. At one of the press conferences for the movie that Silver Wing had invested in, which starred Polar Light, when the media were inquiring about Polar Light's endorsements, an announcer accidentally revealed that Polar Light's for Elephants' endorsement fee was 100 million for a year. Toward this, many people's first reaction was disbelief. Sensationalization. Definitely sensationalization. If the fee was from Fiery Bird, it would still have been believable, but that another company, especially one that was not considered famous, would actually pay out such a high fee? How could anyone be convinced? Merely considering endorsement fees, that would make Polar Light the #1 virtual idol in Yenzhou. Even if he did not have sufficient works or enough detailed information, his fans also could not compare to the other two popular virtual idols. But who let Polar Light have such good luck? Who had let the people behind Polar Light be so capable? When the word got out, it was a topic that was discussed furiously. For elephants had really spent so much just for Polar Light to endorse them? *SS. For elephants, as Yenzhou in charge immediately shot back, "Sorry to be a bother, but I am that *SS you were speaking about." There were also many people that admired the way 4 elephants had grabbed the chance at the opportune moment. Freeloading on the hype over Battle of the Century was surely pleasant. And counting the number of eyes across the world that would be on Battle of the Century, despite it being some ways off, people were starting to understand. Because of Silver Wings and Fiery Bird's joint promotional campaign, now, anybody from Yenzhou who went online or headed out would get to see Polar Light's image. This was also the reason for 4 Elephants' steep increase in sales volume. Also, 4 Elephants had also gone from being a certain Muzhou brand to a well-known brand. Fang Zhao did not understand much about the market and sales, but just from everyday sights and sounds, he could understand that sort of change. Recently, the members of the Virtual Projects department walked more proudly. When they went out, they would receive looks of envy or congratulatory words. 100 million for an endorsement deal, 10 of these would be a billion. 20 of these would be 2 billion. Zhu Wen counted and counted but felt himself getting even more confused. Are we going to be rich? They would not get that much, but overtime fees and bonuses would increase, right? We have been rich for some time already. Song Miao rolled her eyes. Haven't you checked your bank account? Nope. Zhu Wen changed his position on the department's couch and checked the funds in his account. SSSS. After the violent sucking in of air, Zhu Wen held his head with his 2 hands as if he could not believe what he was seeing. This. Their wages were considered quite high within the company already. There was still the overtime pay and, more importantly, the bonuses. Seeing the zeros at the back, Zhu Wen once again felt that his decision back then to be lazy and stay at the Virtual Projects departments was the right choice. This is all thanks to boss's great leadership. There could be no expense spared when it came to bootlicking. Without Fang Zhao's approval, how would they be able to get so much overtime pay and such great bonuses? If it were somebody else, one who liked to deduct staff wages, as their superior, they would not receive such good treatment. To this, the other members in the department nodded their heads in agreement. Ever since Fang Zhao had come to Silver Wing's Virtual Projects department, it had only been on the uprise. Whatever would happen in the future, nobody knew yet. However, they all knew that, as long as they followed Fang Zhao, their prospects would be boundless. Just a trip to Muzhou for a bit and he'd pulled a 100 million endorsement deal. Even the dog could become so valuable. Speaking of Muzhou. Boss, when can we go to Muzhou to watch the finals? Zhu Wen asked. This was his second time mentioning it since Fang Zhao had returned. The other department members looked at Fang Zhao with anticipation. When the marketing was its peak, they had all worked overtime to clear the tasks assigned. Now that the workload was not that heavy, the workload could be shared by other departments and they could afford to relax a little. I will speak to the boss. Today, some new tasks have been assigned, you guys can settle the matters at hand first. Fang Zhao tidied up some of his things. After work, I leave it up to you guys to arrange. Got it. Although that was the reply they gave, no one left. Working hours and after work had little difference to them. Now all they wanted was to clear all the work so that they could enjoy without any worries. After leaving the company, Fang Zhao paid a visit to Xue Jing at his residence. Xue Jing was already back in Yenzhou for a rest. Previously, as Fang Zhao had matters at Muzhou and Xue Jing still had a number of meetings to attend, they had parted rather hurriedly. This time, when he came back, Fang Zhao still ought to thank this old man. After all, it was Xue Jing that had given him such a chance and spared no effort to help him. As Fang Zhao's driver-cum-bodyguard, Sui Yu naturally accompanied him. Xue Jing was very happy to see Fang Zhao. "I was just talking about you and now you are here. Have you eaten dinner?" "I ate already. Youngsters have great appetites. Come, accompany this old man for some food." Xue Jing called him over. Fang Zhao was astonished when he realized that Xue Jing had another guest. It was the Fiery Bird sound effects department head Huali, who had previously contacted him. "Xue Jing can also be considered my teacher, and we have always kept in touch. Today, I visited Yenzhou to meet a few old friends and, at the same time, visit old Xue. Never did I expect to run into you," Huali said. Xue Jing was very happy today and was especially talkative, probably from drinking some wine. His assistant had stopped Xue Jing from drinking too much, but this amount was enough to raise his spirits. "I never expected that, at my age, to accept the heavy task of writing a textbook that no one wanted to touch would instigate a new wave of studying frenzy. I heard that many academies have added related courses to their curriculum. Yesterday, I also received a message from a few of my former students saying that their chance had come again." Xue Jing spoke enthusiastically and Fang Zhao and Huali listened from the side, occasionally nodding in agreement. However, as Xue Jing was rather old, even if was especially spirited, after talking for some time, he got quickly tired and fell asleep. Fang Zhao and Huali helped the assistant shift Xue Jing into his room and then helped tidy up the house before leaving. As Huali had come from Huangzhou and did not drive his own flying transport or bring anyone along, Fang Zhao got Sui Yu to drive the car and sent Huali to the hotel he was residing at. When they were close to the hotel, Huali asked, "Are you busy? How about a drink?" Guessing that Huali probably had other matters to discuss that were not convenient in Xue Jing's presence, Fang Zhao agreed. Huali chose a restaurant close by the hotel where he knew the owner. Sui Yu took the initiative and found a chair outside to sit in. He did not go inside to listen. "Back at old Xue's place, there was something I did not say." Huali looked serious. "Fang Zhao, have you thought about your own future?" Huali's sudden question surprised Fang Zhao a little. "What do you mean by that? Do you intend to keep staying at Silver Wing?" "To speak the truth, back at old Xue's place, that old man told me he wishes that you could focus all your efforts on music and not have to manage the trivial matters of Silver Wing's virtual projects department. However," Huali's tone changed. "I, on the other hand, hope that you get yourself in more stuff and experience more. That way you would have inspiration and create even better works." Fang Zhao twirled the cup in his hands but did not say anything, waiting for what was to follow. Huali swept his gaze across Fang Zhao. This young fellow was still the same as before. He could not see if his words had received any reaction from him. Huali paused for a bit before continuing. "If you feel your limitations are too high, when you have idle time, you can visit Huangzhou Music Academy. The advanced courses there are better than at Qian Academy of Music. There is a lot that can be learned there, and many symphonic enthusiasts all over the world are there. You can overcome any weakness and get to know others. It would be beneficial for your future, too." Advanced studies? From Fang Zhao's memory, he knew that Huangzhou Music Academy did have an advanced course for the Global Music Association. Many great masters in the music world had previously gone there for advanced studies. That was a gold-plated process and he would get to know many people from the industry and widen his network. The people who could go there were top talents from all around the world. Given your current works, plus Ming Tsang and Old Shui's combined recommendations, you can surely get into the Youth Advance course, Hua Li told him. Have you been there too? Fang Zhao asked. Yes, I have. The company recommended me. I am not the creator type, my strength lies in my hearing capabilities. I was recruited into Fiery Bird early on and arranged to attend advanced studies. After returning, I took less than 2 years to become a deputy department head, and after that, I got promoted to where I am now. Hua Li had not composed in a long time. During my advanced studies, I was in the same batch as Ming Tsang, but because of the situation with his son, he put his career on hold for more than 10 years. Of course, this is only a suggestion I am giving you as an industry senior. If you don't wish to, there is no problem. Even if you want to change professions later on, that is fine too. I know a lot of people from the music industry who switched over to film and television because it is easier to become popular in film and there's more money there. The memory of the internet can be very long enough that it will remember us when we die, or it can be very short. A person popular throughout the world can find himself tucked away at the back of people's memories in the next moment. Especially so for you creator types who work behind the scenes are more forgettable. I had a classmate who followed the path his company set out for him. He single-mindedly devoted himself to composing, and after making a name for himself, left the company and went solo. Later on, as he was not satisfied with his fame but found his body conditioning to be good, he switched over to the film industry and became a film star. Surprisingly, he did very well, acting and singing, but not everyone can take the same path he did. His talent for acting was not inferior to his composing skills. As he spoke, Hua Li looked at Fang Zhao and shook his head. But you won't do. You and me are similar. You don't look too bad, but you just don't have enough of that X factor. Fang Zhao. Besides, you are not suitable for the film industry. Looking at how you are normally, you are too cold and your mood rarely changes. Your expressions are not intense enough. If you were to compete with others in the industry, you would be crushed. In terms of acting talent, you might not even be able to beat me. Fang Zhao. Hua Li laughed and continued, actually, I said so much because somebody asked me to help pass a message. As Hua Li said that, he took out a stack of about 10 name cards and spread them out in a circle in front of Fang Zhao. Helping a few friends and classmates bring these over. They say that, if you ever feel like leaving Silver Wing or Yenzhou, you can consider them. All these are their own companies or private studios, which are rather reputable. Music, especially for movies and large-scale game productions. With more money, there will be more freedom too. Thus, today, the reason why Hua Li had sought out Fang Zhao alone was to help others lay down their cards. Before leaving, on his part as an industry senior, Hua Li told Fang Zhao seriously, you might not know this, but in Huangzhou, there are a number of 10-plus-year-olds who are also preparing for their own global lecture tours. They were born into influential families of musicians and have been attending the best music schools. Their talent is astonishing, and they have achieved a number of industry awards. Those old folks up there seem to think highly of them. There is a 7-year-old fellow in Yazhou who is conducting an orchestra. Just yesterday, they had a public performance. In the new era, the paths in the music industry are not that many. Competition is tough, and every year, many talents appear. Although all these companies might be treating you well because of Polar Light and many others are scrambling to rope you in, if a day comes when your inspiration dries up and your works are no longer breathtaking or you find yourself in a situation where your talent is restricted, you will be surpassed by the younger generations and will no longer be treated the same way. There are many cases of young talents who have miserable ends. From my point of view, I really hope that you will do more things that interest you. The world is huge. Experience it more, enjoy some fresh adventures. Although I no longer compose, I do know a little. This thing called inspiration often pays a visit when one's spirits are lively. Do not be restricted by music and do not loathe it. After finishing his talk, Huali looked at Fang Zhao, noticed him seriously thinking about something, and asked, "So, do you have anything you want to ask? When will the gaming console be delivered?" Huali. Talking to this sort of junior made his heart weary. Did this fellow not worry at all that those little kids would surpass him? This year's 9th generation Challenger and 10th generation Rhapsody will be released simultaneously. However, the 10th generation is a limited edition. There are only 100 sets in the entire world, and yours is one of them. When the time comes when you no longer use it, you can sell it. Wait for the price to rise before selling. The 10th generation Rhapsody is slightly special. Your type might not get used to it. Keeping it could be a waste. Huali left after leaving this message. He still seemed a little gloomy, probably because he had never expected Fang Zhao to be different from the other younger generations in the industry. Fang Zhao was grateful for everything Huali had said, and he knew Huali's intentions. Huali had spoken so much to tell him that, firstly, he should not get too caught up with all the false reputation. Now, most of the fame lay with Polar Light, which was the result of Silver Wing and Fiery Bird's collaboration that made Polar Light's popularity explode. Thus, the main reason was not Fang Zhao, and Huali wanted Fang Zhao to remain calm and not let it all get to his head. Secondly, when considering his future path, he could not forget his true intentions. However, Huali was thinking too much. Fang Zhao was very much clear-headed. After all, he was not really only in his 20s. His mental age was much older than both Huali and Ming Sung. Leaving the restaurant, Fang Zhao paused for a moment and looked in a certain direction. "Boss, there seems to be somebody watching this area, but not that close." Zuiyu had discovered this earlier, but the other person was some distance away and Zuiyu had to stay here, since Fang Zhao's safety was his #1 priority. "Doesn't matter, it's not important. Let's head back." "Yes." However, as for Fang Zhao actually realizing he was being photographed and even finding the direction of the perpetrator, how was he able to sense it? Unless public figures had outstanding intuition and acute senses. Zuiyu had heard from a few friends who'd become bodyguards after leaving the military that some big celebrities were just like this. When they could sense the direction they were being photographed from, they would pretend not to know and would display their best poses. At night, a few articles appeared online. Polar Light Project producer Fang Zhao on a date with a mysterious person. Mysterious person's identity found, shocking. Recently, virtual idol Polar Light had a strong presence, and when the public paid attention to this virtual idol, they would also have an interest in the team behind it. Therefore, when people saw the words, Polar Light Project producer, they became curious. This was the lead character of the project. It could even be said that Polar Light had been created by him. Thus, people naturally paid attention. The group of people that did not sleep and stayed up all night rushed in with a raging passion to check out all the gossip but, after seeing the details, could only cough blood from anger. Your father was still wondering which female he would be dating, but instead I realized I got tricked when I went in. But very quickly, others started to discuss why Fang Zhao would be having a meal with Fiery Bird's Huali. Could it be that Fiery Bird wanted to poach Fang Zhao? Recently, there had been a lot of rumors that some music studios and entertainment companies had shown an interest in Fang Zhao and wanted to poach him, but there had been no concrete developments. But now, having suddenly gotten a photograph of Fang Zhao together with a Fiery Bird staffer and remembering Hua Li's raving evaluations of Fang Zhao, this was surely an attempt to entice him over. Soon, a number of Fang Zhao on the verge of defecting news articles started to circulate. The next day, when Duan Qianji saw the news on Fang Zhao on the verge of defecting, her face turned green and she was so angry she nearly broke her communications device. Riot. Duan Qianji's assistant consoled her. Boss, all these small media groups love to make blind guesses out of these sorts of things and attract the attention of the public. Do not mind them. Duan Qianji did not utter a single word. Although Fang Zhao was contracted to Silver Wing for quite a number of years, if Fang Zhao really wanted to break the contract, it was not like he could not pay the compensation fee. And if Fiery Bird really wanted to poach Fang Zhao, that little amount of compensation fee was nothing for them. Duan Qianji could not be blamed for doubting. Now that Silver Wing finally had a virtual idol that was successful, all the more it could not afford to have a setback. Right now, Fang Zhao was the pillar that was holding up the entire virtual projects department. If the pillar was removed, Duan Qianji believed that the virtual projects department would return back to its old form. Even if she recruited a few professional great masters, she had no confidence that they could create a second polar light. The conditions had been right at that time to create a polar light that was ever present in the whole of Yenzhou. Who knew if they would have the same luck and capabilities the next time? Furthermore, the workers in the virtual projects department only submitted to Fang Zhao. If Fang Zhao left, they would leave too. The moment Fang Zhao was poached, the other key members of the team would probably be poached too, as if the heart of the virtual projects department had been dug out. The staff were secondary, the main issue was Fang Zhao. Unless a replacement of a sufficient standard could be found to replace Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji could not see herself letting him go. Other companies did not cause her much worry, but Fiery Bird. This was a company that many would try anything to get into. Fang Zhao would surely have that sort of thinking. Furthermore, after joining Fiery Bird, as long as one was not lazy and one had the ability, one would not have to worry for the rest of one's life. Furthermore, Fang Zhao indeed frequently communicated with the people of Fiery Bird. Could it that their suspicions were correct and Fang Zhao did have thoughts about defecting? Duan Qianji felt like she could easily see through youngsters of that age, but Fang Zhao was a special exception. Up till now, she could not understand the type of person he was. Duan Qianji had a solemn expression on her face as she drummed her fingers on the table. At this moment, her secretary received a message. With a hesitant expression, she said, "Boss, Fang Zhao asked if you are in. He has some matters to discuss." Duan Qianji's fingers trembled. She remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Let him in." As Fang Zhao walked in, he realized the atmosphere in Duan Qianji's office was abnormal. Not just Duan Qianji, even her assistants and secretary were examining him, as if they were guessing what was up. Upon seeing Fang Zhao, a faint smile appeared on her face and she warmly asked, "What is it again?" "Application to have a vacation abroad." "Another trip? How long have you been back for?" "Recently, your department does not have that many assignments. Mostly everything is handled by the public relations and marketing teams. If you really are unable to concentrate on your work, you can do so at home. If you lack the inspiration, going out for a bit is not out of the question." Duan Qianji could be considered to be talking slowly already. "I am not applying for a personal vacation. I am applying for the entire department." "Vacation for how long? What are you all going to do?" "A week. I have checked the arrangements with the other departments already. Our department has no pressing tasks. I would like to bring them over to Muzhou to watch the sheep herding competition." The lump in her throat seemingly dissipated. Checking on the most recent arrangements, she said, "Let me check first before getting back to you." "Sure, I will send you a detailed electronic application in a bit." Duan Qianji nodded her head and watched Fang Zhao. Trying to spot if there would be any changes in his expression, she asked. "Yesterday, you met with Fiery Bird's sound effects department head Huali. A lot of people are suggesting that you are going to get poached by them." She did not beat around the bush. "Last night, when I went to meet old Shui, Huali was there, and after that, he asked me out for a few drinks." Fang Zhao knew what Duan Qianji was worrying about. "Don't worry, as long as I am under contract to Silver Wing, I won't leave." Having received Fang Zhao's resolute reply, Duan Qianji let out a thorough sigh of relief in her heart. When she received the application from Fang Zhao, she delightedly approved it and even asked Fang Zhao whether he needed an additional flying transport. Just as Duan Xianji had said before, for her prize talent, she was willing to give him what he wanted. One flying transport was more than enough. The department's core members were not that many. They could fit in one transport, so Fang Zhao did not request the additional transport. In the afternoon, before knocking off, Fang Zhao arranged a meeting with the members of the department. He inquired about the progress on their work and whether the assigned tasks had been completed. After confirming that everything was done, he told them the matter about heading to Muzhou for the competition. The members of the Virtual Projects department went crazy. After Fang Zhao had left, it was rare for the entire department to leave the office. Without even playing their games, they all returned home to pack their luggage. The technicians within the company had a group chat. Recently, Zhu Wen and the others had been in the limelight. Who knew that the Virtual Projects department would have a reversal in fortunes? Back then, many would have rather died than be transferred there. Now, even if they wanted to enter, it was impossible, and that all had happened within a year. Zhu Wen sent a message in the technicians group chat. Our department's boss is going to bring us to fly. Goodbye, everyone, don't miss me too much. Here I come, Muzhou's blue sky and huge fields. The originally quiet and peaceful group chat exploded to life. Scram! Your father is still working overtime. How cheap! Your father is still working overtime, and my overtime is not even a third of what you guys in the Virtual Projects department get. Not seeing you off. Zhu Wen, are you all going to Muzhou to watch the sheep herding competition? I am not going to scold you, Zhu Wen, as long as you bring back some specialty goodies from Muzhou. Zhu Wen, your department had better take care of that golden dog. Don't let it be stolen. I haven't seen it for myself yet, so make sure you bring it back safely so I can go over and touch it. The news of Curly Hair's 50 million value had already been spread across most departments, so many Silver Wing employees had coined Curly Hair Golden Dog. Although its hair was not gold in color, that nickname was to show its value. Zhu Wen teased the rest of the group a little and felt more spirited. Having grown up, he had only ever been to Muzhou once, during a trip organized by his secondary school. However, back then, there had been too many restrictions, and he'd never been able to see a sheep herding competition. All he'd done was breathe a little of the Muzhou air before having to return. After another 2 days, the core members of the Virtual Projects department gathered and headed for Muzhou. Muzhou's sheep herding finals was a grand occasion that occurred once a year and would attract many people from other continents to come over and watch. Fang Zhao first brought the entire department over to Shanmu Farm. Then, on the day of the competition, together with Wu Yi and Su Ho, they arrived at the competition venue situated at Qingqing City. The parking area was still a distance away from the competition grounds. By the time they arrived, they realized many others had already arrived before them and half the flying transports packed there had foreign serial numbers. Today, there are many foreigners. Stay vigilant, Wu Yi said. As there were a lot more people today, the place was much more confusing. Security had also been raised by several levels. As they left the parking area, Fang Zhao noticed a number of police officers with similarly attired police dogs on a leash guarding the entrance of the parking grounds. These people were probably meticulously selected, and their hawk-like eyes scanned every person that came to the parking grounds, searching for anything suspicious. The police dogs that were beside them had their tongues out and were panting from the heat. They did not look like much, but their pair of dog eyes were observing the surroundings, and their ears were erect to catch any sounds that were not easily heard by the human ear. This time every year is when Qingqing's sheep-herding competition grounds have the most stringent security checks, Wu Yi explained to Fang Zhao in case it made him tense seeing this sort of situation for the first time. Actually, not just the competition grounds, the entire Muzhou has stricter security checks. Therefore, we have termed the day of the finals as the strictest lockdown day. If you notice the police officers or dogs have found something suspicious, make sure to avoid them immediately to prevent yourself from getting hurt. Wu Yi had just finished when Fang Zhao said, "I have the feeling that we are being watched." Cough, how is that pos? Wu Yi's sentence ended with a grunt, because he realized that a police officer was watching them. The police dog beside him had already retracted its tongue and was staring in their direction. As someone who owned a dog, Wu Yi was very clear what the dog's manner was displaying. That was a look of suspicion and alarm, and in the next moment, it would bark. Woof 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 woof. Originally, many people leaving the parking area who saw Fang Zhao and his group wanted to go over to say hello. Those who knew them wanted to have a little small talk, and those who did not know who they were wanted to satisfy their curiosity. There were also a bunch of paparazzi from the media lying in wait, fighting for the chance to get the first bit of news from Dongshan Farm. But once the police dog started barking, the people that were walking over immediately stopped, glanced at Fang Zhao's party, and then glanced at the barking police dog before turning and walking away, as if avoiding a plague. The other people that were walking behind Fang Zhao's party also backtracked toward the parking area. The previously crowded exit cleared up in just a short while. Now, all around Fang Zhao's party were empty spaces. However, these people did not go very far but were keeping a distance and observing. People would always be curious. They were trying to see what exactly was going on. Could it be that someone was carrying a bomb? Or something else? Especially those youths who were visiting Muzhou for the first time, they were even more tense and excited. As if the media had smelled blood, they all became alert and closely watched the situation unfold. Woof woof woof. The barking police dog was straining against the leash. If not for the police officer holding onto it tightly, the dog would have rushed over. As the police officer held his dog in line, he was saying something, probably using his miniature communications device to explain the situation over here. And at the moment that police dog had started barking, over 10 police officers had rushed over. At the back, a team of special forces were also heading over. What's going on? This was Zhu Wen's first time encountering such a situation, and he was frightened by the sudden activity. He was just a normal citizen on his first trip to Muzhou to watch a sheep herding competition, but now he was scared sh**less and was at a loss. Just now, they had still been thinking that the security checks were strict and the place was securely guarded and they could be at ease as their safety was guaranteed, but who knew that the situation would turn out like this? Pang Pusong gulped nervously. I have no idea. In the past, his most challenging period was going for interviews, and he had not even felt nervous doing so. Now, though, he was so afraid he could not even speak properly. Fang Zhao did not understand either. After his few experiences at the cemeteries and being watched, he had learned how to act so as to not arouse the attention of these people and their watchful gazes. The background music in his head was still lively. His manner was different from the way he had been at the cemeteries and should not have resulted in these people being alarmed. Although Zhu Yu who was beside Fang Zhao looked calm, he was a little skeptical deep down. Could it be that the gun I have hidden has been found? That shouldn't be the case. Not just Fang Zhao and the rest, Wu Yi and Su Ho were dumbstruck too. Having taken part in numerous competitions, they had experienced many security checks. Even though this time around was more stringent, nothing like this should have happened. What is happening? As the oldest here, Wu Yi trembled as he spoke. The police officer that walked over examined all of them with a hawk-like gaze, making Wu Yi shiver once more. Everyone has to go through another round of security checks. Please cooperate, the police officer said coldly. As he finished, he did not wait for anyone to reply. Waving his hand, he brought the people handling the security screening equipment. The Special Forces team also moved closer. After the second round of checks, nothing was found. Their identities were also examined once more. They had gone through a first round of security checks when they had exited to ensure they were not carrying prohibited firearms and ammunition or other dangerous materials. Further checks found nothing of the sort. The person in charge of screening looked through Suiyu's identity and examined him quite a bit. Suiyu returned a smile. "Captain, everything is normal," one of the screeners reported to the police officer with the dog. The police officer looked at the person in charge of screening and saw him nodding his head, meaning that no anomalies had been found. That police officer frowned. The leash was being strained in his hands. His dog, as well as two other police dogs that had come over, were extremely fidgety, their line of sight continuously sweeping the group, as if searching for something. Struck by a thought, the police dog circled once around Fang Zhao's group. Woof 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 woof. The police dog began barking once again, this time more ferocious than the last. The other dogs that had come later starting barking as well. Seeing the ferocious barking of the police dogs, Zhu Wen's gaze went to the leashes attached to them. He was really worried that the leashes would break. The police officer's body suddenly shook, his penetrating glare chilling as he pointed to the car beside them and told the group, "Open it. You want to inspect the car." Wu Yi could not help it and rushed forward to obstruct them. "Inside are just our competing shepherd dogs and the veterinary team." After alighting from the flying transport at the competition venue, a specially prepared car would be sent over. This car was not for everyone. It was only for the competing participants. This was to prevent the competing shepherd dogs from being harassed by the spectators that had arrived early and to prevent them from being subject to underhanded means of sabotage. Therefore, the organizers would send a special car to fetch the teams of competing shepherd dogs. Besides the dogs, the veterinary team was inside to look after them. The car was soundproof so as to protect the dogs from being affected when inside. Even if it was very noisy outside, nothing could be heard. However, the people inside could see the situation outside through the car's windows, but as Wu Yi had not approved, they did not get off. They were just examined a while back and there are people from the organizing committee inside taking care of things. There are absolutely no dangerous materials inside. Wu Yi did not want to let the police inspect them. The few dogs had adjusted to their peak condition. If they were scared by the police officers and their dogs, it could potentially affect their competition. Police dogs and shepherd dogs were like well-trained soldiers and normal athletes, respectively. How would they be the same? He had waited so long, as his luck overflowed and they reached the finals, how could he be willing to let a situation like this happen at such a crucial moment? Staring right back at the police officer's pressurizing gaze, Wu Yi refused to back down. Seeing the police officers about to take action, Fang Zhao said, "There is no need to examine." Then he told Wu Yi, "Go and bring curly hair out. Remember to leash him." "Ah. Fang Zhao, curly hair is the core of our team." Wu Yi was unwilling. What happened if he got scared after coming out? He might not be able to run during the competition. "Don't worry, it'll be all right. Go and bring him out, make sure to leash him," Fang Zhao stressed. "Oh." Wu Yi grudgingly walked to the car and prepared to open the door. But under the watchful gaze of more than 10 pairs of security personnel eyes and the grave atmosphere and pressure, Wu Yi's legs turned soft and he stumbled. If not for Su Ho, who saw what was happening and supported him, Wu Yi would have fallen. "It's okay, Wu Yi, just stand and wait with the rest." "I will go," Fang Zhao said as he opened the car door and went in, quickly closing it. The car door was at the tail end and there were two doors, one inner and the other outer. There was a little space between the two doors. When only the outer door was open, those in the interior of the car could still hear nothing. After a while, the outer door opened, and this time, when a tiny crack appeared, the three police dogs went into a frenzied barking, straining against their leashes and trying to rush over. One officer could not hold them down and they needed an additional 2 to 3 men to keep the dogs in check. Wu Yi saw a few of the special forces touching their guns, probably making sure they were standing by and ready to fire at any time. Farm owners had gun permits as well but rarely used them, and the guns these people were using were different. Of course, what was important was still their imposing manner. Seeing them this way, Wu Yi was very worried that the special forces would fire in their direction should the police officers give the signal. The atmosphere now was particularly tense. Zhu Wen felt that if this was a scene in a movie, the next moment was when a shootout would happen. But what did they have over here that was making the police so guarded? Zhu Wen and the others racked their brains trying to guess and were so nervous they forgot to breathe. The outer door opened wider and wider. Over 10 guns were pointed there as they watched Fang Zhao heading out with a leash in one hand. At Fang Zhao's feet was the curly-haired dog, decked out in Dongshan Farm's competition attire. However, the tense atmosphere did not cease. As Fang Zhao led the dog down from the car, the Special Forces team were all ready to fire. They did not care if you were a competing person or a dog, as long as the lives of people were threatened or the safety of the competition venue was compromised, you would be shot dead. That had always been the rule. Fang Zhao led the dog forward a few steps. One hand held the leash and his other hand was held up, showing that he did not have any weapons. Fang Zhao left the dog's car and walked about 10 meters. The 3 police dogs followed as well, their incessant barking still continuing. Their throats produced some deep snarls as well. Everyone there could see now that what the 3 police dogs found threatening was not in the car but rather in Fang Zhao's direction. Where he stood, there was only one person and a competition dog that could not be considered big. That curly-haired dog seemed to be rather gutsy, as it bared its teeth and started barking as it faced off with the 3 police dogs. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. 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 In a low voice, Zhu Wen asked Wu Yi, who had the most experience, are they communicating in dog language? How come there is even punctuation between their barks? Wu Yi looked at Zhu Wen as if he were an idiot. Every dog has their own way of barking. He then fell silent and contemplated for a bit. From my experience, I believe they are having a quarrel. Even a blind man can see that. If they were not leashed, they would be fighting already. Curly hair wants to take on 3 at once. Not bad, totally not weak at all. Zhu Wen had already forgotten about being scared. He found the sight before him too comical. On one side, Fang Zhao was holding on to curly hair, while on the other side, there were 7 to 8 policemen struggling to hold their 3 police dogs down. Just observing a little and it was easy to see that the 3 police dogs were not focused on any other people or the car. What they saw as a threat was the dog Fang Zhao had on a leash, curly hair. The people in charge of security checks brought their equipment over and scanned curly hair from head to toe. After that, other than the barks of the 4 dogs, everyone else fell into a weird silence, including the Special Forces team that was standing by. In the distance, other dogs heard the commotion and starting barking too. Some were police dogs, but others were competition dogs that had arrived earlier. This odd situation continued for close to 2 minutes. The Special Forces team could not take it any longer. It turned out to be that sort of thing between dogs. That was quite awkward. Fang Zhao pointed at the 3 police dogs barking at curly hair and asked the police officers standing behind those dogs, so does this count as being in possession of dangerous materials? Cough. Probably not. I guess. The police officer glanced at the rigid-looking captain, awaiting further instructions. Doesn't count. The captain forced out a smile and apologized to Fang Zhao's group. Sorry for the misunderstanding. As he finished, he signaled the team with his hand, indicating for them to stand down. Zhu Wen and others breathed a heavy sigh of relief after the air was cleared. They were genuinely worried that they had been dragged into a life-threatening conspiracy at their first live sheep-herding contest. I was scared **** just now. Did you notice how the armed officers over there almost opened fire? How scary. Wan Yu looped her arm around Zheng Huang's, still recovering from the tense standoff. Zhu Wen said, believe it or not, I actually felt no fear. I even wanted to laugh. Song Miao was deeply skeptical. I don't believe you. You were ghastly pale and your legs were shaking. Anyway, all's good as long as nothing bad happened. I really don't understand how those folks got in their heads that we were carrying dangerous items. All was have is a small curly-haired dog. Wu Yi was very upset. The policemen were this close to entering their transport with guns, which would have terrified his beloved competition dogs. If Curly Hair had been spooked, they could have kissed today's contest goodbye. Fang Zhao had returned Curly Hair to their dog transport, but the group still drew many curious gazes when they left the parking lot for the competition venue. I'm still confused, though, as to why the police dogs zeroed in on Curly Hair. Zhu Wen was puzzled. Also, none of those sophisticated detectors sounded any alarms. Why did all the officers swing into action when the police dogs barked? Are police dogs more reliable than detectors in Muzhou? Wu Yi shook his head. All the police dogs deployed here have undergone the most rigorous training. The ones that show up here are the select elite. Actually, there are ways to beat the detectors and smuggle in dangerous items, but the dogs can identify dangerous individuals based on their superb instincts. You've heard of cemetery guards, right? The folks assigned to guard martyrs' cemeteries. They all have very strong instincts. The police dogs here are similar. As for why they singled out Curly Hair, I have no idea. Maybe it's because Curly Hair has a keen fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha. Zhu Wen couldn't contain his laughter. Wu Yi and Su Ho turned their heads and glared at him. They didn't find anything funny about Wu Yi's hypothesis. His fighting spirit is strong. He hasn't lost in a fight since he arrived in Muzhou. But shepherd dogs and police dogs were different. If it were one of the shepherd dogs that had caused such a stir, so be it. And why were the police dogs so alarmed even when the shepherd dogs were confined to their transport? It was as if they had sensed some form of extreme danger. A light bulb flashed in Wu Yi's head when his train of thought reached this point. He was no longer worried, he was excited instead. Champions always stand out. He felt even better about their chances in the grand finals. Zhu won. He really wanted to burst out laughing. The police officers guarding the exit to the parking lot were confused too after Fang Zhao and company left, although they didn't blame or discipline the 3 police dogs. That's the dog from Muzhou who's here to stir things up, one officer asked a colleague. That's him. Now I realize why the sheep dash like they're running for their lives when they're herded by Dongshan Farm's dogs. Yeah, I think I get it too. The man who was addressed as captain watched Fang Zhao and company make their way to the stadium. Be careful if you run into that dog again. If you're caught unawares, you'll get ripped to shreds, he said. There were some dogs you simply couldn't judge by appearance. They were also exceptionally gifted. Despite their small size, they were endowed with the DNA that allowed them to survive the apocalypse. Any dog that endured the end of days shouldn't be underestimated. Among service dogs, few were small in size, but every one of them was extremely competent. The officers had come across many special breeds of military dogs in their line of work, so they would never underestimate a seemingly innocent puppy. That curly-haired dog is probably descended from a service dog, right? He's definitely military dog material. Pity he's being used as a shepherd dog. Military dogs and shepherd dogs were subject to different kinds of training. Neither would be able to adapt to the other's line of work after being trained. It's a shame such a good dog has been trained as a shepherd dog, notwithstanding the fact that he's being raised by a foreigner, one officer lamented. After a brief silence, someone asked, "Have you placed your bets yet?" The others raised their heads, eyes burning. Police officers in Muzhou weren't banned from betting. They just couldn't watch the contest, having to guard it instead. Who are you going to bet on? What a stupid question. It's a no-brainer. Of course they would put their money on the dog they considered most dangerous. Underscore 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 underscore. Curious bystanders who had gathered near the parking lot were held back by ground staff, so they couldn't figure out what was going on. All they heard was barking. They thought something big had gone down, but things quieted down after a while, as if nothing had ever happened. One staffer told the folks still lingering, "Stop peeking. It's just a misunderstanding." "Hey, you're blocking the way," an obnoxious voice complained. The staffers turned their heads. The person who spoke was a young man emerging from the parking lot. He wore green shades that resembled a fly's eyes. The lower part of his face wore an expression of unabashed cockiness. For a young kid like him to roll with assistants and bodyguards, he had to be a rich kid, but there were tons of people like that milling around today. That didn't strike anyone as unusual. What drew attention was the fat dog he was leading on a leash. It was big enough to swallow two dogs of the same height. The young man basked in the attention his beloved dog was receiving. He cocked his chin and said, "So what do you think? Well fed, huh? This dog is descended from the most valuable dog of last year's championship team. It shares the bloodline of a champion dog." The Muzhou locals who had gathered around the dog twitched their faces. "What the F***ck are you so cocky about? Do you know anything about raising a dog? You've wasted such precious genes. Travesty, a total travesty." The Muzhou natives were heartbroken. That was why they rarely sold the offspring of quality shepherd dogs to foreigners, so they wouldn't fall into the hands of self-indulgent owners like him. Even the best dogs would be sabotaged. Such a well-endowed dog had been turned into a pig. What could it accomplish? It looked like it was just good for cuddles. The young man responded to the angry glares with a broader smile. He thought folks were jealous about how much he pampered his dog, so he went on his way. "Come on, my little angel. I'm going to pick you the perfect companion this year. How about this year's MVD?" When the cocky young man left with a group of bodyguards, one of the bystanders asked, "Who was that obnoxious kid? He actually had the gumption to consider poaching our MVD." "I have no idea. Anyone? Any foreigners here? He's not from Tongzhou. Not from Jinzhou. There aren't idiots like that from Jizhou." A journalist from Liezhou pursed his lips, retreated, and then sent a message to his colleagues. "Big Master Zero just started a feud. Underscore 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 underscore." As for Fang Zhao and company, they split up once they arrived at the stadium. Wu Yi took the team for pre-competition medical tests while Fang Zhao led Zhu Wen and the others to the viewing gallery. The team arrived early because, after arriving at the venue, the dogs had to undergo several rounds of testing, which required everything from blood to fur samples. Both biological and physical screening was conducted. To prevent cheating, no stone was left unturned. Naturally, Wu Yi and Su Ho had to be present for the tests. Especially Su Ho, who was banned from doping. That was why they arrived early, so they could rest after the testing and appear and compete in tip-top shape. After Fang Zhao and company entered the viewing gallery, they looked for the balconies. The balconies were open air and would be sealed only when the contest began. Wow! So this is the legendary VIP viewing gallery. Zhu Wen carefully examined all the trappings and scrutinized the audio-visual equipment with his professional judgment. His conclusion: this place is F***king loaded. This isn't the VIP viewing gallery. This is the viewing gallery for competing teams. The VIP viewing gallery is over there. Fang Zhao pointed from the balcony. F***ck, I think I see a major celebrity. I think it's that really famous star from Huangzhou, Rodney exclaimed. Where? Where? Whoa. Good thing I brought my binoculars. Wait, there are other celebrities standing next to the Huangzhou one. I think they're from Luzhou or Jinzhou. Wait, there are so many. I see a few more now. They're all standing on the balconies of the VIP viewing gallery. The grand finals of Muzhou's sheep-herding contest draw a sizable batch of celebrities every year, as well as prominent figures from different fields, but they don't necessarily show up on the balconies, Song Miao said calmly as she craned her neck, binoculars in hand. The viewing gallery for competing teams had the best view. From here, you could see most of the balconies jutting out from the VIP viewing gallery. Wow! Pang Pusong shouted from another balcony. What is it? What is it? Did you spot another big star? Zhu Wen rushed over from his balcony. Pang Pusong pointed to his right. Deep inhalations followed. The balcony Zhu Wen had staked out had a view of the interior of the stadium, while the one Pang Pusong had picked faced outward. It had been nearly an hour since they'd landed. Traffic was picking up. From the balcony, they had a clear view of the parking lot. Scores of flying transports and flying cars were hovering above it. Police aircrafts were scattered nearby. Air traffic lights blinked non-stop, keeping flying transports in queue and directing them to designated parking spots. Zhu Wen felt goosebumps. Such a spectacle. If you didn't know better, you might think war was imminent. He was nervous and emotional. The blood coursing through his veins felt like it was heating up. The faces of VIPs kept showing up on the big screen in the viewing gallery, such as a world-renowned actor, an infamous rich kid, and his contemporaries from various continents. There were also political figures from other continents invited by the Muzhou government. And so on. The press corps was having a field day. They didn't have to worry about filling their pages. This is why today is known as Lockdown Day. Zhu Wen felt the trip was totally worth it. The security fiasco was nothing. Who knew so many people were interested in a sheep-herding contest, Pang Pusong said. Song Miao, who was standing next to him, snickered. You think they're actually interested in a sheep-herding competition? They're not here to watch the contest. They're here to show their status and further their personal interests. That rang true, especially for all the celebrities present, big shots or not. They were here to get exposure, and Muzhou journalists wouldn't let them down. Who would not milk this golden occasion to draw global attention, to let the whole world know that the grand finals of Muzhou's sheep-herding contest were taking place today? Ah, I almost forgot the contest is being televised live globally. Zhu Wen smacked himself on the head, tidied up in front of a mirror, then struck what he thought was the slickest pose on the balcony that overlooked the stadium. The core of Muzhou's entertainment industry was the sheep-herding competition. There were not many actors, and there were even fewer singers. However, the people of Muzhou were rich. Every time there was an opening ceremony of a large-scale competition, they would invite world-renowned superstars to perform and liven up the atmosphere so as to increase the reputation of Muzhou's sheep-herding competitions throughout the world. These stars had fans, and the fans would watch the live broadcasts and would naturally learn of Muzhou's yearly grand competition. The normal rounds of sheep-herding competitions would not be broadcast to other continents, but the finals were different. Every year, many popular online broadcasting companies would collaborate with Muzhou's side to stream the competition. The entertainment circles of each continent did not prevent it, as it was a win-win situation for everyone. And all the people that caught the broadcast would see the image from how the organizers chose to film it. The main focus would surely be on prominent figures such as celebrities and the descendants of those aristocratic families. After the recording went through one round, it would then feature the viewing halls of each participating team. When the introduction came to Dongshan Farm's viewing hall, staff in Silver Wing's internal departments that were secretly watching the broadcast all started to curse at the same moment. F***ck. It's Zhu Wen, that SL**t. That position is very good, heh. They can probably see many stars, right? So envious. Envy +1. Regret not joining the virtual projects department back when it was still easy to get in. Even though the footage lasted only 2 seconds, they all saw the pretentious Zhu when posing up on the viewing platform. Other than Zhu 1, there were other members of the virtual projects department, but the others were not as conspicuous as Zhu 1. Some of the others could not be seen clearly, but the Silver Wing people, especially those from the technician group, knew that the entire virtual projects department was there at the best viewing hall, with the best positions, being broadcast to the world. And this was all a part of their department vacation. It simply made the other members jealous. Seeing the virtual projects department riding waves in Muzhou, whereas they themselves were working overtime every day, this sort of taste. Why did so many people rant about wanting to beat up Zhu Wen? This question was not that hard to understand. Su Ho's group had not finished the inspection yet when Su Feng came over, bearing many gifts for Fang Zhao and the gang. For elephants had made huge profits in Yenzhou. Although their advertisements came out at the opportune moment, the sales volume's rapid growth was a fact. When Su Feng had found out that Fang Zhao would be bringing his department members over to watch the competition, he got his workers to specially wrap gifts as a form of thanks and to improve relations. After all, everyone would be continuing to collaborate in the future, so it was better to get closer. Getting to watch the competition for free and now receiving benefits, although Zhu Wen and the rest did not really care about the cost of these items, the treatment made them really happy. Su Feng spoke to Fang Zhao regarding Four Elephants' marketing campaign and its achievements in Yenzhou. A moment later, Su Ho and Wu Yi brought the veterinarian team and the shepherd dogs over. Faster, faster, faster. Let's take a group photo with all the participating contestants. Zhu Wen went over and took quite a few photographs and videos. These were for showing off when he got back. Curly Hair was wagging his tail non-stop and seemed very happy. The other dogs were the same without any hint of pre-match jitters. On the other hand, the pressure on Su Ho as the instructor was crushing. I heard that many are coming over to watch the competition live, although they were afraid to affect your condition and hence did not come here. After you have finished, you will probably get to see a number of familiar faces, Su Feng said. I know. Su Ho had been informed about all this earlier, and that was the reason he was feeling even more nervous. This feeling he was having was similar to when he'd first stood on position for his first competition, a mixture of anxiety, fear, and self-doubt. Su Ho knew this was not right, and after chatting a little with Su Feng, he retired to the resting room to recharge. Su Ho had formed the habit of watching the Eastern region's publicity film a few times and listening to the BGM. It helped boost his fighting spirit. He was still young and still had a long way to go. There was no way he could compete with all the other experienced competitors, so he could only use this method to adjust his state of mind. Wu Yi was used to this and did not ask anything. Instead, he went over to Fang Zhao's side and handed over the Curly Hair's test reports. This was what Fang Zhao had asked for previously. Including the normal rounds of competition and the Eastern region finals, Fang Zhao had stockpiled all of them. Wu Yi did not think much about the matter. Curly Hair belonged to Fang Zhao. As an owner, keeping copies of test reports was normal. Today as well, Fang Zhao kept a copy of the test report. Similar to his previous test reports during the normal rounds of competition, other than Curly Hair having higher concentrations of certain metals in his body, everything else was normal. The concentration of those metals in his body was also at an acceptable level. Otherwise, he would have been barred from competing. This sort of situation was not that uncommon when it came to dogs with wild dog ancestry in them. Wu Yi stopped talking after a while. He had gotten jittery too. The viewing hall was a distance away from the outside, but the pressure and nervousness one felt there was different from the normal rounds of competition, and it was enough to make even the experienced Wu Yi unable to keep calm. The finals were not limited to just one day. They took place over a period of a few competition days, and each time, the rounds would be different. Every team would get points for each round, and at the end, the team that accumulated the most points would be the champions. Today's first round was not much different from the normal rounds of competition, but the obstacles in the pasture were slightly different. For this round, the sheep could still disperse after being gathered and they encountered the imitation hills or ditches. The difficulty compared to the normal rounds was much higher. However, this first round was still the easiest in the finals, and each of the following rounds would get progressively harder. Thus, every team wanted to score high points for the first round, as it would give them some guarantee. For the finals, Muzhou officials wanted to attract a global audience, so the pre-match introductions of the farms were made much simpler. After the brief introduction was the opening ceremony and performances. This was the segment that viewers from other continents were anticipating the most. However, the Muzhou masses only saw this as noise and excitement. They were more interested in the competition that followed. After an hour of the opening ceremony and warm-up, it was time to draw lots for the appearing order of the teams. The person in charge of drawing for the team was still Suho. This time, among the 8 teams, Dongshan would be the third team to appear. As these pastures were bigger, the times would increase as well. The teams that were taking part in the competition were all highly capable. As long as the shepherd dogs did not make serious mistakes on an unfamiliar ground, just by following their instructor's commands, they should be able to complete it. The 2 teams in front did not make any serious mistakes, and their minor errors were very quickly corrected. This made Zhu Wen and the rest tense as they followed the competition. Seeing the first 2 teams' performances, they had a totally new outlook toward the IQ of shepherd dogs. These dogs were way more intelligent than they had expected. Due to the performance of the 2 teams, they were a little worried for their own. The 2 teams had times around the 5.5-minute mark. One was 5 minutes 28 seconds and the other was 5 minutes 33 seconds. Both of these teams were from the western region and this result was quite decent. Next up was Suho's team. Suho and the shepherd dogs had gone down earlier to prepare. So nervous. I never had any interest in sheep herding competitions before, but now my heart feels like it is going to fly out of my chest. Rodney exclaimed. Watching live and catching the broadcast are totally different. Of course, what's most important is that the competition has your dogs and you have wagered on them. Being nervous is normal, everyone feels the same way, Su Feng told them. He had felt like this back when he was 10 years old. That time, his aunt's family dog was competing. He had wagered all of his allowance on them. Although, eventually, they had not won, he still remembered clearly the nervous anticipation he had felt then. As a Muzhou citizen, seeing all these foreigners being captivated, one could not help but feel proud. Ta, ta, ta. The sound of the timer machine counted down. With a boom, the flock of sheep entered the pasture, as did the shepherd dogs. There were a few loose sheep that were originally scattered within the pasture. Their job was to gather up these loose sheep together with the flock and drive them toward the goal. Come on, my babies. Pay attention and follow closely. Don't run in the wrong positions. Very good, follow the commands. Good form, curly hair. Oh, my little cuties. In a moment, all sorts of babies, little cuties, darlings, and other corny terms came out. Zhu Wen and the others, who would normally not be caught doing this, joined in the madness alongside Wu Yi. Seeing Fang Zhao still sitting on his chair, staring at the screen as if he was solving a problem, Zhu Wen shouted over, "Hey, boss, stop being so serious. Come over and show your support. They can't hear your shouting over at the field. What's important are the feelings. You understand feelings, right? The one participating is Curly Hair, our department's golden dog. His value will rise even more after winning." Zhu Wen was no longer looking at Fang Zhao, his eyes were on the screen, following the dogs who were rounding up the sheep. "This is the first time I clearly realized how intelligent Curly Hair really is," Rodney said ruefully. Shepherd dogs were very intelligent. This they could tell from watching past videos and seeing the previous two teams' performances. However, Curly Hair's performance let them know that this dog was even smarter than others. More importantly, it had a knack for sheep herding. Fang Zhao stared fixedly at the screen. Every ounce of his concentration was focused on the little curly-haired dog that appeared on screen. Intelligent? Of course. Moreover, it was not even normal intelligence. Curly Hair's IQ seemed less and less like that of a normal dog. Fang Zhao knew all along that Curly Hair had a very impressive learning capability. When he had first picked it up, if it only had the perceptiveness of a stray, its intelligence then would not have been so surprising. It probably knew that staying by Fang Zhao's side would be safer and there would be no need to worry about food and water, so it had stayed and followed Fang Zhao every day. After Fang Zhao had brought it to the office, it had unknowingly learned a lot. It knew how to use its own personal urinal, learned how to listen to instructions, and understood more and more words. Although Fang Zhao had taught him a few things, it had picked up even more from its daily life. What it saw and heard, it absorbed even more quickly. When Curly Hair had started sheep herding, it had started off as a complete newbie too. However, very quickly, it had learned to make use of its imposing manner and mastered many tactics. Really, what sort of dog was this? Was it like this at the start, or had it started to change later on? If it had such a strong learning capability and attacking strength at the start, how could it have gotten itself into such a bad state in the Black Street and nearly starved to death? Yu Qing and AI-1, who had lived in the Black Street for decades, had said that this stray had lived in the Black Street for a few years already. If he had only started to change after that, when did it started? Fang Zhao thoroughly tried to recall back to the time when he'd just woken up in this body. As for this dog, inside its body, could something else have woken up inside? Without a doubt, this was indeed a dog. But could this dog's body be hiding something inside? From a normal stray in the Black Street to a dangerous material, discovered by the police dogs while in the car. It was still changing, its learning capabilities and strength still increasing. So much so that, it had started learning how to conceal its own strength. How much more would it change in the future? Fang Zhao pondered as he watched the little figure running on the screen. In the pasture, the shepherd dogs were in the midst of the flock and starting to drive it forward. Similar to the Eastern Region Finals, the flock of sheep were gradually picking up speed. Even if they had taken slightly longer than the previous two teams to gather up the flock so far, given the speed of the flock, they would definitely make up ground. Wu Yi and the others in the viewing hall got more and more excited. Zhu Wen and the others were red in the face from all the shouting. The intersection ahead was narrow and there was an obstacle in the middle. To cross it, they had to let the flock become thin, or split them up to go around it. Su Ho requested to issue commands and made gestures to Curly Hair and Bingo, instructing them to lead the dogs on both sides to split up and go around the obstacle. Fang Zhao was watching the screen intently. On the screen, as Curly Hair was running, it barked a few times. It was issuing commands. The lead dog barking out commands to other shepherd dogs was not uncommon, so no one found it surprising. However, Fang Zhao, who had been watching Curly Hair closely, had realized that, before Su Ho had even gestured with his hands, Curly Hair had already started to increase his speed. This meant to say that Curly Hair's understanding of the course had been even quicker than Su Ho's. If Su Ho had not requested to issue commands, what would Curly Hair have instructed the other dogs to do? Fang Zhao could not guess. The shape of the flock as it encountered the obstacle split into two, forming a Y, then becoming a lambda, and after the obstacle had been passed, the flock congregated back together. During the entire process, the running speed of the flock did not change much. Although the flock on Bingo's side was slightly slower in gathering up, generally, the entire process was very smooth. Everyone in the viewing hall had their eyes on the timer at the top right-hand corner, and they were going crazy. The only calm person in the hall was Fang Zhao, who was still analyzing Curly Hair. Curly Hair had learned how to lead the other dogs on the field to coordinate and herd the sheep. He had already adapted to become a leader on the field for the competition. Other than strength, he had brains. The harder the challenges, the quicker it grew. His outward experience did not change much, yet inside, every day, he was evolving rapidly. Perhaps very soon, his IQ would be similar to that of an average adult. Fang Zhao did not know whether bringing Curly Hair was the right decision, but from what he saw now, Curly Hair did not show any signs of menace. As the competition went on inside, the police guarding the parking area were no longer as busy as they had been before, but they still had to continue watching the area to stop any accidents from happening. The arena had already been closed off and sealed. The sounds from the audience were isolated. They could only hear the sounds of the commentators coming over from the arena. Occasionally, in between the pauses in the commentating, they could hear some barking come from the pasture. During the previous 2 rounds, everything had been normal, but after Dongshan's run had started, something started to feel wrong. Low growls were coming from a police dog. This time there was no barking, firstly because the distance was rather far, so the threat they felt was not as intense, and secondly because they had instructions not to bark too loudly when the competition was underway so as to not affect the competing dogs. This was not just limited to one dog. All around the arena, the scattered dogs were all exhibiting the same sort of behavior. The police dogs bared their teeth, their eyes showing an ominous glint as they kept growling non-stop. "Captain, what do we do?" someone asked. The police captain had already received multiple reports from all his men scattered around the arena. After getting the concrete details, he found out they were all the same. This behavior only started when Dongshan Farm's turn was up. There had been no complications during the previous 2 teams' turns. Taking a while to think, the police captain then instructed his men through the communications device. If the police dogs are only facing the arena and growling, do not do anything. Wait till Dongshan Farm has completed their run before giving me another situation report. The competition was underway. The men standing guard here were unable to see the live broadcast, but from the bits and pieces of the commentators' words, they could tell that Dongshan Farm's round was ending soon and they had successfully crossed obstacles one after the other, and their results seemed to be looking good. They are in. They are all in the pen. Every single one. 4 minutes and 49 seconds. The commentator howled, 4 minutes and 49 seconds. It's better than the previous year, as well as the year before that. It is the best time in the last 5 years. Just shy of the record by 5 seconds. Outside, the police officers made eye contact with each other. There was delight in their eyes as they flashed each other victory signs. They had all wagered on Dongshan being first. This was an outstanding result. Barring any accidents, first place should be assured. The police captain watched his leashed dog. Its growling and snarling slowly ceased. The fierce and violent demeanor vanished as well. Reports were coming in from all the other police officers that things were back to normal. "All right, everything is normal. Don't get distracted, continue to watch the surroundings," the police captain said through the comms. Just 5 seconds short of breaking the record in the first round of the finals. What a pity. However, for Fang Zhao and the others in the viewing hall, this was more than enough to be happy about. This result was sufficient to beat the majority of other teams in the first round. There were still 5 more teams after them, but the atmosphere in the viewing hall had become more relaxed. When Su Ho and the 7 shepherd dogs returned, Wu Yi knelt down and kissed each dog. After the vets had inspected their bodies, they were fed and given water as well as massages to alleviate fatigue. The way the 7 dogs were treated was better than humans. Fang Zhao's gaze turned toward Curly Hair. Curly Hair had just finished drinking and was lying there enjoying the massage. When he caught Fang Zhao's gaze, he wagged his tail vigorously, as if taking credit for the hard work. Laughing, Fang Zhao gave him a thumbs up and looked elsewhere. He had some doubt in his heart. Did Curly Hair's changes have anything to do with him being reborn? After the competition ended, he would need to find some time to head back to the Black Street and ask around. There are 5 more teams to go. Let's watch. Wu Yi regained his composure and sat down to observe the remaining teams. After every team had completed their runs, Wu Yi heaved a huge sigh of relief, as the times of those teams were slower than their own. Shobei Farm of the Eastern region also posted a decent time, 5 minutes 13 seconds, and were in the top 4. Among the 5 teams that went after them, the best time belonged to a farm from the Western region. They had gone under 5 minutes as well, but their time of 4 minutes 58 seconds was 9 seconds slower. Teams that could qualify for the finals were all outstanding. The results of the first round were all very close, but without a doubt, Dongshan Farm's results were really an eye-opener. Once all 8 teams had competed, the sealed arena was opened once again as sounds and laughter came drifting out. The previously quiet competition grounds were full of noise. They were still discussing the competition. There was delight and sorrow. Some people were laughing happily while others stormed out full of rage. These people had spent money on the wagers. Some people were returning with a few times their wager, whereas others could only look on as their money became another's. When the competition ended, Wu Yi and Su Ho brought the dogs through the official passageway for their post-match inspection. After that, they still needed to allocate the car for the dogs and to attend an interview. The dogs would be looked after by specialists from the organizing side. Su Ho and Wu Yi had additionally hired people to protect them as well, so there was no need to worry about their safety. Fang Zhao led Zhu Wen and the others through another passage as they exited the arena. While exiting the arena, Fang Zhao's mind was still pondering Curly Hair when he heard someone shout his name. The person in front, Fang. Fang. What was it? Oh yeah, Fang Zhao. Hey, Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao turned around, looking for the source. The others also turned back curiously. When Su Feng had a clear look at the person who came running over, his eyelids could not stop twitching. Zero Renault. Fang Zhao watched as the sloppy-looking youngster came running over. Thinking about Great General Renault's temper, he wondered, if Renault were still alive and he saw this descendant's conduct, he probably would raise a hand in anger, right? Zero's assistant followed closely, holding a cup in each hand. One was filled with wine, the other with a cold drink. Another bodyguard held a fan and faced it toward Zero. After Zero ran over, he took off his spectacles and tilted his head. His assistant rushed over and handed over the cold drink. After letting Zero suck a few mouthfuls through a straw, he kept it and stood aside. Smacking his lips, Zero examined Fang Zhao. The one who created Polar Light was you, right? Forget it, let's talk about the other stuff next time. As he spoke, he tilted his head right and left and looked around, but he could not find the dog he was looking for. Where is your dog? Zero asked with a hint of arrogance. Zhu Wen and the others started to take precautions. What was this stupid idiot trying to do with their dog? Went another way for an inspection, Fang Zhao replied. When can he come out? Zero asked. No idea. Never mind, I heard the curly-haired dog belongs to you. That's right. Are you selling? Just name a price. Not for sale. Hearing Fang Zhao decline without even considering made Zero very discontented. Many years ago, when he'd come to Muzhou to buy a puppy, the people of Muzhou had done the same, using all sorts of excuses to avoid selling him a puppy. In the end, it was through throwing his money at them that they finally accepted. The puppy that he bought was the one he held on a leash beside him, named Little Angel, and was a descendant of the most valuable dog all those years back. Zero wished to pick an MVD to keep his beloved pet dog company. After the first round of the competition, he had set his eyes on Curly Hair. Unfortunately, Curly Hair's breed was not a native shepherd dog of Muzhou, so Zero had decided to purchase this dog and be done with it. Fang Zhao was not from Muzhou, so he probably would not be that attached to the competition dogs. But now Fang Zhao had declined. Could it be that his offer had been too little? Zero examined Fang Zhao once more and said, I know that curly hair still has the potential to rise in value. How about this, let me reserve it. When the Muzhou whatever finals are over, I will pay you double its reported value. As Zero finished talking, the face of his assistant beside him was twitching. He had been personally picked for the job by Zero's manager. Starting this job recently, he had promised Zero's manager that he would watch Zero at all times and not let him throw his money around purchasing things that he had no need for. That dog was worth 50 million. After the finals, even if it did not reach 100 million, it would still be close. But what was behind doubling the price? If Zero really spent that amount, the manager would surely fire him when they got back to Liuzhou. At this moment, the new assistant was full of regret. Why had he not stopped Zero's foolish actions? Luckily for him, Fang Zhao promptly replied, I said I'm not selling. Zero's face flashed with anger. Are you a fool? Observing Zero about to create a commotion, the assistant went to his ear and whispered something. The anger on Zero's face rapidly vanished and he approvingly said, makes sense. Okay, I don't want your dog. When your dog has puppies. Right, your curly-haired dog is a male, it can't give birth. Whenever it has puppies with a female dog, I would like to reserve one. Just name your price then. You should know who I am, right? Just send someone to Liuzhou and tell me, or if you can't find me, just mention my name. Fang Zhao remained silent and Zero took it as agreement. He was about to say something when his assistant reminded him, young master, time is almost up, we have to rush over. Oh right, still have to go fishing. Zero looked at the time and got anxious. He had arranged for a fishing competition with others and it would start on time. He turned his head to Fang Zhao and shouted, remember, tell me if there are puppies. Daddy has money. Watching Zero hurriedly leave with his assistant and bodyguard, Zhu Wen asked Fang Zhao, does he have a screw loose? Don't bother with him, Fang Zhao said. This little fellow was lacking a proper upbringing. If old Renault was still alive, Zero would have been slapped a long time ago. Suho still needed to go through a series of interviews and participate in some activities by the organizers for publicity. There would be other Su family members there, and Fang Zhao was not worried that anything might happen. Su Feng had told him that the heads had already made their stand, so no one would dare touch Suho. Since they had finished the first round of competition, Zhu Wen and the others had time for sightseeing. They were not going to follow Wu Yi and Suho all the way. Hence, after leaving the competition grounds, they went with Fang Zhao to take a look at Dongshan Farm, which their boss had invested in. It's so big. Does all this land belong to Dongshan Farm? Being used to the cramped city life, for Pang Puzang, Zheng Huang and the others, their first time in Muzhou was nothing short of amazing. The newly refurbished Dongshan farm was very different from when Suho had first bought it. Now the farm was full of life. The few lazy dogs had also been trained and were running around the farm. The fields were now full of crops. Although the pastures were still relatively empty, the grass had already grown quite a bit. Getting to see the scenic landscape, Zhu Wen and the others felt refreshed. Su Feng invited the virtual projects department for a visit to Four Elephants Farm when he saw them really enjoying this sort of environment. Four Elephants Farm had good business all along and was different from the originally empty Dongshan Farm. Four Elephants Farm had a vibrant bustle to it. The environment was a combination of primitive and advanced technology. On the farm, there were many modern machines that aided the processes. Some helped with planting, some tending to livestock, some forecasting the weather, and some monitoring the soil. There were many workers, and there were even fish ponds. Su Feng arranged for his men to show Zhu Wen and gang around the farm to explore and enjoy. 1 week passed by quickly and the vacation time that Fang Zhao had applied for from Duan Xinji came to an end. He could use his status as a composer to stay out in Muzhou and seek inspiration, but the others could not. The day Zhu Wen and the others left Muzhou was also the second round of the sheep-herding finals. Fang Zhao let Zuiyu send them back. He would stay in Muzhou for another day. When it was time for them to board the flying transport, Zhu Wen and the few others kept looking back longingly, feeling as if they had not had their fill of fun yet. "Stop looking, there will be more chances in the future," Fang Zhao said. "That's right." Zhu Wen's brain started to calculate. As long as they could clear all their assignments, perhaps they could go for yet another vacation within the next 2 months, possibly coming back to watch another round of the competition. However, it would not be as long as this round. Anyway, as long as Fang Zhao was here, all they needed to do was follow him, and everything would be well. After coming around, Zhu Wen's reluctant feelings had somewhat dissipated. They loaded up the gifts Su Feng had given onto the flying transport and left. Fang Zhao walked into the viewing hall and spectated round 2 of the finals. The second round's opening ceremony was not as extravagant as the first, as the level of interest from foreigners was not high as the opening round. But for the masses of Muzhou, it was still an important day. Almost every family would have someone watching the live broadcast. Compared to the first round, round 2 was more challenging. The flock of sheep were split up into 10 smaller flocks and scattered. The shepherd dogs had to first gather up all of the sheep and then drive them to the goal. Throughout the entire round, Fang Zhao only paid attention to Curly Hair's performance. He watched as Curly Hair followed Su Ho's instructions as he led the other shepherd dogs to gather up the loosely scattered sheep and form up the flock. Whenever another dog ran to the wrong position, he would bark to remind them to return to the correct position. As before, Dongshan Farm finished in first place during the second round of competition. This time, though, the second and third place teams finished 3 and 5 seconds behind, respectively. It could be said that, among the top 3 finishers, there was not much of a gap in skills after all. And as time went by, the gaps would continue to get closer. This was because, besides Curly Hair, the other dogs on Dongshan's team were not as strong as the dogs on other teams. Therefore, despite winning the first 2 rounds, no one was certain that Dongshan Farm would be the eventual champions. After the conclusion of the second round, Fang Zhao left Muzhou and headed back to Yenzhou. Curly Hair continued to stay at Shanmu Farm for training. For a dog, Muzhou was indeed better than Yenzhou. Dogs could run as much as they wanted to on the vast grasslands there. Fang Zhao did not let Zuiyu come pick him up. When he returned to Yenzhou, he did not head to the office, nor did he go home. Instead, he paid the Black Street a visit. Yu Qing was lying at his counter dozing off. When he heard the buzzer implying that someone had entered, he jolted awake immediately. "Fang Zhao. Why are you here?" Yu Qing hurriedly pulled Fang Zhao over to the table, and from his innermost cupboard, he took out wine that he had kept hidden for a long time. Fang Zhao was empty-handed. "Brought the team over to Muzhou for a vacation and bought quite a few things that'll be sent to you. You will probably receive it in the afternoon." Taking a look at the time, he continued, "Within 2 hours. Hey, it's fine if you just come. What's the need to buy so much stuff?" Yu Qing felt embarrassed. He had not helped Fang Zhao that much, and the stuff that Fang Zhao sent over was not cheap. Fang Zhao laughed and took a look at the front of Yu Qing's shop. It seemed even wider than when he had left the Black Street. "I brought over your old unit to store goods and I connected all the floors. The shop below also looks more spacious, and it's no longer as cramped as before," Yu Qing said. "That's good," Fang Zhao said. "Getting the unit next door as well. Hee, you saw through me." Yu Qing did not hide that fact, as he believed that telling Fang Zhao would not disrupt his property plans. "The shop next door has been closed for a long time. The shop owner owes a lot of money and is being chased by debt collectors. Recently, he secretly came back and decided to sell the shop to pay off his debts. I have already discussed with him, and if all goes well, it will be finalized within the next month. Congratulations. I should be the one doing the congratulating. You are famous now. Yu Qing poured Fang Zhao a glass of wine. Congratulations. It's unwarranted fame. It'll probably cool in a bit. Fang Zhao clinked his glass against Yu Qing's and the two proceeded to drain the alcohol. Coming back at this time, is there something you need? Yu Qing asked as he filled up Fang Zhao's glass once more. Yes, a little. Back when Fang Zhao had just woken up in this body, he had asked a few people on the Black Street, but those people had not noticed anything strange on that afternoon. This time, Fang Zhao decided to thoroughly search for answers. The night when I first picked up Curly Hair and brought him home, did anything unusual happen? Fang Zhao asked. Yu Qing looked at Fang Zhao suspiciously, then asked in a low voice, "Is someone trying to harm you?" Yu Qing could not think of any other reasons. He knew that Fang Zhao's childhood friend had done stuff in secret that hurt him and thought that Fang Zhao was tracing the matter. I just wish to clarify some stuff. Yu Qing was certain that it was as he had suspected and did not ask for the reason. He recalled back and then shook his head. Nothing really unusual happened that night. All I saw was you buying medicine and going back to your apartment, and I thought you were going to commit suicide and have Curly Hair accompany you. These types of suicide are rather popular in the black streets. Some youths in my shop at the time even made bets on that. My impression is rather deep on that matter, but other than that, there was nothing abnormal. I don't think there were any strangers either. Fang Zhao mused and then asked, were there any blackouts or any communications malfunctioning? Nope, everything was good. Did such malfunctions happen in your apartment that day? Yu Qing paused as he thought. Wait a minute, let me check. Yu Qing went to his surveillance records. Here is a copy of the surveillance footage of those 2 days. Take a look for yourself and see if you can find anything wrong. Thanks. Are there any other houses around here that have surveillance footage? I don't need those inside, just the outside footage will do. I do know a few, but to get their footage, you will probably have to spend some money. Yu Qing was very clear on the characters of people around these parts, especially a certain few that would not agree to help unless they benefited. Even if the surveillance footage had no value to them, they still would not give it out for free. This is no problem at all. It will be great as long as I can get it. Sure, since you are not short of cash. Don't come with me. If those people find out you are the one asking for it, the amount they ask for will surely skyrocket. Yu Qing temporarily closed his shop, since he did not have much business in the daytime anyway. He let Fang Zhao rest in the shop as he went to look for a few familiar faces in the neighborhood for their surveillance footage. None of them were willing to give it up, but with a reasonable price, there was no issue at all. An hour later, Yu Qing handed over 7 copies of surveillance footage from last May over to Fang Zhao. There were a few that used cloud storage rather than local storage. As they did not pay for it, the records are only up to 6 months ago and they no longer have last year's footage. 1 copy is 500. 3,500 will do, there is no need to pay me any extra. These prices had still gone through Yu Qing's bargaining. These people were just too much. Outdated footage that had nothing to do with them, yet they still asked for such a high price. Fang Zhao had just transferred the money over to Yu Qing when Yu Qing received a call from an old acquaintance from the Black Street. Hey, old Yu, I heard you are looking for last year's recordings. Why didn't you find me? I have quite a number of copies here. The person who contacted Yu Qing was a teenager. Recently, he had been doing decently in the Black Street and had a lot of information. He received news from the people that Yu Qing had looked for and knew about this, so he hurriedly contacted Yu Qing at the same time and enticed Yu Qing with low prices and a number of copies. Yu Qing glanced at Fang Zhao and saw him nodding his head, so he replied, "How many copies do you have? I want to inspect the goods first." You don't trust me? Could my goods be fake? It's unlikely to be fake, you don't have the guts. But all the recordings you have might not necessarily be of my vicinity. It's not considered too far, so how about this, I shall send it to you to view first. As you go through them, you can pay me, alright? I believe in old Yu's character, haha. Very quickly, the teenager sent Yuqing a few copies of videos. They were all footage of the whole of last May. When Yuqing was collecting the footage, he had gotten the entirety of May. Therefore, when the other party collected this footage from others, he'd taken the entirety of May as well. Of the 8 copies, only 3 are in my vicinity. The other 5, 3 of them are 100 meters away from my shop, and the other 2 are of another street, Yuqing told the other guy. That's why I told you to pay as you watched. The teenager did not even feel sorry. After all, he had already sent the videos over. If he could earn a little extra, then why not? The neighboring street isn't considered that far away, I don't know what you are looking for. Did you lose something? Maybe these few can give you some clues. Boss, you have already received them. At most, I will accept a little less for the footage that is further away. That's okay, right? Yuqing glanced at Fang Zhao, obtained his approval, and thus said, the 3 nearby ones are the same as everyone else, 500 for a copy. The other 3 from the same street will be 100 each. I will give you 50 for the 2 copies combined from the neighboring street. The other party went silent for 2 seconds, probably calculating the amount. So little. Give me 2,000 to make it a round figure. Yuqing looked at Fang Zhao once again. He knew that Fang Zhao did not care about these minuscule amounts. However, he could not let that brat think that he was easy to fool. He scolded and swore for a bit before agreeing. The teenager was happy to receive the money. Not even the least bit bothered by Yuqing's tirade, he happily ended the call. Yuqing took all the videos he got and marked them in case Fang Zhao was not familiar with the positions the footage had been taken from. After all, Fang Zhao had not lived here for long and he'd seldom come out. Having gotten the videos, and after the express deliveries from Muzhou arrived, Fang Zhao called over Ai Wan, who was having a nap in his drugstore, and the 3 of them had a meal together. Ai Wan also gave a copy of the surveillance footage from his store to Fang Zhao. After leaving the Black Street, Fang Zhao went back to his own apartment. He had bought 15 copies of footage and received 2 free copies from Yuqing and Ai Wan. Fang Zhao loaded all the videos onto one screen and adjusted till it was the night before his rebirth. Following that, he simultaneously fast-forwarded them all. Every recording was very clear, and the sounds were distinct. However, Fang Zhao chose to mute them, instead staring at the screen, observing any possible changes. Fang Zhao paid extra attention to the footage of Yuqing's shop and the other 10 copies that were close by. Fang Zhao saw a dejected silhouette walking over. Just from the video, he could see the despair and lifelessness exuding from his body. That was the night before Fang Zhao was reborn. The scene was after the original owner of the body had bought medicine from Ai Wan's drugstore. Indeed, there had been a number of people advising him against it, including Ai Wan and Yuqing and a few other old people. However, the body's original owner did not seem to be listening, his eyeballs not even moving, as if he was a wooden puppet. He only saw the curly-haired dog caked from head to toe in mud and dirt. He stopped there for a while and lifted up the curly-haired dog and brought it home. Once he entered the building, he was out of view. Luckily, there was a copy taken from the opposite block, which showed the shops below as well as the windows of the apartments on top. Fang Zhao watched as the lights in the window above Yuqing's shop were extinguished. After that, nothing unusual happened. At night, the Black Street was lively, many people came and went. Other than the few teenagers who made a wager inside Yuqing's shop, it seemed that no one else paid attention to a man that did not have much presence. Fang Zhao continued waiting, watching the images from the surveillance footage. From 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. 3 a.m. 4 a.m. The bustle of the black street at night gradually died down. There were less people on the street and some of the shops closed. Close to 7 a.m., the screen flashed. The flash was fast, lasting just a second, but this appeared in all 17 copies of the surveillance footage. After that, until daybreak, and until he was reborn and opened the windows to look outside, nothing else unusual happened. Was it an electrical malfunction? Or was it something else? Fang Zhao rewinded all the copies back to around 7, and this time, he paid close attention to the time. At 6:55 and 32 seconds a.m., the images on the screen flashed. The flash was strongest in the footage from Yuqing's shop. In that 1 second, nothing could be seen in the image, it was as if the system had malfunctioned for that second. As for the footage furthest away, although there was still a flash, and it was still possible to see a little. It seemed that the further away the footage was, the less obvious the situation was. In the images from further away, from another block, and from the other street, it was little more than a flicker in the footage. Comparing this, Fang Zhao started to ponder. Fang Zhao searched for that day's morning news broadcast and for anyone who live-streamed near the Black Street. Those even a little outside the Black Street did not seem to have experienced the flash. This circumstances only appeared in the Black Street. The closer the place was to his, the more obvious that point. Fang Zhao enlarged the video and focused on the copy that could see his apartment window. Luckily the distance was not that far, and Fang Zhao could still see a little. He set it to slow motion and watched attentively. At 6:55 and 32 seconds a.m., the screen lit up. At the same time, in the distorted image of the video, Fang Zhao saw a bright flash in the apartment through the window. The quietest period in the Black Street was 7 a.m. The people who worked in the day had not gotten up yet, and those that worked the night shift had just gone to bed. Not a single person was in the Black Street, and nobody would have understood the not-so-obvious anomaly that had just occurred. Even if someone had the surveillance footage and saw the flash, they would have probably thought it was an electrical malfunction or someone playing with a flashlight. Fang Zhao played the video in slow motion 10 more times before lying back in his chair, trying to make sense of it all. It was evident that the anomaly in the surveillance footage had something to do with what had happened inside the apartment. What was that flash? Did it have something to do with his rebirth? And Curly Hair, who was also in the room, had something happen to his body too? Extending his hand and clenching his fist, Fang Zhao felt power coursing through every cell in his body. At the start, when he'd been training in the company, he had realized that this body seemed to contain even more strength. He had originally thought that it was just the body, but now he had doubts. Having experienced the end of days, man's physicality had increased. However, due to technological advancements, on many occasions, labor and physical strength were no longer needed. Other than a few professions that required physical strength, most people no longer relied on their physical bodies, so there was a phenomenon of physical degeneration. The advancements in technology, alongside breakthroughs in genetic technology, resulted in many diseases that were hidden in genes being removed when a person was still an infant. The lifespans of humans kept increasing, and the number of life-threatening illnesses decreased. Exercise and physical training also become a pastime. The tempo of city life made less people bother about their physical strength. As long as one could use their brains to solve problems, they did not need muscles. Fang Zhao knew that in this body, other than the core being replaced by his own, the body had also been strengthened. As for Curly Hair, Fang Zhao did not know what had happened within his body, but the dog had definitely become stronger too. On the pastures, he would run much more than the other dogs, but he wouldn't seem tired at all. Oh, right. Now, Curly Hair had learnt to conceal his strength. He would now act like the other dogs, lying on the ground, panting with his tongue out, as if he was all tired out from running. Although it seemed like a lot of clues, in actual fact, there were very little. Fang Zhao still could not find the source that had caused his change. Was it his mysterious rebirth that had caused the anomaly, or had that anomaly caused his rebirth? Had curly hair been dragged into this, or had he been the source? Fang Zhao drummed his fingers on his forehead. Since he could not determine the source, he would set it aside temporarily. When he had more clues, then he would decide. After all, these changes had all been beneficial, both for him and curly hair. Luckily, so many things happened every day in the Black Street that even if anyone realized this phenomenon, they would not think about Rebirth and would probably guess that someone was up to something. Fang Zhao stored all the videos securely and then took out all of curly hair's pre-match and post-match inspection reports. The post-match reports were not a good reference, as they'd had a rest period after the competition. Fang Zhao was unable to see what changes went on in curly hair's body during the period of high activity and whether they were different from other dogs, but he could tell a little. Curly hair was very healthy. When the other dogs ate random things, they would have stomachaches or other problems, but curly hair was totally fine. Wu Yi had laughed and told Fang Zhao that, when curly hair had learned how to herd sheep in Muzhou, his constitution had improved and he had become much more robust. Despite his smaller size, when the dogs were all running, it was very obvious that this dog was different. He is a natural-born sheep-herding champion, Wu Yi had said after the Eastern Region Finals. But now, Fang Zhao was certain that, other than sheep herding, if curly hair were to learn anything else, he would master it quickly. His physical capabilities had already surpassed other dogs. Whether curly hair would continue to get stronger, Fang Zhao could not be sure. As for the anomalies that had happened simultaneously for the both of them, Fang Zhao had curbed his abilities well and had not been discovered by others. In the period that followed, most of the time, Fang Zhao was busy in the company. As the head of a department, he had many things to attend to. Fang Zhao had mentioned to Duan Xianji before, he could not go on like this forever. Back then, he had accepted the virtual projects department as there was nobody in charge and the entire matter had been forced into his hands. Now that the department had risen up, there were many people more professional than Fang Zhao to handle matters better. Therefore, there was no need for Fang Zhao to continue doing this. After he was reborn, all he wanted was to enjoy life in the new era as he liked, not to be buried under all sorts of forms, reports, and contracts. But Duan Xianji was worried that if Fang Zhao no longer took charge of the virtual idol department, the department would return to its original form and therefore did not agree. However, as September drew closer, Fang Zhao decided not to drag it any further. He went to find Duan Xianji once more, this time with a resolute attitude. This gave Duan Xianji a headache. The previous failures after failures had made her afraid. It had been so hard for Silver Wing's virtual projects department to finally succeed, and she wished for Fang Zhao to continue remaining there. However, Fang Zhao's specialty was indeed composing, not to handle all sorts of contracts, files, and the communications within a department. Fang Zhao's reasons for transferring also left Duan Xianji very helpless, require heading abroad from time to collect materials. During September, Fiery Bird will send the gaming console over, and September is for adapting to the console. In October, he would start to play the new game. Schedule will still be fully packed. This was the first time Duan Xianji had someone confidently declaring, playing games, as a reason for a transfer request. If it was any other person saying, I don't want to do this anymore, I want to play games, she would have sent the person packing right away. But of all people, this had to be Fang Zhao, who had the power to fight for his freedom to compose songs at his own pace. After signing a contract with the company, Fang Zhao had indeed produced a few high-quality compositions. His deeds were all there and the company had certainly benefited. This Duan Xianji could not refute. As for gaming, tactfully put, it was just a request for leisure time or longer vacations. These were all perfectly reasonable requests given Fang Zhao's profession. Threaten him with wages? This would be of no use against Fang Zhao. Right now, he simply did not need money. Although Duan Xianji had not been to Muzhou, she had heard from Zuiyu that Fang Zhao had won considerably from betting on sheep herding competitions. Even if Suiyu had not said the amount, Duan Xianji could tell from his expression that, even if Fang Zhao did not work and played games for a few years, he could still enjoy an extravagant life. How troublesome. Duan Xianji felt her head hurting even more. How about this? You will temporarily be assigned as manager of the department. I will arrange for an assistant manager to handle the daily affairs in the department and you can just compose peacefully, Duan Xianji said. She had not yet thought of what position to assign Fang Zhao, but she certainly was not letting Fang Zhao leave the virtual projects department. Fang Zhao considered for a bit. I guess that would do. The person assigned to be temporary assistant manager of the virtual idol department was Duan Xianji's secretary, Zhu Zhen. Zhu Zhen had always been in charge of communicating with Fang Zhao, so she somewhat had a decent understanding of the situation in the department. Now, the important matters of the virtual projects department went through Duan Xianji and the foundations had been set by Fang Zhao. Therefore, Zhu Zhen only needed to execute the instructions given and did not have too much pressure. Regarding a new temporary leader, Zhu Wen and the others did not feel much of a change. The department's boss was still Fang Zhao and they could still be at ease as before. If they really did get treated unfairly, they could still grab onto Fang Zhao. They just took this situation as if Polar Light had gained one more manager. Once the department's tasks had all been assigned, other than a few big or important matters, Fang Zhao would no longer be bothered by trivial matters. Fang Zhao had gone back to Muzhou to watch Curly Hair's daily training and the remaining rounds of competition. As they got to the later rounds of the competition, the challenges became more demanding for the shepherd dogs. But for Dongshan Farm, other than Curly Hair, the other dogs were lacking, and there was a disparity between them and other teams' dogs. Hence, after the 2 consecutive first-place finishes, Dongshan Farm only finished second in round 3 and third in round 4. Solely relying on Curly Hair. Whether the future Curly Hair would have that sort of capability, Fang Zhao did not know, but at the moment, there was still no way for Curly Hair to completely dominate the whole competition. He needed the coordination of the other dogs. If they did not coordinate well and could not keep up to the tempo, the teams behind could make a comeback. On the score table, after the 4th round, Dongshan Farm's points were still the highest and they still held first place, but Wu Yi and Su Ho began to worry. The later rounds of competition were even more complicated, and their confidence had started to waver. Luckily, in the 5th round of competition, due to an exceptional performance by Curly Hair, Dongshan Farm managed to narrowly edge into a first-place finish. It was as if one dog had spurred on the team. His speed was even quicker and had helped the other dogs share some of their burdens. The performance was very dazzling, and even people who knew just a little about sheep-herding competitions could see that the nucleus and driving force behind this team was still that little curly-haired dog. And during the 5th round of competition, Curly Hair's value had risen to 75 million. In the rounds that followed, they did not achieve first in every round but always remained within the top 3. The total accumulated points continued to lead over second and third. The days of the 10 rounds of competition were not fixed. Generally, there would be a round every 5 to 7 days. In the event of bad weather, the round would be brought forward or postponed. Muzhou advocated being natural, and forecasting weather was a test to them, to adapt to natural weather and make changes. After the last of the 10 rounds of competition ended, it was already August. Dongshan still occupied first place on the score table. Although there were times when another team had the same number of points as Dongshan, and there were times when they were nearly overtaken, Dongshan Farm had managed to persevere till the end. That day, the focus of the entirety of Muzhou was on Curly Hair, the lead dog of the champion team. Fully deserving of the most valuable dog title, his value was published on the sheep-herding competition's homepage, a new record of 100 million. This year, a dog that was foreign to Muzhou that looked like a pet had achieved the MVD of the finals. In Muzhou there emerged people who vowed to buy the curly-haired dog. Even if the price now had made many people back off, the number of rich and powerful willing to pay that amount was still plentiful. Other than the aristocrats of Muzhou, in Lijiu, Zero's agent was shaking. Pointing at Zero who was talking on the phone, he clenched his teeth and instructed the others. Watch him closely. Don't let him buy that dog. The news of a non-native dog of Muzhou having a value of 100 million spread to all continents, especially Yenzhou. Silver Wing were trending, because under their control, when people talked about the dog, it was always Yenzhou Silver Wing's virtual projects department manager's dog. The label, Yenzhou Silver Wing, was used as a search term by many internet users across the world. Wu Yi was over the moon. Su Ho, as the farm owner, was bombarded with all sorts of interviews. As for Curly Hair, after the competition ended, he received a medal followed by an official interview before being brought back to Yenzhou by Fang Zhao. Even though it was mentioned a lot in Yenzhou's news, the Yenzhou masses purely saw it as entertainment and were not as crazy over it as the Muzhou masses. Having just arrived in Yenzhou, Fang Zhao received a call from Duan Xinji. Back yet? Duan Xinji asked. Back. Did you bring Curly Hair back? Do you need me to send a few more people over? Duan Xinji asked again. No need, he is back home. That's good. She let out a sigh of relief. She was really worried that the dog-crazy fanatics of Muzhou would have forced Curly Hair to stay behind. Today, a number of directors personally came looking for me, asking to let your dog that is worth 100 million to appear in films. All of them are rather famous directors, the quality production would be higher and is worth considering. Other than that, there are also advertising companies. Duan Xianji had never expected that her own company would produce a dog worth 100 million. Many celebrities had strived but never reached these heights, yet this dog that had been brought over to Muzhou by Fang Zhao half a year ago had achieved these heights. The information has all been sent to you. Take a look yourself, the dog is yours and it's considered your personal property. The deciding rights all belong to you, Duan Xianji said. With regards to Curly Hair's situation, the company could not decide, but if Fang Zhao was willing, everyone could work together. I will consider it, Fang Zhao replied. He actually hoped that the matter would cool off as fast as possible, but completely rejecting advertisements and hiding Curly Hair would not do. This would just heighten people's curiosity and make them suspect all sorts of reasons. He would accept the films and advertisement, but not too many. After Duan Xianji ended the call, Fang Zhao received a message from Zhu Wen. Boss, when will you be bringing Curly Hair back to the office? We all have renovated a grand residence for him. Under that, there were messages from the others in the department, implying he should look after Curly Hair well and not let him be stolen, 100 million. Fang Zhao switched off the communications device, sent Sui Yu out on an errand, and closed all the doors and windows. Come here, Fang Zhao said to Curly Hair, who was running about the house. Having been away for so long. Curly Hair was still very excited, as if he were patrolling his territory, and ran a few rounds. Hearing Fang Zhao call him, he hurried over and crouched down. However, Fang Zhao's gaze unsettled Curly Hair, so he wagged his tail to curry favor. You don't have to act in front of me. I know you can understand. Perhaps in the past, you only understood a little, but now. Fang Zhao placed his hand in front of Curly Hair, watching the dog as he continued, I believe you can understand everything. The crouching Curly Hair became even more restless, as if he had done something wrong. He drooped his head and wagged its tail less, looking up gingerly at Fang Zhao. You are probably aware that you are different from other dogs. No matter what changes happened in your body, for our own safety, in the future, do not make yourself stand out when we are outside. Of course, don't act too stupid. Keeping at the current level will do. We are in the same boat, understand? Woof. Fang Zhao observed Curly Hair for some time to make sure he understood the lecture before taking him back to the office. It was true what Zhu Wen had said, the label had set up a new hangout for Curly Hair. As soon as he stepped onto the 50th floor, Fang Zhao saw several pictures on the wall. Some were taken by Zhu Wen and company during their recent trip to the Muzhou Grand Finals, others were official pictures from the prize presentation ceremony. The walls had originally been dominated by posters of Polar Light, but now Polar Light and Curly Hair each accounted for half the area. As Zhu Wen put it, both of these characters were products of the Virtual Projects department, even if Curly Hair was Fang Zhao's personal pet. Fang Zhao was the head of the department, so Curly Hair was part of the department too. Curly Hair's new digs took up an entire room. It was custom-made, complete with a turf carpet. Curly Hair is here. Oh, my little munchkin. Zhu Wen smiled so hard when he saw Curly Hair by Fang Zhao's feet he was wincing. A cheesy term like munchkin carried over from the competition to the office. There were reasons why they allocated and renovated an entire room for a dog. First, Curly Hair's market value had gone through the roof and he was now world famous. Second, everyone had bet on Dongshan Farm winning and Curly Hair taking MVD honors when they were in Muzhou. They had raked it in big time. Folks who had wagered smaller amounts were now regretting their decision. Zhu Wen was one of the major punters, earning at least 2 million. That's also why he was so excited to see Curly Hair that he called him Little Munchkin. Boss, I hear the label wants to cast Curly Hair in a movie. Zhu Wen asked. That's why I'm here. After dropping off Curly Hair on the 50th floor, Fang Zhao headed to the penthouse suite to see Duan Qinji. He had read through the details on the offers that Duan Qinji had sent over. He'd picked a few commercials and a hit online TV series. It was a guest star role for one episode, not heavy lifting. He'd also agreed to a few public interest announcements, which were also recommended by the label. The public interest ad was about stray dogs. The main purpose was to urge people to take the responsibility of buying a pet seriously. Sure, you would be free if you tossed your pet after a few days, but not every abandoned dog ended up in a centralized pound. Stray dogs were common in the suburbs and beyond. Not only were they a potential means of disease transmission, but they occasionally attacked humans too. Many people knew that Curly Hair had been a stray dog before being adopted by Fang Zhao, but few had expected this stray dog would end up an MVD with a market value of more than $100 million. It made sense for the label to consider it for public interest ad. The ad was financed by Silver Wing. A few stars would appear in it and Fang Zhao had a cameo, but the centerpiece was Curly Hair. After deciding on the offers, as the owner, Fang Zhao tagged along on the shoots. Likely as a result of Fang Zhao's reminders, Curly Hair appeared more normal on his shoots. He was still smart, but normal, smart. There were lots of smart dogs in the world. Muzhou was home to many shepherd dogs with high IQ, so the production crews on the shoots didn't think Curly Hair stood out. The ad were quite straightforward, be they the commercial shot by a regular Silver Wing partner or the public interest ad shot by Silver Wing itself. Shooting went smoothly. Given technological advancements in the new era, both shoots were completed back-to-back in a day. The online TV series took longer, with the shoot lasting a few days. City Hunter was a detective thriller. Quite a few major stars were involved. Ad featuring Curly Hair were rolled out once his role had been confirmed. Some folks joked, even the dogs used in City Hunter are big shots. While Fang Zhao was tagging along on the shoot, he noticed that quite a few folks were following news about Battle of the Century. Fiery Bird had released a new ad, which was more revealing. During a break, some folks projected the ad so everyone could see. The ad featured a dilapidated city resembling a wasteland. Several helicopters were charging forward. As they watched the scene, someone shouted, "I know what that is." That's what was known in the old era as a tractor. Fang Zhao waited for one of the others in the audience to correct the speaker, but after a few seconds, all he got was silence. He turned his head and realized that everyone else wore an expression that suggested mystery solved. After letting out an imaginary sigh, Fang Zhao said, it's called a helicopter. This one's for freight. Helicopter? I could have sworn it was called a tractor. The speaker was skeptical, but a quick search yielded the correct information on Fiery Bird's official website. The words, mid-sized double-propeller freight helicopter, were highlighted. Oh, it's really called a helicopter. I remembered wrong, The speaker laughed in Fang Zhao's direction. Brother, you're good at history. Are you a gamer? They're quite meticulous when it comes to historical details, no? Before Fang Zhao could answer, the speaker's attention was drawn by something else in the video and he started a discussion with the person next to him. Fang Zhao was sitting far from the speaker, so he could see the projection clearly too. The images were realistic, as if transporting him back to his previous life. Even though footage from the old era existed, Fiery Bird splurged on a 100-person team of consultants to recreate those times perfectly. The team comprised world-famous researchers on the period of destruction. There were historians, scholars who studied the history of science, biomedical experts, weapons experts, and so on. The point was to recreate the era comprehensively and realistically. Apart from the promotional video, Fiery Bird also launched an online feature that introduced daily items from the old era, from food to daily necessities to modes of transportation. If you had a gaming console, you could start practicing using the items. There was a big distinction between the two eras when it came to guns and forms of transportation. It helped to familiarize oneself with them ahead of time. After Curly Hair shot his scenes, Fang Zhao returned to the office. He was caught up on all his outstanding tasks. The shoots for the ad and the TV series had been completed. There wasn't anything else left. It was noon when he arrived in the virtual projects department. His staff had gathered for lunch. When Fang Zhao walked in, they were discussing items from the old era. He had already heard his share of complaints from members of the production crews for Curly Hair's shoots. How come automatic transmission isn't the same as automatic driving? Why is the steering wheel round? Why are the gas pedal and the brake pedal so close to each other? Why was it so hard to drive in the old era? I need to switch to a luxury car that places the gas pedal on the steering wheel. What the hell is a bicycle? Why doesn't it run on its own when you get on it? Why is it so hard to maintain your balance? Wait, there are also electric scooters, motorbikes, and experiential vehicles. Forget it, I'll pass on the bike. What the hell can you do with so few bullets in a clip? People in the new era were used to easily operated and smart technology. Relics from the old era struck them as clumsy and a hassle. They even wondered why these things existed in the first place. Zhu Wen and company were also discussing the practice tools launched by Fiery Bird. Obviously, they were still getting used to them. Boss, we were discussing Fiery Bird consoles in our tech discussion group yesterday again. I steeled myself this year and ordered a cabin-style console from Fiery Bird. It's an upgrade from the 9th generation console. They say the cabin-style console is more realistic than the helmet-style one, but word has it they're coming out with a new design for their 10th generation console, but they haven't announced any details. Boss, the one you're getting is a 10th generation, right? Yes. So it's the 10th generation console, Rhapsody? The one announced on the official website? The one coming out along with the 9th generation upgrade? Yup. Is it being delivered to the office? To my house. Zhu Wen and company were instantly disappointed when they heard Fang Zhao's response. They were thinking that, if the console were delivered to the office, they could pose for pictures with it. In fact, Fang Zhao had originally planned on having the console delivered to the office, but after rethinking it, he'd had Fiery Bird send it to his house. He could play freely at home, but being too reckless at the office would cause a bad influence. Even though Fang Zhao was given free rein, others were working. He didn't want to sow the seeds of jealousy or prevent other departments from going about their business. After noticing that his body had mutated, Fang Zhao had also set up a gym at his home. That would free up the company gym for others. He could also exercise more freely at home and keep his secret under wraps. Boss, do you know how to drive a regular car? Or ride a bike? Or use a gun? Zhu Wen was firing on all cylinders. Tools from the old era are too difficult to use. I've already summoned the level of determination I had for my college entrance exams. I do, Fang Zhao responded. You figured it out already? But I did too, ha ha ha. Among our group, only Wan Yu is still learning, Zhu Wen said with a laugh. Wan Yu wore a massive frown. She found the tools a handful. We'll be fine as long as you guys know how to use them. We're going to play together anyway, right? No worries. You have me, Zheng Huang said. Right. Right. If you can't figure out the tools, we'll help out, Zhu Wen said with a nod. Fang Zhao restrained himself from raining on the parade. He hadn't played the game yet, but he was skeptical as to how accurately it could recreate the old era. Electronic competition had become among the top sporting events, and with advancements in technology, the internet was omnipresent and electronic competition had permeated into everyone's lives. This new form of electronic competition had overtaken many older sports, and throughout the world, it was known as the most widely accepted sporting entertainment program. For entertainment, other than film, music, and live streams, there was one other major player, and that was gaming. Its place in the new era was much higher than that of football, basketball, or other sports. Electronic competition also had no lack of stars. The main team members of the 5 esports clubs of Yenzhou had influence comparable to the A-listers of Silver Wing, and every time they participated in large-scale competitions, these main team members would take the stage at the same time, so the influence they had was naturally even bigger. Song Miao lamented, the drama series that I was watching is going to have a break after today. I have to wait till February or March next year to catch the next episode. No choice, if it continues on like this, it will die out, Zhu Wen said. Battle of the Century, which was about to be released, had captured most of the attention and popularity. Movies and online television had seen a decline since the start of the year. During July and August, there had been a sharp drop in viewership. If it continued on till September, many investors would be disappointed with the results. Hence, other than a few highly popular drama series, many other programs went into a rest period, giving way to Battle of the Century. Yesterday in the chat group, I heard those from the film department mentioning that the gamer actors, those dual-profession celebrities, have been recalled by their clubs. Probably to prepare for the publicity that's to come, Rodney added in. Gamer actors, dual-profession celebrities? Fang Zhao totally did not understand this. It means that they are actors and, at the same time, they are professional gamers too, Zhu Wen explained. Some gaming stars would enter into showbiz as they played. For some, they would sign contracts after their prime and hold both professions. And there were some that were discovered when they were still schooling. After signing on with a company, the company would arrange for them to enter professional gaming competitions. All of them can be considered a form of investment by the company and have been lying in wait for the past couple of years just for this time. However, I feel that, even if the company manages to recall all these people back, it will not have much of an impact. Just recalling what happened 10 years ago. Oh, right, boss, 10 years ago, you were still in secondary school, right? You probably didn't pay much attention to this, Zhu Wen said. Fang Zhao understood what Zhu Wen said by not much of an impact on the second day. The previous day, there had still been a number of movie and film stars appearing on the headlines of each major entertainment media's news, but today, all the trending news by the big media firms was dominated by news related to esports clubs. With this widespread news coverage, movies and music both took a back seat. The big esports clubs had all started preparations a year ago. They had declined invitations to all sorts of competitions, and even when they did participate, they only sent out their second-string or third-string players. They had hand-picked gamers from all sort of genres and had focused on Battle of the Century, training intensely for it. Some clubs were even rumored to have engaged a military school for a few months of military training. All the clubs had been in confined training, all for today, where they would remove the secrecy surrounding them. When Fang Zhao was watching the entertainment news, he realized that of all the trending stars that appeared, 90% were from Yenzhou's big 5 esports clubs. A certain gaming superstar riding an automated car could also start trending. And this was just the start. August 26, Qian City's People's Stadium, the largest stadium in Yenzhou. One of Yenzhou's Big 5, Big Dipper Esports Club held a pre-battle pledging ceremony. 1 million fans went in person, and those unable to enter just stood directly outside the stadium. August 27, at Qian's business center's highest building complex, at the Jungle of Light public square, Transcendental Esports Club held a pre-battle pledging ceremony, and vast crowds were present. August 29, 2S Esports Club rented out Yenzhou's largest garden on a lake to hold its pre-battle pledging ceremony. The live broadcast nearly jammed from viewership. August 30, Boom Esports Club held their pre-battle pledging ceremony on the summit of Yenzhou's highest mountain. Photographers nearly froze. August 31, HWR Esports Club held their pre-battle pledging ceremony on a virtual stage. Team Captain Jess said, "We have the lowest profile," then proceeded to display a video of the team driving cars and motorbikes from the old era, causing fans to scream non-stop. A digital fan fainted from excitement and was sent to the hospital. Although the game was to be officially released in October, during the entirety of September, the teams would all undergo adaptive training. To the business-minded esports clubs, the battle had already started early. September 1, 8 a.m., Fiery Bird released an official announcement. The Battle of the Century age restriction would be altered. From the original 16 years and above, it was raised to 18 and above. A clear-cut rule, people below 18 were prohibited from playing. An hour after the announcement was released, several hundred 17-year-olds staged a sit-in outside the entrance of Fiery Bird's office, pressing Fiery Bird to lower the age restriction from 18 to 17. After that, their parents were called. Fiery Bird's official spokesperson explained that protesting at the entrance would do no good. The limit had been set by the Electronic Competition Union in conjunction with other relevant departments for the good of everyone's physical and mental well-being. Because of the internet, kids in the new era matured faster. Smarter kids knew a lot. However, this did not mean that their mentalities were mature. One's outlook on the world, life, and values could be seriously influenced by small matters. Previously, Fiery Bird had set the age restriction as 16, but now, after some prudent consideration, they had determined it necessary to be raised. The game was too dangerous for minors. Fang Zhao received a call from Su Ho early in the morning. As he had not reached the age restriction, Su Ho could not play Battle of the Century. Thus, he had called Fang Zhao to relieve some of his misery, and his motive was to borrow curly hair from Fang Zhao. Su Ho had bought a few decent shepherd dogs and had hired a professional to specially train them. However, the results were not so good, so he wished to loan curly hair for a bit. Who knows, maybe with curly hair to spur them on, those dogs would learn faster. The same had happened back at Shanmu Farm. Fang Zhao did not agree right away, he needed to consider first. After ending the call with Su Ho, Fang Zhao called curly hair over. "Do you want to head to a Muzhou farm to play? Su Ho called and wants to borrow you." Woof. Curly hair's tail wagging was extra jubilant, seeming like he was very excited. He preferred carefree running on real grasslands. The house was a little too small, he had gotten used to running in fields. After returning to Qian, he had felt that there was too little space. "Remember what I told you before. Make sure you guard the farm properly when you are over there." Woof. "I'll get Su Ho to come fetch you." Woof. Curly hair frisked about happily in the house. When Fang Zhao told Suho the news, Suho was very happy. He had been waiting for these words. I will leave Muzhou and pick him up right away. Ding! Suddenly, there was a new notification. Fang Zhao gave Suho his address and said a little more before ending the call and checking the notification. Your express delivery is arriving. Please be ready to receive it. Fang Zhao's unit was on the top floor of the building. When he'd bought over the apartment, half of the top floor had been a garden. Since buying it over from Xue Jing, Fang Zhao had not made many changes, only expanding the parking space slightly. After receiving the notification, Fang Zhao stepped outside. He did not have to wait long before he saw a black dot approaching from the distance. The black dot increased its speed. It was a transport drone. When it arrived on top of the parking space, it slowly descended. A black metal case was lowered onto the space. Fang Zhao verified receiving the goods and the express delivery drone left. The case was encrypted. When Fang Zhao scanned in the details of his identity, the case automatically opened. Inside the metal case was another transparent case made from some unknown material. Within it was a humanoid-shaped machine that looked like a robot. Fang Zhao was puzzled, when had he ordered a robot? But after reading the description on the transparent case, Fang Zhao understood. This was not a robot, it was the 10th generation game console that Fiery Bird's headquarters had sent over. The machine was mainly white in color with black veins running across it and the red Fiery Bird insignia. So this is their new gaming console? The thought had never crossed his mind. At this moment, Fang Zhao's bracelet notified him of an incoming call. It was from an unknown number. Fang Zhao considered for a bit before answering the call. Hello, is this Mr. Fang Zhao? A somewhat boorish voice asked. Yes. That's me. Hi, I am Zachary, an engineer from Fiery Bird's Yenzhou department, in charge of installation of the machine and servicing. We have received notification that you have accepted the console. May I ask if you have time today? If you are free, we can be at your place in 20 minutes to help you install the console and to guide you on its usage. If you are busy, we can reschedule for another time. I don't have anything else going on. I will be at home. All right, we will have to trouble you to wait for another 20 minutes. My assistants and I will leave for your place right away. Since there were engineers coming over to install the console, Fang Zhao temporarily left the case lying there. Boss, what is this? A robot for the chores? Zuiyu had come over to deliver a set of files that required Fang Zhao to sign. As there was a case in the parking space, Zuiyu had to park the car at the public garage below before coming up. When he saw the case there, he became suspicious. What had Fang Zhao bought a robot for? Chores. On closer inspection of the robot, he saw the insignia on its chest and doubted even more. Since when did Fiery Bird create robots for housework? It's not for housework, it's Fiery Bird's 10th generation game console, Fang Zhao told him. That fabled 10th generation game console. Zuiyu was still full of doubt. This is a game console. Only after reading the description on the clear case did Zuiyu believe that Fang Zhao was not pulling his leg. It really is. The fabled 10th generation looks like this. What were the designers thinking? Although his words about Fiery Bird's designers seemed full of disdain, Zuiyu was still very curious and kept circling the case. Knowing that the engineers were about to arrive, he was not in a rush to leave. He had planned to return immediately to the company after getting Fang Zhao to sign the files, but these files were not especially urgent, as long as they were returned by today, it would be fine. He wanted to stay longer and take a look. If it had been a helmet or a cabin-style gaming console, Zuiyu would not have been that curious or interested, even if it was a new model from Fiery Bird. However, this gaming console's shape aroused the curiosity in him. It's probably an exoskeleton type. I never thought I would live to see the day there would be an exoskeleton-type design of a game console. It's a pity the appearance doesn't look impressive enough. As Suiyu examined it, he clicked his tongue in wonder and could not help but open the case and touch it. Fang Zhao understood what Suiyu meant by exoskeleton. The hard shell on the surface of the body protecting the soft interior of prawns, crabs, and bugs was known as an exoskeletons. Humans also had related projects as a means to protect the relatively weak and fragile human body. Actually utilizing machinery as an exoskeleton had been used during the end of days. During that period, there were scientists that had started an exoskeleton project, but the technology had not advanced enough and Fang Zhao hadn't gotten to wear an exoskeleton combat suit in his past life. In the new era, during the period when mankind had started exploring other planets, these technologies had advanced rapidly, but the majority of their use was in the military and for medical treatment. The general public's deepest impression of exoskeletons were their use as armor by the Outer Space Corps. Its use in entertainment was not much, due to the high manufacturing costs, and there were no companies willing to try. No one would have expected that Fiery Bird's 10th generation would choose to use an exoskeleton type. It seemed like, when Fiery Bird had announced that the 10th generation would have revolutionary changes, they'd meant that they had started on an exoskeleton project and it had become reality. It's a pity that it is just a game console. How great would it be if it were a real power exoskeleton? There was a hint of envy in Zuiyu's eyes. Have you worn that sort of power suit? Fang Zhao asked. Nope, I enlisted in the military very early. My studies were all completed in military school. When I was assigned my posting, I was sent to the anti-terrorism unit and could not get out. Suiyu was full of regret. Could not get out meant that he could not leave the planet. This had been a regret of Suiyu's. He had originally wanted to continue making a living in the military and one day finally get out, but because of a few mistakes, he had been discharged from the military. However, Fiery Bird's 10th generation console made him anticipate again. Fiery Bird's goal is probably to let more people get a kick. Those power exoskeletons sold online are made from a different material, and the technology and feeling cannot compare to the real ones. Since Fiery Bird has made the 10th generation as an exoskeleton, given their reputation, the feeling after wearing it might not be same as the real ones, but it should be close. As Fang Zhao and Zuiyu were talking, a flying car came. There was no space to park the car, so a middle-aged person in working attire hopped off. He showed Fang Zhao his working ID and said, "Hi, I am the engineer that spoke to you just now, Zachary." Zachary looked like a worker from a Muzhou farm. He was tanned, full of vigor, and his rough hands were full of calluses. After the self-introductions, Zachary pressed somewhere on the transparent case and 4 wheels appeared. Zachary pushed the case aside and let his helper land the car. "Mr. Fang, where do you want the machine to be placed?" Zachary asked. "This room." Fang Zhao opened a room he had prepared beforehand. There was nothing else inside the room. Zachary pushed the case into the room and he and his helper got down to work. While assembling the machine, he explained to Fang Zhao the superiority the 10th generation machine had over the 9th generation one. This is the power exoskeleton model, or mobile clothing. It is very convenient and doesn't burden you when being worn. For example, if you are tired, you can just eat, drink or sleep in the suit. Other than bathing, you can basically wear this for everything. This also fulfills the desires towards the outer space core that some gamers have. If you can adapt to this, even if you wear the outer space core power suit in future, you will not find much of a difference. Of course, this exoskeleton does not have the same functions as the power suits of the outer space core. After all, the power suits of the outer space core are weapons, and this is just a game console. It can only imitate that sort of feeling. Other than that, it will let you have a more realistic experience of gaming. As Zachary was explaining, Zuiyu was eager to give it a try. "Boss, later, after you have tried it, could I try it out too?" Fang Zhao nodded. Sure. After the installations and inspection were completed, Zachary instructed Fang Zhao on how to put it on. Actually, it was not really complicated, as it was all automated as long as he confirmed his identity and usage rights. Fang Zhao could feel himself wearing an outer shell, but he did not feel it stifling or restrictive. Waving his hands, swinging his shoulders, walking, jumping, all these actions felt very unhindered. What Zachary had said about wearing it to eat, drink, and sleep was all true. Okay, now we can enter the adapting phase. I recommend lying down. If you remain standing, once you enter the game for a long period of time, your nerves and muscles will not feel exhausted, as the suit bears the strain, but once you leave the game, you will experience the side effects. Sitting is fine too, but I still recommend lying down, Zachary instructed. Fang Zhao did not proceed to find a bed, instead just lying down on the floor. Following Zachary's instructions, he entered the adapting phase. It was as if his soul had been removed from his body. Fang Zhao felt himself standing at an unfamiliar place. He could no longer feel the original feeling of lying on the floor. In front of him was a basketball, and his surroundings were transformed into a basketball court. The ground below him was a wooden floorboard, and the clothes he was wearing were basketball attire and shoes. Mr. Fang, you have now entered the adapting sequence. You can freely exercise. We will monitor your degree of adaptation. Zachary's voice seemed to be just beside his ear. Fang Zhao did not waste any time. He walked over and picked up the basketball. He could clearly feel the lines of the basketball in his hands. Indeed, very real. Fang Zhao started trying to bounce the ball. Thump. 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 The sound of the basketball smashing against the ground, combined with the sound of the basketball whizzing through the air, stimulated his excited senses. Fang Zhao bounced the ball and moved forward. His bouncing became faster and faster as he got more proficient with the dribbling movement. In the room, Zachary watched the charts displayed by the measurement apparatus and then looked at the comprehensive numbers at the side. On it was displayed a 60. The maximum value was 100. Normally there would be no issues upon reaching 60. Glancing at these numbers, a relaxed smile appeared on Zachary's face. Not too bad, hitting 60 means that you can use it often, your adaptability is good. With another month of adapting, you might even hit 70. Zachary had not finished speaking when he lost his voice. He stared blankly at the screen displaying the adaptability value. Originally stabilizing at 60, it had begun to move again. 61, 64. 68, 72. What had he just said? With another month of adapting? In less than 30 minutes, the adapting value had jumped from 60 to 75. TSK, this adaptability is indeed strong. Zachary's assistant exclaimed in astonishment. The value stabilized at 75. Zachary laughed and shook his head. Never expected that Mr. Fang's adaptability to the new machine would reach 75. I'm afraid some people in the company are going to be disappointed. If Mr. Fang hadn't adapted to the machine well, the moment he put it up for sale, quite a number of people in the company would have bought it immediately, but now it seems like these people won't even get a chance. Master. Zachary's helper, Boken, shouted out. What? Zachary asked. He was sending messages and thus did not look up. The value changed again. Zachary was displeased. Nonsense, the value is always changing constantly. It is fine as long as it modulates around a certain range. Have you forgotten all that I taught you? No, take a look. Zachary lifted his head up to look at the value of the screen, and his eyes slowly widened. The value that had originally stabilized around the 75 mark had began to rise upward again. 78, 79, 80, 81. Although it was not rising that quickly, it was indeed increasing. This could not be explained rationally anymore. This this adaptability is way too strong, right? Thinking of something, Zachary turned his head and asked Suiyu. Is your boss really an artist? Does he meddle with anything else? Suiyu was equally baffled. He really is only a composer. For adapting training, other than basketball, Fang Zhao played football and badminton, rode a bicycle, drove a car, practiced archery, and many other events. The realism he felt got more and more intense, as if he was really standing in an empty room and playing with all this equipment, not inside a game. When Fang Zhao exited from the adaptive training mode, he was sweating profusely. As he separated from the game console, only then did he realize the casual attire he was wearing was entirely soaked and his entire body felt as if he had really done all those sports. How mysterious. Fang Zhao looked at the taut muscles on his arm before using the sleeves of this shirt to wipe sweat off his face. He turned to face Zachary and Boken who were standing there in a daze. Are they any problems? Fang Zhao asked. No. No problems. Zachary glanced at the display showing a bright red 91, then looked at Fang Zhao who was still standing there and asked, do you feel anything abnormal? For example, headaches or no sense of balance? Fang Zhao walked a few steps, then jumped on the spot. Everything seems to be fine. Only, at the moment when I was leaving the training mode, I felt a little dizzy, but I was all right after a few seconds. Zachary checked all the results displayed on the screen that showed readings of his bodily functions. All these had been taken when Fang Zhao was in the training mode. These readings showed that Fang Zhao was not lying and he was perfectly fine. When using the 10th generation for the first time, separating from the console for the first time will indeed cause a little dizziness. In the future, after using it a few times, it will not occur anymore. Taking a look at the final figures, Zachary lamented. Mr. Fang, how was the experience of using it? Very good, Fang Zhao replied. It's very easy to get addicted. A proud smile appeared on Zachary's face. To be able to let players become addicted is our greatest accomplishment. Seems like Mr. Fang also knows how to find joy in games. It seemed like this gaming console would not be sold after all. Boss, can I try it? Zuiyu asked in eager anticipation. Fang Zhao looked toward Zachary. Can he use it? Zachary nodded his head. This machine's owner is you, Mr. Fang. As long as you authorize it, he will be able to use it. Zachary taught Fang Zhao how to set up the authorized users. All done. This gentleman can enter and try it out, Zachary said. Once Suiyu entered the training mode, Fang Zhao saw that the last screen in front of Zachary displayed a 76. Zachary then explained to Fang Zhao the meaning of that number. This gentleman is also adapting very well. Zachary watched the numbers jumping up, turned his head to Fang Zhao and asked, he is your bodyguard, right? Yes. Fang Zhao saw the misgiving in Zachary's eyes, so he asked, are there any problems? Zachary thought about what to say before shaking his head. Nothing. He just thought that this bodyguard's adaptability would probably not be higher than this young man who said he was a composer. Although the value rose up, this was probably because Zuiyu had used a lot of similar machinery. Just now, when Fang Zhao had been using the machine, Zachary had talked to Zuiyu and knew that Zuiyu was an old hand. Zachary's eyes were on the charts and numbers on the screen, and Fang Zhao was watching the machine lying on the floor in wonder. Just now, he had been the one wearing the gaming suit and lying there. Being totally immersed in the adaptive training mode, he had not known what the situation outside was like. Now he knew that, when he had been vigorously exercising in the adaptive training mode, outside of the mode, his body had seemed sedated, only slight trembles being seen. The machine that covered the surface of the body was full of sensors. These sensors would gather all sorts of data and would transmit it to a processor. Finally, it would appear as charts and numbers in front of Zachary. The adaptability value that was at 76 rose to 87 before coming to a complete stop. Suiyu separated from the machine with a satisfied grin and was soaking wet. Indeed, the experience compared to all the older game consoles is way more intense. It is worthy of being called the 10th generation. Most likely, compared to the real power suits, there won't be much difference. 87. The grin on Suiyu's face turned into shock when he saw the value. I only got 87. He still remembered that Fang Zhao had achieved a value of 91 a short while back. Zachary grudgingly said, exceeding 85 is considered first-rate, this is already very high. My boss got a 91 just now. Suiyu felt that his own ability had been looked down upon. Your boss has an impressive adaptability, Zachary said. I was from the Special Forces. Your boss is still your boss. Zachary could only think of this reason. Confirming that usage would not be hindered and having gotten an adaptability of 90+. Zachary was not the least bit worried that Fang Zhao would encounter any problems. He sent a copy of a detailed guide to Fang Zhao and left a means of contact. If there are any issues with the machine, just call this number. Even if I am not free, my colleagues will rush over and help you service it. As they had other tasks, Zachary did not stay for too long. After exhorting a few important points to Fang Zhao, he left along with his assistant. The casing that had originally been used to store the 10th generation machine was also taken away by them. After showering and changing into a set of clean and dry clothes, Fang Zhao called out to Suiyu, who was still sitting there bewildered. They would be heading back to the company together. Although he was now a manager that did not need to handle matters personally, he still had to return occasionally to keep an eye on things. The game console had already been delivered and installed. In the next few days, he would probably spend a lot of time playing. Today, he wanted to head down to the company and ask if there were any more documents that required his signature or approval. After a round in the virtual projects department, Fang Zhao held on to a set of documents that Zhu Zhen had handed him and took the elevator to the film department to check on some of the programs that Polar Light and the film departments were collaborating on. Entering the elevator, Fang Zhao noticed 5 others inside, an older manager and 4 youngsters who seemed like university students, 3 guys and a girl. Most likely, the parking garage above was full, so they needed to come up from the lower garages. The manager recognized Fang Zhao and laughed as he exchanged greetings. Manager Fang, heading to the top floor to give your report. Nope, I'm heading to the film department. You brought newcomers again. Fang Zhao remembered him bringing another group of youngsters a while back. Yeah, these 4 are here to receive priority development, the manager said, not hiding anything. Fang Zhao understood. These were probably part of the company's reserve strategy. With the entertainment market being dominated by gaming, the company would transfer over these dual-profession gamer actors and give them prioritized development. The 5 of them were also headed for the film department. When the elevator doors opened, that older manager did not step out first, instead making an "after you" gesture to Fang Zhao. Originally, 2 of the youngsters had lifted their legs to step out, but seeing their manager do that, they retracted their step. After Fang Zhao was some distance away from the elevator, a few of the youngsters then asked their new manager, "Who is that?" "The number 1 in the virtual projects department." "You guys are new here, so you wouldn't be familiar," the manager told them. "Also a manager?" A youngster wearing a baseball cap pointed in the direction he'd left. Finding it hard to imagine, he continued, "That guy is a department manager. He looks to be around the same age as me. Is he famous?" "Yes, he is the manager of the virtual projects department. A while back, Fiery Bird sound effects department had even mentioned him. Back then, you guys were having SEAL training and did not pay attention to entertainment news. That man is really impressive. The virtual projects department rose up under his watch, and he is the new star of music composition circles. He is so great he can even discuss terms with Director Duan." Back then, everyone shunned the virtual projects departments, but now they're finding ways to try and squeeze themselves into the department. The benefits are great, wages are high, and the prospects are plentiful. Sounds really impressive, but we do not have much of a relationship with him. He is not part of the gaming circle, a short-haired girl playing with a gaming device in her hand said indifferently. That's true, but in the future, if you meet him around the company, do take notice, the manager exhorted. Got it. The four youngsters agreed but did not really think much of the matter. Music and composition seemed too far away for them, and they would not be joining the virtual projects department. No matter how impressive the other person was, it did not really affect them much. At most, just giving way to him in the company would do. When Fang Zhao found the film department's manager he was watching a live broadcast of an interview. Hao knew that Fang Zhao did not know much about the gaming circles and thus explained, 2S esports club's ace Kuzimo's popularity is on the uprise. Thinking of something. Hao laughed. This brat even slighted your department today. Hao told Fang Zhao about this morning's news. At that time, Fang Zhao had been at home for the installation of the game console, and had not paid attention to the news. This brat was not satisfied with Fiery Bird's choice of a virtual idol to be the spokesperson. He felt that they were the most professional and wrote a few letters to Fiery Bird's headquarters requesting a change in spokesperson. He felt that endorsement of a game should be done by the most professional and outstanding people. Seems like Fiery Bird's side gave him some slack, so Kuzimo seemed particularly happy today. He thinks that the virtual projects department have gotten all they can for the last time and won't be so lucky in the future. These few reputable esports clubs were no longer having sealed training. The reason for sealed training was to keep their training methods and tactics secret. Sealed training was for the teams to get used to the game and come up with methods to tackle things they did not understand. When they started their practice, the image would not have been beautiful, and if videos were released, they might even lost fans. Now, though, after becoming proficient through lots of training, videos released now would be able to stir up lots of fans. In the new era, there were too many esports clubs. As they were still mainly business-driven, they need to guarantee their own strength and capture the hearts of fans. Especially at this juncture that only happened once every 10 years. From a business point of view, these esports clubs no longer needed to maintain their cold and indifferent attitudes. From time to time, they would release a few videos or accept interviews. For example, videos of Big Dipper Esports Club's captain taking his team out to drive cars from the old era, or videos of Boom's team riding motorcycles around the city as training. And this time, 2S Esports Club and Boom Esports Club had organized a practice match, and the event was motorbike racing. They had already spoken with Fiery Bird's branch, and when the time came, Fiery Bird would release a map on the public web for them to compete on. And Kuzimo was the main talking point of this practice match. In the interview, Kuzimo seemed very flamboyant. It's just a common old-era vehicle, more difficult to operate than modern vehicles, but I have had no trouble learning, and have mastered it rather easily. Actually, my house has a bike that is a replica of an old-era model, which I have been riding for the last few years. I haven't encountered much difficulty in games. The host of the program asked, "Why did you choose Boom Esports Club as your opponents for the practice match? This is your first practice match after the pledging ceremony, right?" Kuzimo waved it off with his hands. It can't be helped. Only Boom Esports Club has professional racing gamers. The others are too weak. There was an added emphasis on his last 3 words. There was no need to say what sort of reaction the other 3 clubs had when they saw the news. They were all termed as Yenzhou's 5 strongest, yet this brat actually publicly belittled them during an interview. You all also know that my other profession was a racer, and I won many youth racing championships. However, after I switched to electronic competition, I haven't taken part in these sort of competitions anymore, and I also didn't take part in this year's championships. Still, I feel that, on this level, I don't have any worthy adversaries. Even though I have not taken part in these championships, I have not stopped training for games. The vehicles during the old era were much harder to maneuver, but I am the best driver in my team. As he spoke, Komozi lamented, I really wish I could pit myself against the generation from before the apocalypse. If you had the chance to compete against the older generations from before the apocalypse, who do you think would win? The host asked while laughing. Me, of course. Cosimo flashed a victory sign toward the camera. The smile on his face was not the joking sort but a rather haughty one. He really felt this way. That little fellow is really full of himself, Fang Zhao suddenly said. He Hao nodded his head in agreement when he heard Fang Zhao. That little fellow is a little crazy, but he does have a frightening talent. He came from a line of racers and he has a dual profession. He really has the ability to back up his words, though. But mentioning the older generation before the apocalypse is a little lacking in manners. Obviously he knows that it is impossible for these older generations to still be living, so who can prove that he is better than them? Only his words. Fang Zhao laughed but did not say more. The interview continued on. Cosimo did not feel like he had said anything wrong. He still continued emphasizing, actually, I feel that everyone should just face up to history. The older generations during the period of destruction have all been overglorified. All those mentioned in textbooks are too perfect and exaggerated. Just one look and you can tell they are all fake. Of all the videos that have survived from those periods, none of them have been able to prove the situations written in those textbooks. I am a professional racer, that's why I know best. Some of those things that are mentioned are really impossible. For example, the celebrated leader from the period of destruction Fang Zhao could ride a motorbike and shoot accurately. Even when his bike was knocked down, he could still flip a few times, free fall 20 meters, and still land properly and continue riding. Isn't this all nonsense? Did they think it was a sideshow? It's simply an insult to my IQ. Fang Zhao. Little brat. The host of the broadcast gave a forced smile. Many viewers watching the broadcast online also approved of what he'd said and left comments requesting that portion be removed from history books. As the interview was ending, Cosimo faced the screen. The model we are using for the competition is a motorcycle that Fiery Bird specially designed. The level of difficulty is really high. For all the newbies, I have a word of advice, don't bite off more than you can chew. Newbies should not court disaster and try it. When the time comes, just watching us will do. He Hao did not pay much attention to Fang Zhao's reaction. He knew that many of these people who shared the same name as martyrs were more respectful and worshipped them more, they did not like hearing others badmouth their namesake. Thus, being unhappy with Cosimo's words was normal. Those are the sort of people they are, don't lower yourself to that level, He Hao consoled. Yeah. Fang Zhao smiled a little, but what he was thinking about, he could not mention to He Hao. Fang Zhao returned home from the office and checked the news. On the entertainment side, almost every entertainment media was reporting about the upcoming practice match between 2S and Boom Esports Club. This was an exhibition match before the official release, and it captured the attention of other players. Previously, Fiery Bird had released a small map for players to adapt to. Players who entered this map could watch from a bystander's point of view. They could experience the city and view the lifestyle of people from that period and various items that they used. And now Fiery Bird had released a portion of the map similar to the previous one, but the characters inside had all been removed. This map had been specially released for 2S and Boom Esports Club's practice match. After this practice match was over, it would be open to all players. In short, 2S and Boom, two of the strongest clubs, had collaborated with Fiery Bird's Yenzhou division to organize this practice match that benefited all parties. The news also mentioned the racing motorbike that Fiery Bird had designed, T-Rex. It was rumored that, in the game, T-Rex would be considered an uncommon item. Every continent had a set limit of 200 units, and all 12 continents combined would not have more than 2,400 units. Although it might seem like a lot, but compared to other items, this was considered scarce. Otherwise they would not have been considered uncommon. When the time came, obtaining one would depend on the person's capabilities, but before that, Fiery Bird would be borrowing 2S and Boom Gaming Club's practice match to advertise their Tier X and Excite players. The practice match was set at 10 a.m. on September 3rd. Suho had come over on the 2nd to borrow the dog and satisfy his craving, knowing that Fang Zhao had a 10th generation Fiery Bird game console. Unfortunately, he was still young and had limited access to a lot of games, so he could only watch with envy. Every day, he could only watch videos or highlight clips of games. When Suho left with curly hair, Fang Zhao logged onto Fiery Bird's public platform and entered the training mode. Here there were a few choices of heavy-duty motorbikes, but not the Tier X model that was seen on the news. These motorbikes were surely less powerful, but for training purposes, they were more than enough. Fang Zhao had not ridden heavy-duty motorbikes in a long time. Normal motorbikes were easy to obtain, but this was his first time using one since he'd been reborn. In the latter stages of his past life, due to the decline of his body functions due to injuries and illnesses, the research team had come up with a new model of vehicles, but Fang Zhao had rarely used them. Waking up in the new era, these vehicles from the past had already been phased out and could no longer be accessed. Fang Zhao expected himself to be quite unaccustomed to it, but hearing the roar of the engine, a familiar feeling entered his mind and his senses started tingling. It seemed as if his memory had already coordinated with his body to the most suitable level. 4 hours later, Fang Zhao separated from the console, returning back to reality. His stimulated mind gradually became tranquil. Fang Zhao took a drink and walked to the window, admiring the beautiful glow of the city. He had entered the game in the afternoon, now it was already dark outside, but the city center would never become quiet just because the sun had set. The winds on the top floor were strong and cold. Fang Zhao finished his glass of water, shut the window, and smiled as observed the excited entertainment news. September 3rd, 8 a.m. Lots of people had already opened up Fiery Bird's Yenzhou Division's live broadcast in anticipation. Although it was just a practice match, viewership was high. 2S and Boom Esport Club's fans were fervently stirring up the atmosphere, and some people were even betting on the outcome of the match. Fang Zhao noticed that there were slightly more people supporting a 2S win. They probably placed faith in Kuzimo's many racing trophies. Fang Zhao realized that, in the Virtual Projects Department's group chat, Zhu Wen and the others had still been discussing who would win at 11 p.m. last night. It seemed like they would surely be catching the live broadcast. As Fang Zhao ate his breakfast, he briefly browsed through the news before he would enter the game and familiarize himself even more. Today's entertainment headlines were mostly dominated by 2S and Boom Esport Club's practice match. The other 3 teams of Yenzhou's Big Five were not going to miss this opportunity to evaluate their rivals' skills and ability either. Even if it was only a single practice match, they could still gauge their rivals' skill level by observing their proficiency with the equipment. A person who was able to use all sorts of equipment had the ability to survive in a world of chaos. This sentence applied in the real world, and it applied in games as well. At Big Dipper Esport Club headquarters, the main team was all present. This was their internal viewing area, and it was easy for them to hold discussions here, as there were no other people from other gaming events. Who do you think will win? Probably 2S. Although that Kuzimo fellow needs to be taught a lesson, we can't deny that he has skills and is very talented. If not for the fact that he was underage 10 years ago, we would probably have crossed swords with him. To become well known in the gaming circles so early, he should be worthy of the high salary 2S are paying him. I really hope Boom wins. If that Kuzimo brat really wins, he won't even need to wait till tomorrow to start belittling us again. It's just riding a bike and he is acting all high and mighty. Even if he can ride well, it doesn't mean that he will have the last laugh. None of the great generals of the founding era were race car drivers. Seems like there was one who was a truck driver, the one from Jizhou. Wasn't the Jizhou one a discharged soldier before he became a truck driver? He is still a driver and can be considered as having a driving background, I guess. Speaking of that, the Cosimo brat even doubted the martyr Fang Zhao. Luckily, at this time, people are more tolerant of this discussion, and the martyr Fang Zhao does not have any direct descendants. I reckon that if he had any surviving descendants, the brat would have been invited over for tea immediately after the interview. If he really had the guts, why did he not talk about great General Wu Yan, who was even more over-exaggerated in history textbooks? He knew that the martyr Fang Zhao did not have any descendants that would come looking for him. He might be arrogant, but he is not stupid. He knows which parties he cannot afford to offend. Team Captain Yi Yuan sighed. What a pity. Yi Yuan thought back to the words Cosimo had said during the interview. Many people online even joked that Fang Zhao's coffin would not be able to rest underground. Yi Yuan's history was decent, and he deeply worshipped the Yanzhou leaders who had left a deep mark. There was only that unfortunate one who did not have the luck to survive one more year. How would the Wu family have developed then? It was a pity, given the great circumstances that the Wu family descendants had, that they had not been able to grab hold of the chance and instead had internal strife after the founding era. Even if they were now slowly recovering their influence, Yanzhou had no way of hiding the truth. Many Yanzhou governors did not have the Wu family name. This was something that people from other continents would always use to poke fun at Yanzhou, but most of Yanzhou's masses did not mind. Yi Yuan could only sigh. If he were good enough at racing, he would surely have participated in that practice match, but in reality, he was not good enough, and participating at this juncture would only make himself a laughingstock. It was better for him to honestly analyze the other party's capabilities. At 9:30 a.m., the live broadcast started, showing the two teams that had already logged in, fans from both sides, and other players that had qualified for the practice match. That's right, other than the two gaming clubs, 2S and Boom, Fiery Bird's Yanzhou branch had also released 100 spots. These spots were first released to high-level VIP guests, and the remaining spots were then released one by one to other players. Yanzhou's 5 big gaming clubs all had high-level VIP invites, but this time, the other 3 teams were not taking part. Taking part despite not being good enough was asking for a beating. In the broadcast, the backdrop was the map that Fiery Bird had released earlier. The starting point was a village outside the city. At that moment it was already bustling with excitement. There were a number of black heavy-duty motorbikes on site. Like violent beasts, they were seemingly full of restrained power. Half of the course back tire was exposed, and it was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was prepared to start on its hunt. To the people of the new era, it seemed to harness a primitive and intense power beneath its exterior. Electronic dance music was playing in the background as the tones of the commentators got more and more animated. They knew how to drum up the interest of fans and players alike. At the side, some VIP players were controlling their throttles and revving their engines. The roaring of the engine and hysterical shrieks from the fans created a noisy atmosphere. The fans were seemingly in a frenzy, but there was still order. After all, they had also been selected with utmost care. Due to the map being specially designed for the practice match, the road at the start was especially wide. Right at the front were the teams from 2S and Boom. However, it was not their entire main force. Each club had sent 5 members to be their representatives. They were clad in their esports club's uniform. Behind them were the other players who had decided to take part and had managed to obtain a spot and the usage of T-Rex. The players were in all sorts of their own attire. Some had on their insignias while others were armed to the teeth with all sorts of in-game equipment. The dynamic electronic dance music came to an abrupt end and the entire site was silent, but it was soon filled by hysterical shrieks and shouts. This signified that the race was about to start. With a loud explosive sound, the front 10 raced off the blocks. The seemingly large and cumbersome heavy-duty motorbikes finally set off without any restraint. The rumbling of the engines unleashed a brutal energy. With a heavy discharge of smoke and large power outputs, the machines were telling people that, although the exterior might seem cumbersome, it was a two-wheeled racing monster. Behind the 10, the other players followed behind in succession, but their competitive spirits were not as intense. They were just following behind to get a kick. Due to some of them not having enough practice or being too excited to properly control the bikes, they crashed their bikes not long after starting and immediately disconnected. This meant to say that, if this was reality, they would have already lost their lives. For every crash, the players nearby were all affected and crashed out together. Although those players did not immediately disconnect, the impact of the crash was too brutal and both man and machine suffered damage. In the game, the pain induced was lowered and hence did not have such an intense feeling. Those few people no longer had any desire to continue following and so voluntarily disconnected and went to watch the live broadcast. This practice match had a spectator view from all angles. Therefore, those watching the live broadcast could watch from the front, sides, and even top down. The cameras for the broadcast were mainly following the 10 people at the front. The people at the starting line were prepared to go offline to watch the broadcast when they saw a figure suddenly appearing. He was riding a T-Rex, and they immediately knew that he was one of the 100 players that had managed to obtain a spot for the race. "Hey brother, you are late. They already set off. I'm afraid you have no way of catching up, but just follow behind and enjoy yourself," someone at the starting line said. The figure riding the black motorbike nodded his head and set off. The ear-splitting roar of the engines echoed all around. "Who is that?" another player at the starting line asked. Looking at his attire, he is neither from 2S or Boom. I don't see any emblem either, so I have no idea. Who cares about him? He's definitely a player who came to join in on the fun. Hurry and disconnect to watch the live broadcast, there is nothing for us to watch here. Right. The live broadcast is more important. Who cares about the others? Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch, live broadcast studio. The practice match started. Just started. Other than the 10 people from 2S and Boom, of the other 100 players that obtained a spot, 99 are already online. The last one just came online. Just now he wasn't even on. Don't mind it. After all, these people are just here to have a bit of fun. Just take it as giving VIP guests the benefit of having an up-close interaction with the clubs. When they come online or how they want to play is all up to them. All you people need to do is follow the action between those few people from 2S and Boom closely. Understood, of the 110 people, 8 of them have disconnected 1 minute in. All from the back. In a bit, the gap between the front and back will increase. Pay attention to where the cameras are pointing at. Got it, 2 more have disconnected. Only 100 left. No idea how many will remain after 5 minutes. There will be more crashes once we enter the city. Got to let them suffer a little and not let them think this is a walk in the park. Someone at the side was staring at the screen, flabbergasted. That one at the back, so fast. Which? The few others stretched their necks over to take a look. This dot. It was in last place, but now it's already in the middle of the pack. The person in front of the screen pointed out a little dot. The map had been minimized and all participants appeared as bright dots on this screen. It's easier to crash when you are going too fast, someone else said. Everyone knew what he meant. The faster one went, the narrower the field of vision and the harder the vehicle became to maneuver. Racing along a straight path without anybody was fine, but when it came to speeding along turns and bends, it was easy to lose control. Another one at the front crashed, 99 left. I shall see when this fellow crashes and disconnects. The start of the race course was flat and smooth ground, and the road was a straight path with not many turns. After a while, the number of bends would gradually increase, and the number of mishaps would increase alongside it. Just as Fiery Bird's staff had predicted, 5 minutes later, from the 99 players, there was a sudden drop to 67. Those at the back were getting further and further away. They also probably felt no reason to continue racing and had voluntarily disconnected. As this continued, the number of players dropped to 51. A few entertainment workshops saw this as a chance to increase their popularity too. Fiery Bird's public broadcast prohibited others from taking videos, so they could only take screenshots. Every time there was a crash, they would excitedly snap away and post it up, letting everyone know what the crashes looked like and adding commentary, making the crashes even more interesting. When speeding along bends, even a professional race driver was faced with the dangers of crashing at any time. The screenshots kept getting uploaded, and they were taken from all angles. Included were the players who'd crashed out of the server, other players that had been affected by the crash, and which players had withdrawn due to injuries. Even for those that wore professional racing gear or were armed to the teeth with all sorts of in-game equipment, once they were riding at high speeds, the crashes were too brutal and they would disconnect immediately. To them, this was merely a game and the accidents were virtual, they took it as all fun and games. Although this was just a source of laughter for the people watching the live broadcast, for people who had been professional drivers, when riding the bike, they already did not differentiate between game and reality. These people treated it seriously even though it was just a game. At the front, 2S esports clubs Cosimo and Boom esports clubs Olaf had gradually pulled ahead of the others. 2S and Boom esports clubs had a total of 10 people participating, and they had pulled away from the other players after starting. Furthermore, as they were the focal point of this competition and were coined the front 10, the cameras focused mainly on them. The rest of the players were filmed by a different camera, but as the race went on, of the front 10, the distance between the two professional race drivers, Cosimo and Olaf, and the other 8 kept increasing. The cameras following the front 10 were split once more, with a portion following Cosimo and Olaf's head-to-head race while the remaining members of the front 10 had one other camera following them. Cosimo was a braggart, but as a professional esports athlete and professional race driver, he adjusted rather well to this race. At that moment, the race had been underway for 20 minutes. One of the participants from 2S Esports Club who was last among the front 10 had not heard any sounds from behind him for some time. He thought to himself, "See, amateurs are just amateurs. You just can't compete with us professional gamers. Even if we are not professional racers, as esports athletes, there is still a gulf between us and amateur players, and we will crush you. Since the start, not a single one of you outsiders could do anything." When they'd first gotten their hands on the bikes, they had still ridden carefully, but later on, as they got more familiar with the technique, they had been able to push themselves even more and truly harness the power of the machines as their intense competitive spirit showed. They were enjoying themselves and showing off at the same time, attracting even more fans. But still, the one languishing at 10th spot was not contented. Ahead of him at 9th spot was a Boom member. He had to overtake that Boom member. In 2 more turns, they would be entering the city. The difficulty would increase then, so it would be best to pass before the city. Why was there noise from behind? And it sounded like it was getting closer. Someone had caught up. Doubting someone could actually catch up, he grew distracted. Getting flustered, he made an error and went off a bend and smashed into a hillside. The 9th place Boom member heard the sound of the crash behind him and felt pleased. Crashed. Regarding a member of the opposition camp who had been following him tightly and finally crashed, in his heart he was secretly delighted. Until now, the front 10 only had one crash, what a disgrace. Later on, they could gloat over 2S. But very quickly, the 9th place gamer's delight disappeared as he heard the sound of an approaching engine behind him. How could it be? Didn't he crash into a hill? Even if he did not disconnect upon crashing, but even continuing to race, there's no way he could catch up that fast. But if it was not the other party, who could it be? Thinking of a possibility, the gamer in ninth place was unable to contain his curiosity and turned his head behind to take a peek. Just one peek and it was too late for regret. From time to time, rocks would appear on the highway. They were rather large, and as long as one was alert, they were simple enough to avoid. Turning back for a look, he realized that the person behind was in default system attire and wasn't the adversary that had been following him tightly. He was surprised, and that rider was gaining on him at high speed. His heart panicked, and in those few moments of carelessness, when he faced the front once more, he realized that there was a rock in his path. He tried evading, but the bike brushed against the rock and skidded forward as the rider was thrown off. Tumbling on the ground, the corner of his eyes caught sight of the onrushing bike. At its speed, even if the person could evade the rock, he could only continue speeding forward into his path. Screech. Tires revolving against the ground created an ear-splitting screeching as the engine produced a roar that sounded strained. The sounds were more than enough to make anyone nearby disorientated. The ninth-place racer was still hurtling forward, his field of vision was all over the place. All he could see was a black shape brush past him. As if a specter had ghosted past him, in a flash it was gone. All that was left was the rippling wind created by him. The sound of friction produced by the tires disappeared, and the roaring of the engine gradually grew farther away. He struggled to get up and look at the surrounding ground. Beside him were only strange tire marks and the smell of burnt rubber. Even though it was only a game, he could feel cold sweat dripping down his back. He felt as if he had just survived a narrow miss by the foot of a colossal monster and had somehow lived to tell the tale. His heart was beating rapidly as he stood there in a daze, his mind still not recovering from that scene. When he sobered up, he looked down the highway. The other person's figure could still be seen. As for the people operating the camera for the live broadcast following this area, they forgot their original motive in that moment. Their eyes had been captured by that thrilling scene. Those online watching this feed were also stunned. The F***CK, who was the lunatic who just went past? No idea, that scene was just too thrilling. Just a little more and it would have hit. It did not hit just now, right? Evading like this is possible. The bike did not flip over. Did anyone see clearly how he dodged it? When I try to recall what happened, my head is blank. Professional screen capturers. Did you all manage to snap anything? Perhaps an esports club's main member went into battle without their attire? Probably not. If it was from another gaming club, with his skill, there would be a lot of fanfare and he would definitely be wearing his uniform. What that guy was wearing was just the default system attire. Could it be a professional race driver who decided to play around? Perhaps. That can't be right. At yesterday's public announcement, other than 2SS Kuzimo and Boom's Olaf, there were no other professional race drivers taking part. Then who was the person who passed by just now? Someone who came over specially to sweep the competition. Haha, 2 out of the front 10 crashed after being spooked. Looking at the situation, who is going to get the last laugh is anybody's guess. Now that there is one more mystery person, who knows how many more he can overtake. Those watching the second camera's feed hurriedly called their good friends to stop watching the main camera feed of the duel between Kuzimo and Olaf. There was a monster rushing from the back. The practice match was supposed to be a showdown between the top players from 2S and Boom, but lo and behold, a mysterious player had showed up out of the blue. The audience was ecstatic. Chatter popped up on different online discussion groups. Judging from the way he drifted during his turns, he must be a professional racer. Looks like Fiery Bird might not have been completely forthcoming on the entry list. That might not be the case. It might be a really skilled amateur. Doesn't the saying go, the masters hide among the masses? There was all sorts of speculation online, and the folks at the Yenzhou branch of Fiery Bird were also at a loss. They had a crystal clear picture of the race. They had been tracking the mystery player since he'd surged forward, but they hadn't expected him to sideline 2 professional gamers as soon as he caught up with the top 10. We screened the premium VIP customers who won entry passes. There was no one with professional racing credentials. If there was, we wouldn't have missed him or her, said a fiery bird staffer stationed in the live broadcast hall. Then it must be an amateur professional. A so-called amateur professional was a highly skilled amateur who was as competent as a professional racer or gamer but not properly credentialed. Is it possible it's a bench player from one of the clubs? Not all of their reserve players are credentialed. That's a possibility. In any case, let's keep watching closely. This is an unexpected surprise. For Fiery Bird, the outcome of the practice match wasn't that important. What they cared about most were the viewership figures and whether they could use the appearance of the mystery player to advertise their spin-off brands. The company's technicians would also use the opportunity to test the game. The unexpected development happened to meet everyone's needs, much to their delight. Meanwhile, the virtual projects department at Silver Wing was also abuzz with excitement. Zhu Wen and company were tuned into the game but had missed the latest development. They had been focused on the duel between Cosimo and Olaf among the front-runners. They switched views when they read about the mystery player in a discussion group. They switched just in time to catch the mystery player who caught up with the top 10 past 2 more bikers. I wonder if boss saw this. Let me give him a heads up. He better not miss an exciting development like this. Zhu Wen dialed Fang Zhao's bracelet, but no one answered. He kept getting a busy tone. Maybe boss is busy. Forget it, I'll leave him a message. Underscore 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 underscore. The number of viewers tuning into the second camera grew significantly because of the mystery player who'd broken into the top 10, even dwarfing the viewership of the first camera, which was focused on Cosimo and Olaf. He's number 7 now. Looks like he can still pass a few more racers. Remember the screen capture. Don't freeze this time. The folks at Entertainment Workshop and other journalists monitoring the match started zooming in on the mystery player. The loud rumbling of the mystery player's high-frequency motor kept viewers stimulated. The two marquee racers dueling on behalf of their two clubs also noticed the unfamiliar shadow catching up. They didn't know how to lose him. He kept on creeping closer and closer. After entering the city, the roads were clear of pedestrians and other vehicles, but they were narrower than in the suburbs and varied in width. To make way for the practice match, many elements had been removed from this particular layout. Even though the road was dotted with the occasional parked vehicle, which made it slightly crowded, there were no other speeding cars or pedestrians. The players kept zipping along. All a bystander could see was a flurry of shadows dash by. After another turn, the mystery player advanced to 5th place. He's so calm. He's barely made any mistakes, Yi Yun, captain of Big Dipper Club's first team, said while glued to the monitor. This one's a force to be reckoned with. The two players ahead may not be able to stop him, one of his teammates said. Yi Yun thought of something and let out a knowing laugh. We'll see. Let's see which two players are ahead of him. Judging from the lettering on their uniforms, in 3rd place should be Yusuke, the vice-captain of Boom Esports Club, and in 4th is Jabbar from 2S. Hey, those two sly bastards are setting up an ambush. Was this planned? So they could stave off surprises like this? Looks like that's the case. This practice match was never a duel between two teams, but rather a performance by the two professional racers Cosimo and Olaf. The others are there to cheer them on and to prevent accidents. And now we have a situation. While 2S and Boom feuded fiercely in public, they were trash-talking ahead of the practice match. If a third party threatened them, they would present a united front. The same rule applied to all of Yenzhou's top 5 esports clubs. Regardless of which of the Big 5 were competing, if someone other than the Big 5 showed up, then they would join hands and deal with the outsider first. At this point, Big Dipper's team leader cut in. He was completely serious. Stay on Jabbar and Yusuke. The two of them are about to make their move. The big screen showed the mystery player approaching, on the verge of taking fourth place, but he slowed down suddenly and veered off path. At the same time, Jabbar seemed to make a mistake and flipped. If the mystery rider had stayed where he had been, he would have smashed right into Jabbar or his bike, even if he made a last-minute correction, but the mystery man looked like he had anticipated the move and avoided the obstacle. Watching the scene unfold, Jess, the captain of HWR Esports Club, winced. A real pro. Great anticipation. No wonder Jabbar couldn't stop him. Jabbar will be able to say he did his job when he gets offline. He did his best. Jean, the vice captain of HWR Esports Club, nodded in agreement. We've lost another player. Let's see if Yusuke can take him down. If not, it's going to be a race between the top three. Just as Jean finished his sentence, the screen showed Yusuke appearing to lose his concentration during a turn and crashing, ramming into a lamppost by the road. The crash sent the lamppost tumbling. A car was parked on the other side of the road. The top of the lamppost landed on the car, which created a low trapezoid-shaped barricade on the less-than-wide road. Even though the lamppost didn't collapse onto the road entirely, the resulting barricade was enough to halt any forthcoming vehicles. What a dirty move by Yusuke. Who knows how many times he practiced that ahead of time. That's the kind of boldness a vice-captain should display. He was much more decisive than Jabbar, crashing himself out of the game. Looks like he should accomplish his mission and stop the threat. Wait, he's not going to stop. The screen showed the silhouette charging forward. The gap between the fallen lamp post and the ground wasn't big enough to fit a person or a car. A car would definitely hit the lamp post. The mystery person would have to stop and figure out a way through or take a detour or different route. Either way would mean a delay. In a high-speed race like this, a delay of 1 second would translate into a bigger cushion for the two professional racers in the lead. He's gonna hit the lamp post if it doesn't stop now. He's going to crash. F***CK. Jess, the captain of HWR Club, who was glued to the screen, blurted out an expletive. The silhouette on the screen flew off his motorbike, which turned sideways as he approached the lamp post. The motorbike threaded the gap beneath the lamp post, the sound of screeching tires creating a piercing noise that suggested burning. Just when everyone thought the motorbike was about to collapse, it bolted upright again after clearing the gap between the road and the lamp post. The engine of the erect vehicle roared as it pressed forward. How is that possible? How did he do that? If the motorbike had a little less clearance, he would have been knocked out of the race. But he, actually cleared the gap. How did it not collapse at that angle? I feel like he gave gravity the finger. No, I feel like I've been given the finger. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. This was not a lucky coincidence. Viewers watching the live webcast were equally blown away. What they considered impossible happened before their own eyes. The game was a simulation of reality, which meant the player could manage the same move in real life. Yusuke, who was forced offline when his avatar died after knocking down the lamp post, scrambled out of the gaming cabin. Did I shut him down? He blurted at his teammates. His teammates wore a weird expression on their faces and stayed silent. When the sound of the mystery rider's engine from the live broadcast drew Yusuke's attention, he knew he had failed. Yusuke went pale, as if something horrible had happened. What's the lowdown on that fellow? Yusuke asked his teammates. We asked around. He's not from the Big Five. We don't know anything about his background. All we know is that he's scary. He may pose a major threat to us. A professional racer? No, if it were a professional racer, he'd be credentialed. Fiery Bird wouldn't miss that piece of information. Too bad the guy has remained anonymous. All his personal information is blocked. We tried asking Fiery Bird, but they won't look up his profile just because we're curious. Staffers watching the live broadcast at the Yenzhou branch of Fiery Bird were also curious about the identity of the mystery player, but the player's premium VIP status made them think twice. Even if he were a regular customer, unmasking his profile would be a violation of professional ethics. Fiery Bird had strict internal protocols in place. If we can't look up his profile, then let's check when he registered, one staffer suggested. Out of respect for client privacy, they couldn't dig deeper just because they were company staff, especially if the client had chosen to hide his profile, but they could look up his date of registration. He registered from his console on September 1st. He only has one account, no others. It's his first time playing one of our games. A newcomer? Or someone who just met the age requirement? All Fiery Bird games could be accessed through a single user ID. Even though Battle of the Century had released a few practice platforms this year, Fiery Bird counted many other titles among its library. Folks who met the age requirement would definitely practice with other games before the official release of Battle of the Century. Not necessarily. Maybe it's the first time he's playing one of our games and he registered with us for the first time on September 1st. A premium VIP customer who'd registered on September 1st and could deliver blows to two of the big five. Who on earth is this guy? The player might not have been physically healthy, he could have been disabled or infirm. As long as you had a nimble mind and superior hand motor skills, the world was your oyster if you had a gaming console. One of Fiery Bird's former CEOs once said, "Gaming is a window into a person's soul." The mystery man was a shadowy monster lurking in the dark, preparing to bare its sharp claws. I have a hunch something is about to go down. We are left with 3. Never expected that we would have a 3-way fight to the finish for a normal practice match. The other esports clubs were all watching the final struggles of this match. A few members that were training were called over by their captains to come watch. Participating in this practice match were the 10 members from 2S and Boom and another 100 who'd received entry passes, a total of 110. Now, there were 3 left. The others had already crashed out or were left far behind and had no mood to continue racing, instead going offline to watch. Especially for those among the front 10 that had not crashed but been overtaken, catching up was too difficult, so they figured they might as well disconnect earlier and watch the battle in front. Therefore it ended up with only 3 players left online. Cosimo and Olaf had set the pace in the race. The distance between them did not widen. At times, Cosimo was in the lead, and sometimes Olaf managed to successfully overtake him. However, the times Cosimo was ahead were more numerous, and he was now in a good spot to consolidate his lead. Olaf felt a little anxious, but not to the point that it affected his rationality. He was older than Cosimo and had more race experience. Perhaps he didn't have as much talent as Cosimo, but he was hardworking and more steady. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, maintaining the 20 to 50 meter distance between them. At the front, Cosimo felt rather proud of himself, but not to the point where he would forget himself. He knew that he could not afford to be distracted and had to continue maintaining his dominance all the way to the end. According to the map before him, he would be able to leave the city in approximately 10 minutes. After exiting the city, the end point would be near. At this moment, Olaf's heart started beating violently. He could sense someone catching up. They were on a Y-shaped bridge. Cosimo and Olaf were on one road, and on the other road, a figure appeared. At the junction where the 2 roads intersected, like a flash of lightning, the figure emerged between Cosimo and Olaf. The main camera following Cosimo and Olaf and the secondary camera following the mystery figure coincided. To think he actually caught up. This was the thought of all the viewers watching the broadcast. Olaf was shaken by the sudden overtaking and nearly lost his balance. Looking forward, the figure was wearing the default black racing attire, and Cosimo could not see anything special. Who the hell was this? Not just Olaf, the still leading Cosimo's heart starting pounding from the shock. There is still a third person. Other than him and Olaf, there was actually a third professional race driver that had taken part in this practice match? Not possible. Fiery Bird had publicly announced that there were no other professional race drivers taking part. Then who could the person behind have been? If it wasn't a professional driver, could it have been someone from another esports team that had come to wreak havoc? As a professional race driver, Cosimo did not make the same mistakes his teammates had made by turning back. Even if he could hear the roaring behind him and his heart was full of curiosity, he still kept his eyes on the road before him. Race drivers only had a forward, they had no backward. All he had to do was keep looking forward. No matter who was catching up to him, no matter where the party was from, he could only continue maintaining his superiority till the end. However, the person that had abruptly appeared made Cosimo feel a little pressure. Although Olaf's strength was comparable to his own, as an old adversary, they had competed against each other many times and understood each other's patterns, but this fellow that had suddenly appeared was different. Cosimo was totally unable to determine his origin or motives. Due to the sudden appearance of that bike, Cosimo increased his speed again. The opponent had been able to chase all the way till this point. If he continued at that speed, Cosimo would surely be overtaken. In order to maintain his lead, Cosimo had no choice but to continue increasing his speed as well. Even though, by increasing the speed, the maneuverability of his bike would drop and he would be more prone to accidents, Cosimo still chose to do this. Because of this appearance by a third party, not only Cosimo increased his speed. Olaf, who was still busy chasing, stepped up his speed as well. Having already been left in the dust by the third party, if he was left further behind, he would be losing face. The three shapes on the road sped along, chasing the one ahead tightly. The two professional race drivers and the one suspected professional driver made this race even more intense. At every bend, they seemed to float through at a slanted angle, giving viewers the impression that they were going to skid off the track at any moment. Even those watching the broadcast began to feel anxious and excited. With that sort of vehicle in front of me, I would even have trouble lifting it up. Yet those three can operate it in such a manner. Even if it is only in a game, it is very hard to come by. Just like an artistic performance, impressive. Every time they head into a bend, I always feel that they are going to crash out, slanting so much and not falling over. If it was me, I would have crashed long ago. Those people, probably, mastered exceptional driving skills, like the folklore of car and man as one. It's as if they have achieved a boundary that normal people can never hope to surpass. Some fans revered as they kept their eyes fixated on the screens. However, compared to the viewing masses, as people from the entertainment circles watched, more problems arose. Big Dipper's Captain E. Yuan said, "Don't you guys feel that mystery rider seems to be playing around with them?" E. Yuan's sentence made the others momentarily silent. They did feel it a little, but their hearts were not willing to admit it. Who would operate the bike in such a manner just to play around? Isn't he afraid? With one lapse of concentration, his showboating could fail and he would crash. But they had seen the mystery rider steadily overtaking bike after bike throughout the race, but after catching up, he had seemed to slow down and not overtake. Even though Cosimo had already increased his speed, they still had the feeling that the mystery rider could still overtake him. Now, though, it seemed as if he'd decided to follow Cosimo and Olaf and play around with them. "Anytime now," Big Dipper's captain said. "The city's exit is coming up. This race is coming to an end. Now that he has caught up, surely he doesn't intend to remain in second place." Cosimo was feeling very vexed. He realized that he could not shake off the person behind him. Even Olaf had not been so troublesome. Not just the viewers watching, even Cosimo had a slight feeling that he was going to be overtaken, and that made him even more anxious. Even if he lost to Olaf, he would not feel this way, but losing to someone whose origin was unknown, that was not going to be pleasant. He did not bother to guess where this opponent had come from, but Cosimo's intuition told him that this opponent's aim was probably himself. As if a penetrating pair of eyes were fixed on him from inside the darkness, ready to pounce at any moment. Cosimo felt sweat dripping down his back. He kept telling himself, "Stay calm, stay calm." But as time passed, Cosimo was unable to calm down. Rarely was there anyone able to press him this hard. The only one able to exert similar pressure was his own racing instructor, but even the pressure his instructor exerted was incomparable to this situation. As they got closer and closer to the city exit, the feeling of unease in Cosimo's heart became even more intense, until his sharp sense of hearing heard the change in the sound of screeching tires and the roar of the engine. The opponent wanted to overtake. Cosimo instinctively shifted his vehicle to the side to obstruct, sealing off the opponent's path for overtaking. He was not willing to give up the pole position and so chose to block off the person behind. But in the next moment, Cosimo knew that things were going to take a turn for the worse. The opponent had done a feint, and at the moment Cosimo shifted to the side, that person rushed past him from the other side. In past races, Cosimo had used this method numerous times to overtake others, but he had never expected that today, at this race, he would be the one falling for it. At that moment, time slowed down for Cosimo. He could only stare blankly as a black motorbike with no designs or insignias went past him. No insignias whatsoever. Who the hell was he? The lead he had protected all the way, had actually been lost, just like that. At this sort of speed, one had to be absolutely focused at all times. Until now, Cosimo had done very well, but now, after being overtaken by that figure, Cosimo was feeling disheartened and beaten. So much so that he felt a sense of hatred. Creak, crash. Cosimo smashed into a fence at the roadside. He was flung off his bike and tumbled across the road, but as a race driver, his reflexes were better than others, and he knew how to protect himself in the event of an accident. Even though it had been a brutal crash, he was still able to prevent himself from disconnecting straight from the crash. Behind, Olaf had also made an emergency brake, as after Cosimo had been flung from his bike, he had landed in Olaf's path. Olaf knew that this was not intentional and it was only an accident, but regardless, with one crashing and the other braking, both of them had no way of catching up. But contrary to what Olaf had expected, the bike right at the front did something. Its rear tire lifted off from the ground as the front tire stayed stuck to the ground and continued rolling forward, as though it was doing a handstand. Hanging in the air, it did a 180-degree turn as it rotated to face Cosimo and Olaf. At the moment where the rear tire fell to the ground, it was as if a galloping colossal beast had come to a halt. The screeching of the tires and roar of the engines had stopped. This motorcycle coined T-Rex had finally ceased its engines, but the smell of burning rubber still remained. The opponent just sat silently on his bike in the distance, watching them. The default helmet he wore blocked out his image, and there were no designs or insignia on his attire or bike to determine his identity. But the way that the opponent had toyed with them, this person was not to be taken lightly. Olaf, who was still seated on his bike, and Cosimo, who had not disconnected after crashing but could not get up right away, were feeling nervous. Olaf had a feeling that he ought to lower his head slightly. At this moment when Olaf and Cosimo thought that this mysterious rider was going to mock them or show a few rude hand signs, the mystery rider chose to disconnect straight away. He actually went offline. Then why did this master take part in the first place? Aren't racers supposed to give it their all until the finish line? How come he went offline before he crossed the finish line? Folks watching the live broadcast were a bit disappointed. They were thinking the three leaders would get into a discussion or, better yet, start trash talking. That would have made for more exciting viewing. Even an extra word would do. But that 180-degree turn at the end was so cool. This guy is truly a master. Who knows who he is? I'm offering $100 for the answer. Please repost. 1,000 for the answer. Anyone who knows what this dude is all about, contact me in private. I'm going to become his disciple. So no one is curious what the folks at 2S and Boom are thinking? Underscore 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 underscore. Regardless of what the folks tuning into the online discussion were thinking, the members of 2S and Boom weren't in good moods. Anyone in the same position wouldn't feel great. The two clubs were hoping to build their exposure with a practice match before the official launch of the game, maybe act cool and interact with fans a bit, but lo and behold, someone had crashed their party. Cosimo couldn't keep competing. All he could do was go offline. Meanwhile, it was impossible for Olaf, who was blocked, to continue as well, so he went offline soon as well. After the end of the broadcast, journalists filed in a frenzy, as if they were high on crack. The fact that someone had crashed 2S and Boom's party was big entertainment news. Someone had messed with Yanzhou's Big Five of gaming. This was bound to draw a lot of attention. Some speculated the mystery rider was an amateur professional racer, while others said he was a professional gamer. Some wondered if he was someone who couldn't become a racer because of a physical disability and thus lived vicariously through racing games. Several well-known racing teams in Yanzhou even took out ads offering top dollar to the mystery man who'd passed Cosimo and Olaf. Physical disability wasn't an issue. The mystery rider could join as a driving coach. His salary would be negotiable. Folks in the racing industry kept probing each other to no avail. There was also all sorts of speculation in esports circles, which also led nowhere. The mystery rider wouldn't be identified unless Fiery Bird decided to unmask him publicly. Meanwhile, Cosimo was being grilled by his teammates. That fellow is definitely a professional. Either a professional driver, a professional gamer, or both, Cosimo said, wearing a sullen expression. Anyone could tell that Cosimo was in a terrible mood. This was a direct slap in the face, not to mention on a live broadcast before an audience of tens of millions. Such a major face-losing event was a deadly blow to Cosimo, who had been confident he would win the race. I feel like he was targeting me, Cosimo said. Did you piss someone off? Jabbar regretted the question as soon as it came out of his mouth. They all knew what kind of personality Cosimo had. There were plenty of people who took issue with Cosimo. Emboldened by his quick wit and gaming skills, this kid was way too obnoxious for his own good. He had sowed plenty of hatred. This time, he'd probably pissed off some big shot. If they had something against Cosimo, they could have just spoken out. There was no need to be so ruthless, another teammate mumbled. Other teammates kept their mouths shut. They knew that words alone wouldn't ground Cosimo. Only concrete action was enough to deliver a rude awakening. Regardless of what the club thought of the incident in private, they had to defend Cosimo in public. They were a team. Captain Xie noticed that Cosimo was in bad emotional shape, so he signaled to the others to stop the line of questioning and then looked toward his deputy, Abu, who had just joined the group. Have we figured out anything about his background yet? Abu shook his head. Fiery Bird said he's a premium VIP customer who masked his profile. Out of respect for client privacy, they can't tell us anything. Bang! Cosimo slammed his fist on the table in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot and he was panting. He was absolutely furious. It's okay. Next time I see him, I'll definitely be able to identify him, Cosimo said while grinding his teeth. He glared at him. Cosimo, you're losing it. My apologies. Cosimo was on his best behavior in front of the captain. As obnoxious as he was, he didn't dare throw a tantrum in front of the captain and his deputy. This is a good thing for you, he said. Don't think that you're invincible just because you perform well in training. There are so many masters out there. This was a single-event contest for warm-up and publicity purposes. It has no impact on the official contest when the game is launched. Just treat this as a lesson. Okay, let's meet in the conference room for a post-mortem. The players who'd crashed in the race because they'd been distracted started getting jitters. They knew they would be singled out in the meeting. All the leading esports clubs held meetings to analyze the practice race, and folks in the racing community seized the opportunity to gain exposure, offering expert advice on how to negotiate turns skillfully. Stuntmen kept repeating the seemingly impossible moves made by the mystery driver. Stunt drivers could pull it off, although it was more difficult using vehicles from the old era. The captain of a stunt driving team posted footage showing off the moves of him and his teammates on Fiery Bird's practice platform. Even though they weren't riding the T-Rex model featured in the practice race, their footage still drew plenty of viewers. Hands-off handlebars, backward flips, stationary spinning off the back wheel, drifting, all these tricks were replicated, as was the mystery rider's now famous move of sliding his motorbike through the gap between the fallen lamp post and the ground. Viewers got a great fix. The captain of the stunt driving team, at the end of the video, said, "What you're seeing is edited footage. More often than not, these stunts took 10 or even 100 attempts to complete. Take this stunt, for example, and this one." He pointed at two screen caps. Threading the gap under the lamppost and the front wheel slide plus 180-degree spin had both taken many attempts to stage successfully. Completing those moves on that motorbike at that speed is no small feat. You've got to be a professional stunt driver. To be perfectly frank, for professional drivers like us, we either focus on our stunts and technique or we strive for speed in competitive racing. People who can balance both aren't unheard of, but someone who can push the envelope on both fronts has got to be a gamer. No one is that crazy in real life. Otherwise they would have ended up in the hospital already. Repeated injuries take a severe toll on your body. So my take is that the mystery rider is a master gamer. As a professional stunt driver, the captain had great credibility. Other professional stunt drivers and race drivers soon posted messages seconding his opinion. In no time, journalists had picked up on the consensus of the racing and stunt driving community: Mystery Man was a master gamer who excelled at racing games. Only in a computer game could you walk away unscathed regardless of how many times you fell. No bones would be broken. Your life wouldn't be on the line. But it was still unknown exactly which master gamer the Mystery Man was. This became one of the biggest puzzles ahead of the release of Battle of the Century. After the practice race, Fiery Bird released a highlight reel. Viewers who had picked the wrong camera view during the live broadcast and missed out could finally see how Mystery Man had clawed his way to the leading pack. Watching the live broadcast was one thing. Taking in the highlights was a different story. During the live broadcast, viewers were most concerned with ranking, crashes, and overtaking, but watching the edited highlights, admiring the shadows zipping by against an old-era backdrop transported them back to that period in history, filling them with an excitement bred by the mixing of old-era culture and the passion of race driving. Race tracks, old forms of transportation from the old era. Today's viewers couldn't fathom life in the old era, but watching the race helped them relate. Back then, there were people who shared our passion. The period of destruction lasted 100 years, and it had been 500 years since the founding of the new era. Some 600 years had gone by. Had there also been a group of youngsters riding old-era motorbikes, zipping down the same urban track 600 years ago? No one stayed young forever, but there were always young people milling around. Underscore 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 underscore. After logging out of the game, Fang Zhao sat by a window to enjoy the breeze so he could calm down. He saw the missed call on his bracelet and dialed back. "Hey, boss. Did you see the match between 2S and Boom?" Zhu Wen sounded excited. He was probably fresh from a discussion about the race. "I did," Fang Zhao responded. "Competing in the race counts, right?" He, it felt really good seeing 2S and Boom stumble. But we don't know who the mystery man who took down Cosimo and Olaf is. He must be pleased with himself right now, no? What pleasure is there in bullying a few kids? Fang Zhao said. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. He didn't feel cocky. Cosimo had a big mouth and needed a spanking. That's all that had been. Fang Zhao had already held back on account of Cosimo's young age. If he'd really wanted to go all out, he could have made Cosimo feel 10 times or even 100 times the pain. Bullying kids. That is to say, the mystery man is a seasoned racing game player. Anyway, it felt good to watch Cosimo crash. Didn't he just mouth off in an interview 2 days ago? Now he has to eat his words. Right, I almost forgot to tell you. We just got word that Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch has invited us to a press conference. I asked around. They're having a few press conferences before the official launch to launch new ads and related merchandise. In any case, we'll definitely be receiving gifts. When is it? Fang Zhao asked. 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow, dinner included. Who else will be attending besides us? We are attending as members of the Polar Light Project team. Apart from us, there will be folks from esports clubs and the media. Oh, 2S and Boom will be attending. Got it. I'll be in the office in the morning that day and head over with you guys in the afternoon. Fiery Bird's press conference was the focus of the entire Yenzhou entertainment industry. All the invited media were large firms. Smaller and medium firms that were not qualified enough to be invited could only wait outside. Even if they could not be first to publish news from inside, news from the sidelines was good enough. Unfortunately, they could only photograph the shapes of a few flying cars. Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch was located in Qian city center, a short distance away from Silver Wing Tower. But as a mark of respect for Fiery Bird, and to display their own status, the company had specially arranged for a longer and more luxurious flying car that had an image of Polar Light and the Silver Wing logo. On the day of the press conference, after Fang Zhao reached the office, he set off together with the other members of the department in the car the company had specially provided. So many people. Surveillance cameras were installed on the outside of the car. Those in the interior could see the images being recorded of the situation outside. Outside Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch, other than the media that were unable to enter, there were also fans. Those fans wore clothing that had the emblems and insignias of the esports clubs they supported, and some had certain team members' aliases printed on them. For example, letterings and numbers, or some used their full name. Cosimo might have suffered a defeat in yesterday's practice match, but that had not affected his popularity. Every time they saw a car from an esports club approach, the fans below screamed and shouted maniacally. When Fang Zhao and the others arrived, the people from Transcendental Esports Club arrived as well. Down below, howls and shrieks were coming from the Transcendental fans. When they saw a car window open and a head pop out and waved toward them, the shrieks became even more intense. And regardless of which esports club they were fans of, they were all Fiery Bird fans. Fiery Bird was really the biggest winner. Fang Zhao caught sight of the constantly changing images on Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch building. There were images of Polar Light as well as group photos of the other esports clubs and a few promotional videos. Fang Zhao brought his members and entered the building. The staff there told them the press conference would be held upstairs but that it had not yet started, so they could freely wander about. A number of people were walking about in the first floor hall. The interior was a dazzling combination of science and games. There were holographic projections as well as material exhibitions. The 1st to 10th generation game consoles were all on display, as were their past games and the motorbike that had been all the rage these 2 days, T-Rex. This time around, Fiery Bird had indeed been the biggest winner. They had garnered a lot of attention, viewership had been great, and their peripherals had been publicized. The previous day's practice match had let everyone see the debut of the T-Rex, and now Fiery Bird had even made a physical model. For this press conference, a physical model of the T-Rex would serve as good publicity. The models of T-Rex were divided into 2 categories, the type used in 2S and Boom's practice match, the racing version, and the entry-level model, the street version. The two versions would be available for purchase at the same time. The racing version used in the practice match was slightly different from the street version. The bottom was entirely sealed up, and its lights and reflectors had been removed. The tires were different, and its exhaust pipes, handlebars, and gearbox had all been modified. This had been carefully made by Fiery Bird. The racing version had been specially made with the purpose of yesterday's practice match in mind and had been made using references to old-era technology and then modified. Looking at these models, yesterday's race had not just been to publicize the game but also to publicize the peripherals as well. The map released for the practice match did not have many interfering factors, such as people or objects, as they had all been removed all for the purpose of speed and spectating. That was why, other than a few obstacles on the roads, there had been no other loose items, pedestrians, or cars. But outside of these sorts of professional race settings, on normal roads, for example, or when the game was officially released, the one used by players would be the entry-level street version. The racing version and street version might have seemed alike but, upon closer inspection, the differences were rather obvious. The racing version was like a wild beast full of killing intent ready to pounce at any moment. As for the street version, it had a more personalized touch to it. What about gamers who were too young to enter Battle of the Century? They were even too young to enter the training platform. No worries, there was the model. Fiery Bird never ever gave up on young gaming enthusiasts. This models came in scales of 118, 112, 1:4, and all sorts of standards, and they cost between 1,000 to 20,000, according to the size or where they could be deployed. Made from an alloy, they could be controlled through a person's terminal. The biggest difference with those in the game were probably their power size. These models did not use petrol but ran on rechargeable electricity. With even more convenient and clean energy sources, why use methods from the old era? Fang Zhao let his department members roam freely. He would head to the exhibition platform and see what other peripherals Fiery Bird had made in the past. Ahead was a quarrel between members of esports clubs. It was not really a quarrel of sorts, just a butting of heads and exchanging of words, poking fun at the other party's pain. Wait till the official game is released, it won't be that simple then. Don't tell me you think that you can ride like that once it is officially released. Everything you see on TV is special effects, and in games, they are all imitating reality. When the time comes, there will be lots of obstacles on the ground. If anyone can do those impossible moves we saw from the practice match in the game once it is officially released, I won't hesitate to call him Daddy. Fang Zhao's footsteps faltered slightly, and he looked over in that direction. The insignias on the people gathered there showed that they were members from 2S and Big Dipper esports clubs. Cosimo was also there, but he was not looking too good, probably from something a Big Dipper club member had said. And the words that had just been said were from a 2S member. Seeing Fang Zhao glancing at them, Cosimo, who was holding in his pent-up frustrations, vented it out on Fang Zhao. "What are you looking at?" The others also looked toward the direction of Fang Zhao. "Mr. Fang." Big Dipper's Captain Yi Yuan recognized Fang Zhao, introducing him to the others. Silver Wing's Polar Light project producer, composer, and a new star in the entertainment circles. "I know him. We even bought quite a lot of products that Polar Light endorses. You know the one from Muzhou? For elephants. Yes, yes, yes. That brand really is not bad. We are still using it now." "Mr. Fang, where is your $100 million curly-haired dog?" a member of Big Dipper asked. The whole team had talked about this Fang Zhao person before, so they knew a little about him. Hearing the words from the Big Dipper members, 2S side also pieced things together. "Oh. That dog worth 100 million belongs to him," exclaimed 2SS Vice Captain, Abu. However, as Fang Zhao was not part of the esports circles, their everyday knowledge of news outside of esports was limited. Big Dipper's Captain Yi Yuan thought of something. Looking at Cosimo he laughed. Mr. Fang shares the same name as Yanzhou's leader during the period of destruction. Martyr Fang Zhao was my idol, so I have a deeper impression of Mr. Fang. The matter with Cosimo talking about the period of destruction leader Fang Zhao and using his deeds as an example was known by everyone. Fang Zhao looked at Cosimo over on the 2S side. Not seeing does not mean it doesn't exist. What you can't do doesn't mean that nobody else can. Even if you doubt, when it comes to the martyrs, there should at least be some form of respect. Do take note in future. Cosimo sneered. Who do you think you are? Having the same name as a martyr and you really think you are a leader? After all, the only people here were them, and there was no media around. Fang Zhao was also from a different circle, so Cosimo did not care much about him. Cosimo. Captain Xie, he reprimanded him. Turning to Fang Zhao, he flashed an apologetic smile. Of course we have utmost respect for the martyrs. They could not afford being burdened with the accusation of not respecting martyrs. But they only respected the martyrs, as for other people, they did not have the right. I heard that Fiery Bird might cancel Polar Light's endorsement deal in the near future. I hope when that time comes we still have the chance to meet you here, Mr. Fang. Xie, he smiled politely. No problem, I just have to swipe my card. Fang Zhao fished out a golden VIP card. It had been sent over together with the invitation yesterday. Generally, unless Fiery Bird actively recalled the card, it would always remain valid. The cardholder could enter the Yanzhou branch building anytime. Even if he no longer had his status as a producer, Fang Zhao could still enter this building. Xie's face became rigid, but he quickly recovered. He then probed, Mr. Fang also plays Fiery Bird games. Yes, although I haven't played them for long. All the members from 2S and Big Dipper present simultaneously had slight grins. In their hearts, one word appeared, newbie. Hadn't played for long, if not a newbie, what could he be? May I know what sort of console Mr. Fang is using? Xie, he asked. 10th generation, Rhapsody, Fang Zhao replied. Cosimo. Your father, only use a 9th generation version. No one bothered hiding their looks of envy and jealousy. You actually use a 10th generation. Can you handle it? All the 2S and Big Dipper members felt heartache. Because there was a limit on the 10th generation, in all these esports clubs, generally only the team captain would use a 10th generation. All the other members would use 9th generation consoles. What a waste. Too wasteful. To actually let such an amateur use a 10th generation. This is no wonder, then. All users of the 10th generation are given the golden VIP card by Fiery Bird, Xie, he said. However, his main point was not this. Has Mr. Fang thought of selling the 10th generation? Actually, Mr. Fang, you just started on games, there is no need to use the 10th generation. For the new game, Battle of the Century, the 6th generation and above can be used. After all, using the 10th generation will cause a great deal of discomfort if you can't use it well. The Big Dipper members also looked toward Fang Zhao. If Fang Zhao had the intention of selling, they would all fight for it. As professional esports athletes, they would always be inclined to using the newest equipment. Not for sale. I seem to use it rather well, Fang Zhao told them. Price can be negotiated. I'm not lacking money. Remembering that the other person had a dog worth 100 million, Xie, he really had no way of using money to change Fang Zhao's opinion. As for Fang Zhao saying that he seemed to use it rather well, that Xie he did not believe. Looking at the time, Fang Zhao did not continue on. He went to round up the rest of his team, as the press conference was starting soon. After Fang Zhao left, Cosimo had a sinister smile on his face. What do you guys think, if we kill him in game till he doesn't dare to log on, will he stop playing? The others there looked pensive. It seemed like, it made a little sense. Translator's thoughts. Beetlebarker. This reminds me of a story Uncle Ben used to tell me. Once upon a time, there lived a little duck. This little duck thought highly of itself and liked to bully everyone else in the forest. One day, this little duck saw an orange kitty with stripes and thought to himself, what a pushover. Turns out Orange Kitty was a tiger. The end. Uncle Ben wasn't much of a storyteller, but his stories did make sense. Fang Zhao could not hear what Cosimo was saying, but he could at least guess as much. Having survived so many years during the end of days, Fang Zhao could at least guess what Cosimo was thinking from his few words and expressions. Back when he'd mentioned about the 10th generation console, the look on Cosimo's face had let him know that little brat had been planning something. Fang Zhao did not mind the manner Cosimo had used when talking, he just took it as Cosimo being young and ignorant, but if Cosimo decided to continue being ignorant during the game, he would not mind personally teaching this kid how to respect his elders. Once Su Wen and the others gathered, they headed up and prepared to enter the venue. Mr. Fang. Please wait. Just as he was about to enter the conference hall, Fang Zhao turned his head over. It was Zachary, the engineer who had helped him install his game console, and another unknown person. This person seemed slightly younger than Zachary and seemed more warm. However, he had the aura of a leader. Taking a look at his chest area where the insignia was at, Fang Zhao could see his rank and position. He belonged to Fiery Bird Yenzhou branch's senior management. This is our Yenzhou branch's head engineer, Xavier. He wanted to talk to Mr. Fang about a matter, Zachary introduced. Seeing the members of the Polar Light Project team behind Fang Zhao, Zachary got someone to lead them into the hall and then invited Fang Zhao to a small lounge next door. Mr. Fang should probably find it easy to use the 10th generation console, Xavier said. It's not bad. Don't beat around the bush. Fang Zhao was sure the two had not brought him over just to inquire about how the console was. Xavier laughed and asked, yesterday at the practice match, that person was you? Fang Zhao looked up at Xavier and Zachary. Didn't you already investigate? Cough, just a guess. Facing Fang Zhao's gaze, Zachary swallowed the excuse that he had prepared early and helplessly said, we investigated, but we don't divulge our customers' private information. It will be kept top secret and nobody will say anything. Xavier also gave his guarantee. Confidentiality is something we at Fiery Bird have always been doing well. The 5 big esports clubs have all asked us whether we know the person in this matter, and not a single word has been leaked. Mr. Fang, you should probably know that the 10th generation has data transmission over to us here, it is written on the contract. Fang Zhao nodded his head. This he knew. During the installation of the console, Zachary had also told him, and he had agreed. As the 10th generation console was a new model, it was a project that Fiery Bird saw great importance in. There was a limited number of 10th generations in the market, so to make improvements to it, they needed the data from these machines. This data was divided into many different parts, and every part had a specific list. One of these was the adaptability value with the machine. Back when Zachary had helped Fang Zhao install the machine, he had explained it. Not just Fang Zhao, all other users of the 10th generation in Yenzhou also had the same data transmissions. Of course, this was all handled by the user, but in the event of something abnormal happening, before the user even realized anything, at the Yenzhou branch, they would receive warnings and come up with countermeasures. On the day of the practice match, when Fang Zhao used the 10th generation, the adaptability value exceeded 95, finally stopping at 96. Xavier glanced at Fang Zhao from head to toe. In the whole of Yenzhou, the only person who has crossed 95 as of now is Mr. Fang. This data had given Zachary a shock when he'd seen it. He did not know whether there was an error with the data or he had really achieved such an adaptability value, so he followed the data and checked on Fang Zhao's login situation and found that Fang Zhao's login and logoff times were at the same time as the mystery person from the practice match. A new user that signed up on September 1st and had a premium VIP status immediately on registering, and with the data concurring, there was only Fang Zhao. Realizing this, Zachary spoke with his immediate superior, Xavier. Xavier authorized an ID check, and the result was as they had expected. Zachary felt that this was simply unimaginable. In Yenzhou, there were only 8 players who used the 10th generation console. Of the 8, 5 were from the 5 big esports clubs. 5 players who were at least at the level of team captain. The 5 captains were indeed outstanding, achieving over 90 during their first usage. However, until now, they had stayed within the 91 to 95 range. But during the practice match, Fang Zhao had an adaptability value that rose all the way to 96. This was also the reason they had to check Fang Zhao's ID. Fang Zhao nodded his head, signifying that he understood. "Thank you for your kind understanding. We will keep it confidential and they won't know." Zachary knew very well that if news about the matter got out, he would only be harming Fang Zhao. Those esports clubs always banded together. Yesterday, Fang Zhao had stepped on 2S and Boom. If 2S and Boom wanted revenge, when the game was officially released, Fang Zhao might possibly find himself surrounded by those crafty esports clubs and end up on the receiving end of some unsavory methods. They might even do something in the shadows. Which of the big 5 in esports did not have some methods? "It doesn't matter if they know," Fang Zhao replied. Xavier and Zachary laughed when they heard this. They just treated it as angry words from Fang Zhao, as he was still young. Fang Zhao had not said it in a fit of anger. The reason why he'd chosen to hide his ID back then was not because he had been afraid of being surrounded but that if he had revealed himself, there would have been some trouble. The people finding him would not be little, from companies to media to esports clubs and more. With that, he might not even have had time to play his games. Before the game was officially released, he did not want to be disturbed and spoil his mood for games. Actually, for inviting Mr. Fang over, there is one more matter. After the practice match, Mr. Fang had submitted a user feedback form, which we have received and forwarded to headquarters. Half an hour ago, headquarters just got back to me, and we hope that Mr. Fang can join our Battle of the Century game advisory team and participate in evaluating the game. Zachary was impressed. The feedback and opinion form that Fang Zhao had submitted could actually make headquarters take notice and invite him to the advisory team and evaluation panel. This showed how much value his feedback had. Many areas mentioned in the form had gone unnoticed by the advisory team. Inside Fang Zhao's feedback and opinions, he had attached cited material. Some information was more obscure, which not many people had seen. There were even a few hand-copied excerpts taken from resources during the period of destruction that had been preserved in the memorial hall. This was not a feedback form full of nitpicking. It had really hit the nail on the head. Headquarters thought this little fellow was a talent, and he knew a lot about history during the period of destruction. After verifying what Fang Zhao had cited, he had been invited to the advisory team. In the Battle of the Century project's advisory team, he was the only person younger than 30. Press conference hall. The invited esports clubs and media had all arrived. Fiery Bird's other cooperative partners had also arrived one after the other. Among these partners, other than Silver Wing's Polar Light project team, there was also a reputable toy factory that had helped manufacture the T-Rex models. On the left of 2S Esports Club was HWR Esports Club, while on the right was Boom Esports Club. Members from all 3 clubs were engaged in a disagreement. HWR taunted that 2S and Boom had humiliated themselves at yesterday's practice match. 2S and Boom criticized HWR, saying they did not even have anyone qualified for such a race. HWR's deputy captain Jean sat cross-legged, not looking over at 2S. She casually mouthed off, "That's right, at least we admit we are not good enough for that race. You guys gave your all and boasted. Where did that get you? Didn't you get stomped? Disgraceful." Speaking of that, the postures when you guys crashed were so cool. Our team saved screenshots of your crashes. Just a pity that you all were wearing helmets that hid your expressions. If we could have seen your expressions, they would probably have been like this. Retracting her legs, Jean's look changed. Her pair of eyes widened with a shocked expression, inciting hooting laughter from her team members. The Big Dipper and Transcendental members joined in the excitement, seeing that it was not serious. 2S and Boom's ridiculing of HWR also targeted the other two clubs now. As they bickered, the lighting changed. The esports club members did not bother continuing their quarrels. People that were originally slouching sat up. Members of the media that were discussing stuff put away all their other stuff and prepared to grab the news. The important guests were always last to arrive. Previously, the first 2 rows in the conference hall were empty. Now that the press conference was about to begin, these people came in. Entering were some of Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch's important personnel, senior management, chief engineers, and advisory team. These people had seats set up for them at the front. However, among the personnel walking in, there was a figure that was rather unimaginable. Cosimo pointed at Fang Zhao, who had emerged with the group of people. Why is that fellow sitting in the first row? The others also took notice. Among the people who had entered late was Fang Zhao. But as the press conference had started, they could not discuss it loudly, they could only talk about it over messages. How is that fellow able to sit at the front? Could it be that he has other backing? Probably not. I remember, back then, when this fellow became famous, someone mentioned his background. He was just a normal graduate. I didn't hear about any considerable parties backing him. Let's observe a little while more. If that fellow goes on stage to talk, we will know what's up. Him. How can he even go on stage to present at this sort of press conference? He is the person in charge of the Polar Light project team. Don't forget that Polar Light is still endorsing the game. That is why they should just dispose of the rule of virtual idols endorsing it. It's just tasteless. No matter what those who attended the press conference were thinking in private, the press conference went according to the scheduled arrangement, the new trailer of the game, explaining the background, announcing the release of peripherals, etc. The captains of the 5 big esports clubs also represented their clubs and went up to say a few words. Amongst the big 5, the last to go on stage was 2SS captain, Xie He. During his speech, he mentioned that some media were rather mindful of the previous day's practice match. We might not be experts in the single event competition, and there were a number of issues that arose after that matter, but we are very grateful to the mystery writer. He showed us a few of our weaknesses early on. However, when the game is officially released, we will remain the kings of Yenzhou. Members of the other 4, Big Dipper, Transcendental, Boom, and HWR, all simultaneously said, B*LLSH*T. When Xie He returned to his seat, the Big 5 started to declare war, arguing over who were the real kings of Yenzhou. Hey, that fellow is really going on stage, a member from 2S exclaimed. The others also looked over to the front. A while back, when the host had introduced Fang Zhao, he'd said that Fang Zhao was one of the 8 users of the 10th generation machine in Yenzhou, composer of one of the background music pieces in the game, a member of the advisory team and evaluation panel, and head of the Polar Light project team that Fiery Bird was collaborating with. Also a member of the advisory team and evaluation panel. Didn't that fellow compose music? Why is he involved with this? Now that it's like this, should we still do it? Cosimo frowned. On stage, Fang Zhao touched on a few points regarding the old era. Before leaving the stage, he said, there are some people that are probably thinking about attacking me in-game till I become afraid of logging in. To such people, I have these words for them. Fang Zhao looked up and scanned the hall. Although it seemed like a casual glance, it made the people over at the 2S area feel uneasy. How did that guy know they wanted to target him? Could he read minds? Bring it on, Fang Zhao said flatly. As long as you all don't regret it. Whoa. This fella is real crazy. Not even a professional esports athlete and yet he is so insane. I thought that Cosimo from 2S was crazy enough. I never expected that there was someone even crazier. Fang Zhao's words made a number of esports athletes present twitch their lips. A middle-aged member of the media side. That's just how youngsters are. I understand. Outside the conference hall, Zuoyu was chatting with his old comrades. When Zuoyu had accompanied the Polar Light Project team over to the Fiery Bird Yenzhou branch's building, he'd run into an old comrade who was working as security here. After a while at the press conference, he had came out. After all, inside, Fang Zhao was with Fiery Bird's staff. Safety was not compromised, so he did not need to follow. Thus, he had come out to catch up with his old comrade and reminisce and talk about their work experience in Qian City. Work here gets very busy. The game is about to be released and there are many crazy fans. A lack of concentration and someone will sneak in. Not to mention all the items on display, if any machine gets spoiled, I will feel heartache. As Zuoyu's old comrade spoke, his hands went to his chest. He was remembering the incident that had happened a while back, when a fervent fan had broken in to steal a 10th generation console. The fan had been caught but had damaged a few displays, and the damages were worth several million. This sort of money was not a lot to Fiery Bird, but they would feel heartache. Although the fan had paid a compensation fee, all those displayed items that were considered works of art were destroyed, and they could not help but feel sorry. They were also Fiery Bird fans and treated every item that Fiery Bird produced as a treasure. Especially the limited editions from 40 to 50 years ago that were on display. These were all commemorative items and had special significance. Ruining one was the same as losing one. Especially during the period close to the press conference, other than Fiery Bird fans, there are also fans from the other esports clubs. We have to watch them and increase security. Luckily, Fiery Bird pays out rather readily. What about you? Following a composer around, don't you feel bored? Zuoyu's comrade asked. It's okay. My boss also pays out readily, and it's not boring. This year I still got to visit Muzhou to watch the sheep herding competition, the benefits and salary are good too. Zuoyu replied. That's true, your boss does not lack money. I heard he even has a dog worth $100 million. Doesn't your boss have any unusual hobbies? I heard that people with such high levels of artistic sense are weird. You know, those that dabble with the arts are. Zuoyu paused, pointed at his own head, different from most people. You have no idea what goes on in their heads. Nowadays, he spends most of his time at home and I'm not needed. However, my wages are never short. Zuoyu's old comrade sighed. Then you have it easy, getting your salary without staying beside and protecting him, unlike us who are always tired. I am his personal bodyguard, of course I needed an opportunity to show off and protect the boss well. When he is protected well, only then I can take the money. When the boss is happy, he pays out even more. On account of the money, I would even protect him in-game, Zuoyu said. You still get to play games and get bonuses, how great. Who knows, if your boss is happy when he plays, he might even give you a pay raise. I'm really envious, we still have to do shift work. You found a really good job. If you retire or get sacked, recommend me. Hey, are you trying to steal my job? The two laughed. Suddenly, the conference hall door opened, and the bustling noise wafted out. Zuoyu saw the message that Fang Zhao had sent to his communications device. Alright, till next time. The press conference has ended, I need to send them back. My break is ending soon, so I have to get back to my post. Let's talk more when we have time. This time, Fang Zhao was together with Zhu Wen and the others and had left through an exit at the back of the conference hall. He had left a message for Zuoyu, asking him to drive the car over and wait for them. Because when Fang Zhao had went up on stage, a few media groups had wanted to interview him but were not successful. In the blink of an eye, he was gone and had brought the entire Polar Light Project team and disappeared. Since they could not stop Fang Zhao, they did not waste time and turned around to interview others. Xavier and Zachary let the interview be handled by the spokesperson and returned to the office. Xavier still felt that Fang Zhao had chosen the wrong profession. What a pity. If he had honed his skills as a professional esports athlete from a young age, all of the Big Five would now be fighting for him. Why did he study composing? Such great talent. It is indeed a pity, Zachary agreed. They had just understood from headquarters that, of the 110th generation machines that had been released to the public, only Fang Zhao had exceeded the value of 95. Even in all the other continents, the highest value stayed at 95. Perhaps the adaptability value might rise as the console was used more, but as of now, only Fang Zhao had achieved an adaptability value of 96, which was the highest. That was why Xavier felt rueful. A young seedling with the potential to be an esports athlete had actually chosen composing. Fang Zhao did not know the Fiery Bird staffer's assessments of him. He got Sui Yu to head directly to his place, because Zhu Wen and the others wanted to see the 10th generation up close and, at the same time, hold a department meal at his place. Fang Zhao's words at the press conference were also circulated by the media, giving rise to resentment from a number of players. This amateur actually dares to talk nonsense in front of the Big Five? Isn't he afraid of getting thrashed? Does he feel like the time he can hold on to the 10th generation is too long? Who knows, maybe there really are people who would use these sorts of methods to make him sell the 10th generation. There is an old saying, the ordinary people are innocent, but a person's cherished possessions will get him into trouble. If he is willing to sell the 10th gen, not only will he be more relaxed, he would also earn a large sum. But if he is not willing to sell, even if the Big Five don't bring themselves so low as to attack him, other people will also kill him till he doesn't dare log on. If he doesn't log on and doesn't play games, would he let the console rot away at home? When the time comes, he will surely sell it, perhaps at an even lower price. Now the whole world is hyping up the 10th generation console. Currently, its price has been hyped up to $60 million, and yesterday, someone predicted it will rise up to $80 million in the next 10 days. When the game is officially released, it might even cross the 100 million mark. TSK, is the 10th gen really that great? You don't understand, this is called style. Many people wish to purchase it. Yesterday, there were people mentioning that, of all the models that Fiery Bird has produced, this is the first exoskeleton type. It is worth keeping it. In a few decades, the price might increase a few times over. In any case, there is no way you lose by keeping it. Anyone has the means. Sell your house or take a loan and get one. It was not possible to conceal him being the owner of a 10th gen console. That's why, from the start, Fang Zhao never intended to hide that fact. Recently, more and more people wished to purchase the 10th gen from him. Of Yanzhou's 8 10th gens, 5 belonged to the Big Five, and it was impossible for them to let go of it. The other 2 owners were influential bigwigs in Yanzhou. As such, if anyone wished to buy it, it would only be through Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had recently installed a blocker on his communications device, and that brought a little peace and quiet. Luckily, users online had very short attention spans. In September, there were many more practice matches between the 5 big esports clubs, which stole the headlines. This time, Fang Zhao did not interfere. Just like people had mentioned, gaming was the main strength of the entertainment industry. The gaming circles that had been restrained for 10 years almost took up all the hot news topics daily. Even if it was not everything, they still accounted for half of the top 10 hottest news and crushed all other film, TV, and music celebrities. Silver Wing had also launched their reserve dual-profession gamers. Although they could not compete with the Big Five, competing with a few old rivals was fine too. Very quickly, October 1st arrived. It was a weekend, and there were many people. Fiery Bird's official release time was October 1st at exactly 12 p.m. in Huangzhou. Huangzhou's time zone was ahead of Yenzhou by 6 hours, so at the time of the official release, it was 6 a.m. in Yenzhou. At 5 in the morning, the virtual project team's group chat started to buzz with excitement. Zhu Wen and the few others had probably been too excited to catch any sleep the night before, but they were still very energetic. Zhu Wen, Rodney, and the technical staff were a bunch of sly and experienced gamers. 10 years ago, they had not met the age requirements and had not had the chance, but now, they could finally take part in this global feast. Everyone is rather early, Fang Zhao said in the chat. Oh. Morning boss. Boss, were you so excited you couldn't get any sleep? Rodney asked. I slept for 7 hours, Fang Zhao replied. Boss, when you enter the game, be careful. There might be people trying to ambush you, the department's technical staffer Fu Yingtian said. They knew that, after Fang Zhao had gradually built up the virtual projects department, only then had he spent more time playing games. Previously, he had only played a few shooting games, and this was the first time he would be playing this sort of large-scale game by Fiery Bird. When first coming into contact with this, it might be more difficult to control and might cause some apprehension. Furthermore, in the morning, there were people who had talked about attacking Fang Zhao, so they were worried that Fang Zhao's mood might be affected. Don't be afraid, boss. Yeah, boss, don't be scared, we'll cover you. If they want to kill you, they would need to do it over my dead body. Zhu Wen exclaimed. In this sort of situation, of course he had to pledge his allegiance. I am here as well, Zui Yu said. When it came to giving a favorable impression, there was no way he could be left behind. Pay raise. I'm not afraid, Fang Zhao replied. Boss, then what are your thoughts now? Zhu Wen asked. I thought of a tune. All members of the virtual projects department. Boss's brain is blasting BGM once again. To enter the game, one first had to set up an avatar and game ID. When Fang Zhao had registered a Fiery Bird account after receiving the 10th gen, he had thought of a lot of IDs, but all were in use by others. The username Fang Zhao had also been taken, probably by a player who shared the same name. At last, Fang Zhao entered, alive after 500 years. The system showed that this username was unused, and so he confirmed it. In his past life, Fang Zhao had wished to continue living on. He still remembered the regret of not completing all 100 steps but instead stopping at the 99th. He just had not expected that, when he opened his eyes, he would have jumped 500 years into the future. The vacant 500 years that he'd skipped could only be understood through images. Although he still had regrets, at least he got to see the developments after 500 years. If all his old friends knew this, they would surely have struggled to survive 500 more years. If any of them were really still alive, Fang Zhao could still meet them. Unfortunately, this was only an impossible dream of his. As for his avatar, Fang Zhao chose his current image and made a few modifications. Fang Zhao could not remember what his body had looked like in his past life. He just based it on his vague memory and made some changes. Then he added 2 scars to his face. This was now similar to his image during the later part of his past life. His height and weight should be similar to his current body, so no changes were made to that. When Zhu Wen and the others saw the added scars on Fang Zhao's avatar in-game, they laughed. We know that boss worships the martyr, even imitating his 2 scars. Fang Zhao also joined in the laughter but did not explain. Zhu Wen and the others' in-game avatars were not entirely similar to themselves. In real life, Pang Pusong was shorter and more plump, but his avatar was tall and imposing like a bodybuilder. Zhu Wen's avatar was 80% similar to himself. Only, he had added on a flamboyant and explosive hairstyle and 2 weird curving whiskers on his face. The others were mostly like Zhu Wen, using their base avatars and adding a few minor changes. The members of the virtual projects department formed a team and entered together. Other players did the same. The members of esports clubs also formed teams and entered together. After they successfully entered, everything before their eyes changed. A mild scene of the old era emerged. Crisp piano notes fluctuated to the opening scene as it changed. Before their eyes were a few materials that resembled what had been introduced in films, so many people did not feel any wonder and just anticipated the scene quickly passing. They had a pressing need to enter the game and flex their muscles. "I heard the opening sequence is 2 minutes long," someone said. "That's too long, why can't we skip it? Let's just wait, it is only 2 minutes." The members in the team chatted with one another. Very quickly, the sound of the piano faded and became hazy. A drawn-out note surged, slow and stifling. Along with it, the low sound of a string instrument rang out, making people's nerves fray. It was as if some inharmonious noises descended from a distant place, similar to people yelling and also to the sound of activity produced by other objects. The field of view started to shake violently, as if a huge creature was rampaging below the surface. The ground below made slight movements that rapidly became violent. Deep fissures appeared as a large portion of land in the distance sank in. A flyover with many cars on it fractured as large buildings collapsed. The bustling city turned to ruin in the blink of an eye. In the distance, coastal cities were swallowed by tsunamis, and huge ships capsized. Meteors rained down as volcanoes erupted and dust filled the entire sky. The vibrato of a string instrument being strummed seemed like the cold shivers a person got. The rumbling of drumbeats was like the large boulders crashing into the earth or a hidden sledgehammer, pounding away at people's hearts. The blaze of explosions emerged all around as the ground opened up. It seemed like a scene straight from hell, the entire world was finished. A whimpering trumpet call carried a hint of darkness, and an emotional and gloomy string score played, showing the unceasing despair of a city that had fallen. The lifelike images coupled with the tense music battered the senses and produced a stifling atmosphere. A segment of remixed electronic sound effects brushed across the ear, as if someone was running hastily beside, rousing the sensitive nerves of players. The group of players that were originally talking had unknowingly ceased their conversations. Faint piano notes slowly entered, as if it was an old man recalling all his fading memories. The combination of sounds and images showed the tragic world after it had been battered by that devastating power. The field of vision started to broaden, cities shrunk, and tall buildings vanished. Displayed in front of all players' eyes was a reduced map of the world. The ground seemed withered and full of fissures. Below these fissures were flowing lava and blazes that threatened to burn everything down. Its changes told everyone that, as of that moment, the old era ceased and the period of destruction began. Still, the heavy string score continued, a few clear notes of the piano permeated in. The music also started reflecting two types of forces battling, one being the devastation of the disaster and the other a sort of unyielding tenacity in the face of such adversity. The tempo continuously increased as the pounding drumbeats and the music of both piano and string became more forceful. These two themes interwove as though locked in battle. Small glowing dots like stars gradually appeared on the shrunken map. Every moment, new dots appeared, and some dots were extinguished. Some dots were bigger than others. In any case, the glowing dots were increasing on the map. Every glowing dot represented a group fighting for survival. That was mankind's hope. The acoustics augmented the entire image, and an oboe and a French horn alternated, like souls standing up from the ruins. The rumbling of percussion signified the graveness after the horrors, like the hell during that period. The process of refugees experiencing mortal danger and uniting together shook one to the core. A momentary silence occurred, and afterward, brass, string and electronic music simultaneously rang out, seemingly from the ends of the earth. The harmony was extremely aesthetic, with a steady rhythm. It hinted at something magnificent. At the same time, on the world map, starting from the two poles, in the manner of a sweeping tide, the scorching earth and wasteland subsided. Players watching this understood. This was the period of change in history. Starting from the two poles toward the equator, mankind set out to reclaim their world. Just as everyone thought that it had ended, from the remote boundaries, a faint harmony reverberated. A string medley split into a number of different parts. Other than the obvious high-pitched melody, the middle part, which was harder to discern, combined with the reverberating high-pitched sounds and became impossible to differentiate. The tones that were as different as heaven and earth had seemingly closed the large gap between them. It was like being struck by an ice-cold lightning bolt that spread throughout one's core, and one could not help but shiver. But the opening tune was classical yet modern, a fusion of musical instruments and electronic music. The musical style was different from the music of those disaster movies, but it still built up the same shock and effect of provoking the senses. To be able to perfectly make it work, this was no easy skill. Definitely not a youngster. That was not right, to be able to mix classical and modern and blend electronic music with traditional musical instruments so perfectly, the manner and the shocking intensity it had was not weak at all. They all remembered a person. The one who had started a new wave of people being interested in symphonic structures. Professionals in this field with interest in symphonies had all heard Fang Zhao's for movements of the 100-year period of destruction, and the music from the opening sequence made them remember the third movement in the series, Mission. But these two pieces were entirely different. The core of the former was movement, like the dazzling flames from the dynamic explosions, whereas the latter's theme was calm, like the spirit fires within the gravestones, quiet yet brave. Fang Zhao. Is it him? This was what many music professionals were thinking. However, the pure game players would not take notice of this. Although they might have calmed down after the opening sequence and music, they were still eagerly anticipating the game. However, this time, their vigilance had been raised. Especially the experienced members of the esports clubs. They might not have been reliable elsewhere, but when it came to games, they had keen perception. Following this might be an arduous journey. Over at the virtual projects department side, Zhu Wen and a few others who had been excitedly hooting a moment ago had become quiet too. They were also aware of the message that Fiery Bird were trying to transmit. Suiyu shivered a little. When he saw the opening sequence and heard the background music, he felt uneasy. He knew that the background music had been composed by Fang Zhao, and as Fang Zhao's bodyguard, he had been with Fang Zhao through the entire journey of gathering materials. Now he finally understood why Fang Zhao had gone to the cemeteries to gather materials, because for Fiery Bird's opening sequence, the finishing touches were the gravestones. How many hot-headed people could be subdued? However, whatever Fiery Bird did, there was always a motive. Suiyu had also detected the message. The going was going to get tough. Boss, ready to go in? The others all looked at Fang Zhao. The entrance into the game was at the bottom of the 12 gravestones. Wait a moment, Fang Zhao said. Before entering, there was actually a choice. Whether to enter straight away or choose to pay one's respects before entering. Impatient people would choose to enter straight away. As for others that wished for the martyrs to bless them with good fortune, they would choose to pay their respects. In their group, some wished to enter straight away, and some wished to pay their respects, but ultimately they all looked toward Fang Zhao. They had chosen to enter as a group. If they were to enter, they would do it together. Hearing Fang Zhao say, "Wait a moment," they all knew which choice he had made. Makes sense. Boss respects the martyrs very much, Rodney said. Fang Zhao did not speak, glancing at the 12 gravestones ahead. He had visited each of their originals. Compared to other people, he felt differently when it came to these gravestones. After the opening sequence had ended, only the area they were at was lit up. Elsewhere in the distance had become dark. And just like in the worship district back then, behind the giant gravestones were countless smaller tombstones that seemed like the reflection of stars on the surface of water. With wine, there is no difference between heaven and earth. Let's drink, old friends. As per the previous time, Fang Zhao chose alcohol as an offering. Long time no see, the world I once had. Zuiyu eyed Fang Zhao, not knowing whether he was imagining things, but he always felt that the expression in Fang Zhao's eyes when he was paying his respects was a little frightening. The others were also very curious about Fang Zhao's worship method. They wanted to follow that method and pay their respects, but they were stopped by Fang Zhao. In the end, they all used their own accustomed methods to pay their respects. Zhu Wen even threw in a few bows. As he paid his respects, he said, "May every martyr bless me. Don't let me be too unlucky, don't let me die of hunger." After a few long-winded sentences, the team formally entered the game. As a team, they were all randomly assigned to a place. Zuiyu looked at his surroundings. Warehouse. This was a warehouse for junk items. It was quite empty, and it seemed like someone had rummaged through it. A few cases for storing junk items had been flipped over. We get guns right at the start. Checking his equipment on hand, Zhu Wen realized he now had a gun. This should be Fiery Bird's so-called welcome present, right? Yesterday, Fiery Bird headquarters had announced online that there will be a small present for everyone at the launch of the game. We hope everyone will like it. It will be good if we get a gun, hee. How do I only have a knife and no gun? Mine is a gun. This gun is too old. With these little bullets, what can we even kill? A standard police issue handgun from the old era, according to its model, one magazine held about 15 to 20 bullets. That was not a lot, this would be troublesome. Don't tell me there might be items hidden in other places. Zhu Wen, Rodney and a few others discussed searching the other areas of this warehouse. Lower your voices, Fang Zhao said. Zhu Wen laughed and replied, got it. Boss, your nerves are getting the better of you. It's just a game, what matters is that we have fun. Don't be so solemn. After all, we have 3 lives. He listened cautiously and did not hear any suspicious sounds in their surroundings. The few technicians had played games together for a long time and knew how to coordinate and warn each other. Furthermore, when they played shooting games, their roars and cries were even louder. Since it was their first time playing a Fiery Bird game, they were too excited. They wanted to enjoy it first. After all, it was a game, and things did not happen according to reality here. Upon entering the game, players had 3 lives, but after those 3 lives had been used up, their next death would cause them to be barred for a week before they could re-enter. Of course, lives could be bought with money, but only after the second day would players be able to log in once more. This was the strictest Fiery Bird had ever been regarding the value of lives in their games. In short, the 3 lives let Zhu Wen and the others feel relaxed. They could continue playing even after dying once. Fang Zhao wanted to check the surroundings but was stopped by Zhu Wen and the others. Boss, just take a seat here. Let us handle the scavenging. They had to look after their leader well. Zuiyu stood guard besides Fang Zhao and nodded. Yeah, boss, you just sit over here. Let them go search for food, don't worry. If any bandits or savage beasts or whatever come along, I will take care of them. There's a small kitchen over here. At the back, someone had entered a room. Is this a decompressor from the old era? No, I remember from the information given, this is the old era's microwave. Fang Zhao listened to the others' discussion and reminded them, I advise you guys make as little noise as possible. The few over there were probably too excited and did not make much of it. Fang Zhao did not continue nagging. He quietly sat on a box nailed to the floor. Zuiyu wanted to say, boss, don't be too nervous, but Fang Zhao was facing the steel door in front of them, seemingly deep in thought, so Zuiyu did not say it out loud. He kept thinking that, after the boss had entered the game, there was something slightly wrong with his state of mind. The expressions in his eyes seemed very penetrating, but maybe it was just the 2 scars on his face. In the small kitchen behind them, Zhu Wen and the others were very interested in all the old-era cooking utensils. At this age, most of them had played a Fiery Bird game before, but this was the first time they had entered a game on its release date. After they'd come of age, they had been able to formally log into the game, but by then, there had been lots of strategy guides, and basically all they'd done was play according to others' past experiences. It was not particularly stimulating, but now they could only fumble around themselves. This sort of experience was a novelty for people who liked games. Even if they had previously played other games based on the period of destruction, none of those could compare with this Fiery Bird version with its attention to detail. Zhu Wen found an egg after rummaging through the kitchen. Because the old era's microwave was very intriguing, he placed the egg in to play around with it. Is there electricity? Yeah. What else do you have to set up? Why isn't it automated? How troublesome. I should just randomly pick one. This one. Whoa. The machine is starting to revolve. Zhu Wen and the others surrounded the front of the microwave, their heads all gathered together as they watched the egg spinning around inside, as if it was a rare sight. Zhang Yu and Fu Yingtian, who were in charge of standing guard, could not contain their curiosity and looked over. Doesn't seem like there are any changes. The words had just left the lips when there was a bang, scaring the few of them into taking a step back. XX exploded. Why did this egg explode when placed inside? Was it from incorrect usage? Song Miao, don't tell me I used it wrongly. Song Miao did not understand either. Perhaps. I have never used such an appliance either. Zhu Wen had even gotten addicted to playing with it. Let's look for other stuff to test it out. Look around and see if there is anything else. There are fish here. Outside, Fang Zhao, who was sitting on a box in the warehouse, let out a deep sigh. He felt like hitting someone. Zuiyu, who was guarding Fang Zhao diligently, also could not help but cast a few curious glances over. He was also very curious toward the things from the old era. Other than the game letting everyone experience the background of the period of destruction, it also satiated the curiosity everyone had of the old era. Therefore, now that Zuiyu heard the activity over that side, there was a slight itch in his heart. Arg! A loud shout broke the cheerful atmosphere in the kitchen. F***ck me. Your father got bitten by a fish. Zhu Wen shouted. A series of banging sounds were heard from the back of the kitchen. Enough, Pang Pusong, it's no longer moving. It's dead. Did you get any experience points? I gained 0.5 points. The others felt a little sorry when they heard this. Only 0.5 points. I'm finished, Zhu Wen wailed. The few of them once again came in front of Fang Zhao. The one making the decisions in the team was still Fang Zhao. If anything happened, they made sure to inform him first. Rodney briefly explained what had happened to Fang Zhao. It turned out that, as Zhu Wen had been searching for something else to play with, he'd seen a bucket in the corner that was covered. Expecting something inside, he had warily removed the lid and found the bucket filled with water, with 2 palm-sized fish inside. One was floating upside down, not moving at all, evidently, it was dead. The other was swimming about feebly. Just at the moment when Zhu Wen let his guard down, the fish that originally looked weak suddenly leaped out of the bucket and bit Zhu Wen. It happened so quickly that Zhu Wen couldn't avoid it and got a little cut on his hand. The fish that had leapt out was flopping around on the floor. Pang Pusong had taken an iron rod behind the kitchen door and bludgeoned that fish to death, receiving 0.5 experience points. As for Zhu Wen, who had received the cut, he realized that on his status was displayed, infected. He wanted to cry immediately but was unable to do so. As time passed, his infected value would keep increasing. When it reached a certain critical point, he would lose control of himself and, just like those infected organisms, would attack his own teammates. You guys don't have to worry. I will settle this myself. Zhu Wen expertly took out his gun and pointed it at his own head. Comrades. Wait for me. In half an hour's time, I will surely bring back some strategies, believe me. Zhu Wen was regretful. He had been too careless just now. He had never expected this to be more treacherous and cunning than all the games he had ever played. A bite from an unremarkable fish could actually force him to disconnect, that was so humiliating. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhu Wen disappeared from his spot. Fang Zhao closed his eyes and did not say anything. Seeing Fang Zhao not looking so good, the others did not utter a single word. You guys. Fang Zhao opened his eyes. Boss, what are your orders? The few of them were more well-behaved now. They realized that the few of them had been too foolish a while ago and had probably made their boss unhappy. Log off and wait, Fang Zhao said. The few of them looked over at Fang Zhao, trying to determine whether he was joking. Log off and cool your heads for half an hour before coming back. Oh. This was to let them go offline and reflect, just like facing the wall after doing something wrong. As a few members exchanged glances, Rodney hesitantly asked Fang Zhao, Boss, when we are gone, what will happen to you? Suiyu is here. Since Fang Zhao had already given them instructions, it was best to obediently head offline and not anger their boss any further, in case he deducted their wages. After all, Fang Zhao only wanted them to disconnect and reflect on their actions. In half an hour, they could log back in with Zhu Wen, perhaps even with the latest strategies to share with everyone. Hang Pusong, Fang Zhao called out, pass me the iron rod. Oh, sure. Hang Pusong respectfully handed over the iron rod and compliantly disconnected. He had always listened to Fang Zhao. After the others had also disconnected, only Fang Zhao and Suiyu were left in the warehouse. Suiyu thought for a bit and felt he needed to say something. We are not a professional team, after all, and are just having fun. The others are just too curious, you don't have to be frustrated over such small matters. I know. As Fang Zhao did not seem to want to chat, Suiyu did not continue. He just did not understand why Fang Zhao still continued sitting there, not going off to look for food or other stuff. Suddenly, Suiyu's expression changed and he faced a certain direction. He could hear the sounds of gunshots, and they were continuously firing. The sounds did not seem close, but they did not seem especially far either. Most likely, some players in the vicinity had run into a situation. Had something come along? He tilted his head, intending to advise Fang Zhao to find a place to hide, but he saw that Fang Zhao's hand that was gripping the iron rod was trembling. Is this fear? Suiyu snickered mentally. Fang Zhao was only 20 plus, and his gaming history was also lesser than most. He had acted so impressively a while ago, but now he exposed his true nature. Actually admitting he was afraid was no big deal, it would not displace his position as the department's boss. Such determination to save his own face. Could it be that Fang Zhao had known he would be frightened and thus took advantage of Zhu Wen's situation to get rid of the others and try and adapt by himself? The more Suiyu pondered, the more he felt this was the case. But some words just had to be said. Boss, I hear footsteps approaching and some roaring. It's not just one, and it's not human. It might be a savage beast. Do you want to head to the kitchen and hide? No need. Don't worry boss, I'm here. Later on, you just have to stay behind my back. If the situation doesn't look too good, you disconnect first. Suiyu did not hear Fang Zhao's answer, but he did not continue asking. He attentively watched the warehouse's steel door. With his back to Fang Zhao, Suiyu didn't see that, as the footsteps and roars got closer, Fang Zhao's hand that was gripping the iron rod trembled less and less. At the moment when the footsteps stopped outside the steel door, his trembling ceased. Fang Zhao could hear own heartbeats as though they were drumbeats, and he could hear his blood flowing as if it was a surging river. He was not afraid. Rather, he was fired up. Perhaps the functions of the 10th gen console were really too good. Even the imitated smells were 70% real. Every time he took a breath, he could smell the foul air reeking of blood. It was as if that period from long ago in his memory had all lumped together. All the feelings and sentiments he had suppressed since his rebirth seemed like they had found an exit and were about to erupt. Bang! 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 The figures that had appeared in front of the steel door roared and smashed into the door forcefully. The iron chain that kept the steel door locked kept creaking. Figures glistening with fresh blood on their bodies could be seen through the slit in the door. Their deep red eyeballs peeked through the gap at the two men in the warehouse as putrid and thick saliva dripped from the tip of their teeth. During the beginning of the period of destruction, due to the sudden disaster, many species, including humans, had experienced mutations. Regardless of whether they were flying or lived in the water, not a single one had been spared. The mutations had caused them to lose rationality and had warped their temperaments. Some had gradually died out from the mutations, while others had transformed or evolved from their base state, becoming destructive and stronger savage beasts. These beasts only lived for blood and slaughter and had an intense desire to attack humans or other organisms. Many organisms that had not mutated experienced massacres. The number of species that became extinct during the period of destruction was uncountable. Bones or a hard-to-come-back specimen of an old-era creature that had managed to survive would be treated as a valuable artifact and be hoarded. Although many species had been resurrected due to genetics technology, specimens from the old era had a very high value that would never drop. This was how people in the new era felt about the old era. Aside from this, specimens from the period of destruction were also considered valuable pieces of art. Fang Zhao remembered seeing an auction at the start of the year where a specimen of a creature that had arisen from the initial stages of the period of destruction had been sold to the highest bidder, a collector from Muzhou, for $20 million. That specimen had been from the initial stages of the period of destruction. It had mutated from a dog species and had a bright-colored coat. Back then, in order to study the parasitic disease that mutated creatures, they had created a specimen. Following the chaos of war, it had been moved from place to place until the period of destruction ended and the new era was founded. The specimen that was lucky to survive 100 years preserved in liquid was specially made into a dried-out sample, and shortly after, it was sold off at the auction. Many people in Yenzhou knew about this. These sorts of specimens always created a buzz on the internet for a period of time. Nobody was interested in the scientific name given by historians but instead remembered the nickname given by netizens, 20 million. Unfortunately, the present that fiery bird was going to give everyone was just this. At this moment, on the first day they logged in, all players would experience being hunted by a colony of 20 millions. Unlike the gleaming specimens that folks in the new era were familiar with, the ones in the game restored the beast's original look and personality. These monsters mutated by canine diseases had blood-colored skin covered with brownish blobs. They flashed their fangs, their teeth buried in bloody gums. Their bloodshot eyes oozed the vicious aura of a killer. Perhaps someone who saw them for their first time would freeze. Most folks had only come across these beasts in biology textbooks or in less sophisticated games. But for Fang Zhao, it was a case of reactivating dormant memories. Other than rescue missions and scavenging for food, one of their routines in the old era was to proactively hunt down these aggressive beasts that had badly mutated during the apocalypse. Each kill meant one fewer beast to deal with. The chain wrapped around the metal door hadn't snapped, but the shoddy door itself was about to collapse. Fang Zhao and Zui Yu could catch a glimpse of the shadows releasing killer vibes through the door gap. All these beasts wanted to do was shred the people in the warehouse to pieces. Zui Yu took a deep breath. As an experienced former Special Forces fighter, he was a bit spooked by the game, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. His body was ready to fight. Now that his boss had decided to stay, all he could do was stand there and brace himself. This was his chance to demonstrate his loyalty. Bang! The metal door burst open, falling inward into the warehouse and causing a huge thud that sent the ground shaking. The echo of the crash was equally earth-shattering. Boom! 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 A rapid succession of 7 shots. The moment the door collapsed, Suiyu's gun was wielded to maximum effect. The 3 beasts leading the pack were down. Killing 3 beasts with 7 bullets was a decent performance, but Suiyu wasn't happy with his accuracy. By his estimation, taking down 3 beasts should have required 5 bullets or less. Was he rusty from lack of practice? He was a regular at the shooting range and he never stopped gaming. After pondering the matter, Suiyu concluded the problem lay in his gun. After all, it was a dated model from the old era. It was understandable if it functioned poorly. Right, this antique gun must have affected my accuracy. But the mutated beasts swarming outside didn't give Suiyu much time to think. The group that gathered by the door included 6, not just 3 monsters. And others were catching up after hearing the commotion. The remaining 3 beasts rushed in and swerved, hoping to bypass Suiyu and attack Fang Zhao directly. That was how the beasts had behaved in real life during the apocalypse as well. Even though they had become crazed and unpredictable as a result of their mutation, the instinct to prey on the weak remained etched in their brains. Had Suiyu been alone, they would have focused their attacks on him, but Suiyu was accompanied by Fang Zhao, and Suiyu just took out 3 of their own in one go, so they elected to attack the other person in the warehouse first. Bang! 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 Another rapid series of 3 shots, but this time only 1 beast was killed. Another wasn't lethally shot, merely taking a tumble before getting up again, as if it didn't feel any pain. Boss, be careful. Suiyu started keeping track of his bullet count. He took down 1 beast with 2 shots. The other was around the corner, about to bypass him and pounce on Fang Zhao, who was standing behind him. Suiyu did not hesitate to pull out a knife Zhu Wan had found in the kitchen and had passed on to him when Zhu Wan had gone offline. Just as he was about to attack, he could feel the strong current brought about by a passing body, which zipped by like a speeding train. Fang Zhao lifted the wooden crate he was sitting on and hammered the approaching beast with it. Crack! The crate disintegrated from the force of the impact, its wooden planks snapping into pieces. The mutated beast was knocked backward into another beast that had just entered the warehouse. Fang Zhao took 2 steps forward, walking past Suiyu, and started covering him. A flurry of metal batons resembling an abrupt rainstorm followed, delivering densely packed blows. It was as if Fang Zhao had unleashed a one-man tornado. Suiyu froze as he held up his knife. Bam! Bam! Slash! Slash! Echoes from the disintegrated crate still lingered when the sound of thumping flesh traveled to Suiyu's ears, followed by the noise of cracking bones and the painful yelps of the mutated beasts. Suiyu's eyes peeled open, as if he had seen something incredible, his eyeballs protruding as if they were about to fall out. 1 down, 2 down. The approaching beasts were slain by the hurricane-like onslaught of metal rods. The beasts kept coming, but Fang Zhao was unperturbed. He slashed every approaching monster decisively. His moves seemed instinctual, but every blow was purposeful. Suiyu could hear the sound of the metal rod landing on the beast's bones and muscles. It resembled rolling thunder, the noise so piercing he didn't know how to respond. 1 mutated beast collapsed after being struck, but it didn't die immediately, instead climbing up again after regrouping on the ground. But this time, its bloodthirsty eyes skipped Fang Zhao and zoomed in on Suiyu. As it growled and got ready to pounce, someone yanked one of its hind legs. The forceful pull sent the beast flying backward on a trajectory, landing on a silhouette that emerged behind it. Fang Zhao didn't want to give them time to recover, surging forward to launch another sustained round of vigorous blows. Slash. Bam. The blood-tainted metal rod in Fang Zhao's hand was slightly bent. In no time, armed with his metal baton, Fang Zhao had taken down 5 beasts. Still holding his knife, Suiyu was dumbfounded, wearing a dazed expression. Was this his young, artsy boss, who couldn't endure any physical hardship? Suiyu was bellowing inside. Has he King gone berserk? Is he so violent because he's been infected as well? After taking out 5 mutated beasts with a single metal rod, Fang Zhao dropped the badly crooked baton and calmly removed his gloves without throwing Suiyu so much as a glance. The gloves were cotton gloves he'd found in the crate. Now they were soaked in blood. After tossing the bloody gloves onto the ground, Fang Zhao pulled out his gun and marched toward the entrance to the warehouse. He lifted his gun, smoke emerging from its barrel. Bang! Bang! One bullet hit the neck of a mutated beast, the other piercing one of its bloodshot eyes and landing in its brain. The beast collapsed without a whimper. Bang! 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 Apart from the first beast, which consumed 2 of his bullets, Fang Zhao took out the 4 beasts that showed up in front of the warehouse with a bullet each. Suiyu observed Fang Zhao trudging through the cluster of corpses. The peace and calm he exuded was definitely genuine. Even though they were in a game, Suiyu could feel the frost-like killer aura that Fang Zhao projected constantly. That, coupled with his accurate shooting, made Suiyu wonder, between the 2 of them, who was the one with special forces training. Just as Suiyu's head was filled with self-doubt, Fang Zhao abruptly turned and looked at him before taking a quick shot. Fang Zhao's cold stare gave him major chills. It felt as if the hair on his skin had bolted upright. His scalp went numb. The authenticity of the moment made Suiyu feel like he was no longer just gaming. Has he gone so nuts as to kill a teammate? Just as the thought flashed through Suiyu's head, he heard the commotion behind him. He turned and realized that Fang Zhao wasn't aiming at him but rather at a small mutated beast about half an arm length long that had snuck into the warehouse, unbeknownst to him. The bullet struck its head and it instantly died. What blew Suiyu away wasn't just Fang Zhao's accuracy but also the decisiveness with which he pulled the trigger, giving no warning whatsoever. The tremendous confidence that backed up such a level of calm, that wasn't something a newbie who had never held a real gun could muster. Even though advancements in gaming technology meant more realistic simulations, that type of mental strength and aura couldn't have been a function of the game. Shooting range practice? No, it had to be more than that. To call him an athlete was an understatement. Fang Zhao resembled a seasoned assassin. No other threats popped up for the time being, and no suspicious noises could be heard in the vicinity. The warehouse was quiet again. The mood took a turn for the spooky. Suiyu felt like he had been exposed to a bitterly cold winter breeze. You. Suiyu realized his lips were quivering. His voice stuttered. Suiyu had so many questions, but when he met Fang Zhao's gaze, he held them in. He understood that, perhaps, the less information he knew, the better off he was. Fang Zhao had used Zhu Wen's actions as an excuse to get rid of everyone else, not so his staff could calm down, but to avoid scaring the living daylights out of them. But Suiyu had been asked to stay, meaning Fang Zhao didn't want to hide the truth from him. Discretion was a major job requirement for any professional bodyguard. He was also the one who had shadowed his boss the closest and for the longest period of time. Suiyu realized that, from now on, this boss wasn't going to hide anything from him. Boss, you were so courageous and assertive just now. Suiyu swapped out ruthlessly violent at the last minute. Fang Zhao glanced at him and said, "Oh, sorry, I was too immersed in character." Immersed in character, my ass. Who are you trying to kid? Suiyu managed to spit out a disjointed question with quivering lips. Boss. I need to piss like a racehorse. Can I go offline to hit the loo? Sure, Fang Zhao paused and added, when you get offline, tell them to wait another half hour. Yes, sir. This was the most deferential Zui Yu had been since he'd become Fang Zhao's bodyguard. The 50th floor of Silver Wing Tower, the Virtual Projects Department. After Zui Yu went offline, he emerged from the gaming cabin. The room also housed the gaming cabins of his other colleagues. It was cleared out and dedicated to gaming purposes. Now it was home to everyone's consoles, every single one of them a Fiery Bird 9th generation upgrade, including Zui Yu's. This was what so many of their Silver Wing colleagues envied about the Virtual Projects Department: unlimited funds and freedom. Zui Yu had been practically living at the office, just like everyone else. No one else was in the room. Zui Yu took a deep breath, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and left the room wearing a befuddled expression. He shook his head and sighed. It was the weekend, but Zhu Wen, Rodney, and others were hanging out at the office to save on home electricity and broadband bills. When Zui Yu showed up, Zhu Wen and company were in the middle of a discussion. "Oh, Zui Yu, you're dead too. Where's boss?" Zhu Wen asked with a confused look. **T. I'm still alive. I just needed to piss. As for boss is doing just fine." Zui Yu put special emphasis on the last two words. The others didn't make much of his tone of voice. Rodney was curious about his sweating. "How come you're sweating so much? Is it really hot?" "None of your bloody business." Zui Yu didn't want to reveal the true source of his panic, Fang Zhao. He remembered Fang Zhao's instructions and added, "Boss wants you to cool down for another half an hour." Few of his colleagues were around, so Zui Yu also sent a message to their chat group asking them to go back online half an hour later. "Why? Did you piss boss off again and were collateral damage?" Zhu Wen asked. "Screw you. Are we in a position to question boss's intentions? Just follow orders. If you really want to know, you can ask him yourself when you get back online. I'm no idiot." Zhu Wen was still ruminating over the fact that he'd lost a life over a small fish and incurred Fang Zhao's wrath once already. He wasn't stupid enough to confront his boss. "I better do some more research. There aren't too many tips online today." Gaming teams known for posting helpful strategies had only offered crumbs so far. All they did was remind gamers to keep quiet so as not to spur the already sickly beasts into an even more crazed state. Zhu Wen had gotten bit probably because he'd been too talkative in the kitchen, sending the sickly fish into action. Other players who died after being bitten had similar stories. Zhu Wen had been bitten by a fish. Others had been bitten by mice, unknown insects, and so on. The price of carelessness was a quick death. "If only I had followed boss's instructions in earnest," Zhu Wen sighed. "Being sidelined for an hour is pure torture." Zui Yu's mouth kept twitching. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. He couldn't tell them the real reason Fang Zhao had sent them away. Shaking his head, Zui Yu headed to the pantry, where he calmed himself with a glass of water. He sat down and fell into deep thought. People always said that virtual worlds are a window into a person's soul. Was Fang Zhao's behavior in the game his true character? Up until now, Zui Yu had pigeonholed Fang Zhao as an artsy young man, but after today, he knew there was much more to his boss than met the eye. He thought back to the time he'd been traveling with Fang Zhao to gather material for his new piece, when the two of them had been zeroed in on by security guards at every cemetery they'd visited. Who had they been singling out? Was it him? No. It was Fang Zhao. Back then, Zui Yu had thought the artist Fang Zhao was giving off a neurotic vibe that drew the attention of the guards. Now it seemed like the guards who had the best nose for dangerous individuals had been spot on. He also remembered all the posturing and bragging he'd done in front of Fang Zhao and wanted to slap himself on the face. How stupid he was. When Zhu Wen entered the pantry to pour himself a cup of tea, he saw Zui Yu curled up on the sofa, mumbling, "I was wrong. I was so wrong. Hey, brother. What's wrong? Zhu Wen asked. You don't get it. As a professional bodyguard, I'm under a lot of pressure. After Zhu Yu went offline, Fang Zhao dragged a wooden crate over and sat quietly for a minute, at the same time exchanging his credits for a number of bullets. What made it better than reality was that everyone in the game had a bag, and a few small items could be placed inside, including ammunition and food. Fang Zhao gave a silent laugh. If only reality was similar to the game. Back then, there would not have been so many casualties. The game was but a game, not the actual period. Fang Zhao knew that this was not the world he'd once had, it was just a virtual and incomplete replica. Even though the context was just a game, it was too realistic. The surroundings, even the scents in the air, all of it stirred up Fang Zhao's pent-up emotions that he had suppressed for so long. It was as if, in the depths of his soul, a storm had started to rage. Not being able to go back to that period, and not wanting to go back, normal people do not want to suffer. He had spent nearly a century fighting for this. Other people did not even get such a chance, of course he had to enjoy it well. This was the world that he and countless others had spent a century's worth of time and lives to trade for. Fang Zhao did not miss that period, but he cherished the people during that period. Deep breaths, as if expelling out all the melancholy in his heart. That's right, I have to enjoy it well. But before that, he had to find a way to vent all his long-suppressed tendencies and emotions. Even if he acted similarly to others in the new era, his soul was mainly filled with memories of those 100 years of hell. Even though he had used all sorts of methods to suppress them, it was impossible to keep doing so. Now he had found a way to vent his feelings. Wasn't this what he'd been waiting for all along? Perhaps other people might use this game as a form of escape or play it for entertainment, but Fang Zhao was different. What had happened previously was just a warm-up. The restlessness and agitation had awoken, and Fang Zhao could not just stop now. By chance, Zhu Yu was no longer here. His eyes were radiating with excitement from all the restlessness within his soul. However, in the blink of an eye, it was restrained. Fang Zhao seemed to entirely blend into the warehouse, even his odor fit in his surroundings. Other than the warehouse and the kitchen at the back, there were many other rooms on top, probably the dormitories of workers. Fang Zhao never ever let even the tiniest of sounds slip by. He could distinguish every single note in a song, and similarly, he could distinguish the different noises from the sound of activity. There were people in the room upstairs, yet they also could not be considered people, because they had since deviated from the category of normal human beings. During the period of destruction, these people were the same as those mutated beasts. They had lost all rationality they'd once had and were now bloodthirsty and violent. They would maintain this sort of temperament till their bodies were incapacitated and they died. There was no way to cure them. Since there were infected people, there would naturally be people who were fortunate enough to survive. And these people who were lucky enough to survive developed antibodies and became resistant to being infected by that sort of rabid virus. These antibodies were also found in people of the new era. With these antibodies and methods in the medical field to defend against it, such mortal threats could no longer make a comeback. But during the period of destruction, these sorts of infected people had changed so much that it was necessary to kill them. A metallic light flashed, and the infected person with sinister red eyes fell to the floor as a wound appeared on its neck. Another lightning-quick stab severed its brain stem, interrupting all communication between the brain and the rest of the body. If this had been a normal person, he would have died immediately from this. These infected humans did not die straight away, but they were no longer able to make any movements or attack and could only lie there waiting to die. It was this way in the game, just as it had been back during the period of destruction. Fang Zhao cleared each room upstairs one by one, and then he exited the warehouse. He had cleared it to give Zhu Wen and the others a safer place. When they returned, they would not need to continue clearing the rooms on top. As to what came after that, it was time for Fang Zhao's own entertainment. Infected human, kill. Mutated beast, kill. Fang Zhao was like a leopard in a grassland, lying in ambush for his prey. Regardless of whether it was the way his body moved, the way he concealed himself, or the way he shot his targets accurately and rapidly, if what he did was placed in textbooks, people would surely think it was exaggerated. Not just Sui Yu, who'd come from the special forces, even many other soldiers with vast experience might not even have been capable of doing the same. The bullets that he had exchanged for were used up at an astonishing rate, but although Fang Zhao had exchanged credits for a lot of bullets, his credits kept a large margin and kept increasing more than the amount he exchanged them for. Fang Zhao maintained a high efficiency as he swept through, mostly taking one shot to kill a target. With Fang Zhao in this sort of condition, other than his credits, his experience points rose at an alarming rate. +10. +10. +20. +1. +5. +10. +1. +30. Killing different targets gave a different amount of experience points. However, Fang Zhao did not take notice of his own experience points increasing. All he wanted to do now was some carefree killing, to release some of his long-suppressed emotions. And compared to experience points, he cared more about credits, because in this game, credits could be used to exchange for items. Battle of the Century map, Yenzhou District 79 South, in a 7-floor housing block. 2 players were taking refuge in a room on the 2nd floor. From the window, they could see 2 nearby mutated beasts. A person urged his companion, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Shoot it. Wait a while more, it's out of my firing range. It's still too far, I'm not wasting bullets. It's getting nearer, it has discovered us. Don't be so anxious." How can I not be anxious? It's already so close. We will get bitten to death. Don't rush me, I know. They are going to jump. Quick, fire. I know. Anytime now. Bang. Bang. 2 mutated beasts that were rushing toward the 2nd floor fell according to the ringing of gunshots, and they did not get back up. After a few seconds of silence. The 2 shots were not taken by you. Obviously, you can tell by listening. One of them carefully stuck his head out and scanned 1 round in all directions. Not seeing anyone, he angrily punched the wall. We have been KS'd 1. I told you to hurry and fire. Look, just a step slower and we got KS'd. Shut up. District 79 South, inside a certain office building. A silhouette noiselessly arrived at his own sniping spot and took out his sniper rifle, which he had used credits to exchange for. Supporting the rifle on his shoulder, his icy cold stare looked through the scope at the figures that were frantically running about on the street below, his finger resting on the trigger. In the opposite building, there had been a group who were probably university students. Although they'd had numbers, they'd lacked individual ability and experience. When they'd come up and found themselves being surrounded by so many 20 millions, they'd panicked and fired in a flurry. They had managed to kill a few, but their party numbers dwindled even faster, probably getting killed or disconnecting after running out of ammo. Now, there were no longer many gunshots. He had taken advantage of the chaos just now and gotten a few kills, and after that, he'd exchanged his credits for a sniper rifle. He loved the feeling of hunting prey. Every time blood exploded from the body of the prey, it would get his own blood racing. However, as a sniper who liked shooting games, he still had the basic essentials, adjusting his temperament, calming down as he prepared to lock on to his target. Imagining blood spurting out from his prey brought a vicious smile to his face, but his face became rigid in the next moment. A gunshot rang out, and the prey he was locked onto fell, no longer moving. He had not fired, someone had stolen his prey from under his nose. Cursing under his breath, he did not dawdle and continued to take aim at his next target. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, his prey fell again. F***ck. The third, fourth, fifth. Through his scope, he watched as each 20 million fell as gunshots rang out, one shot one kill. The anger of his prey being stolen gradually subsided and was replaced by an icy chill. Even the hairs on his body were standing. This was a one-sided massacre. Who was it? Definitely not the bunch of stupid students opposite him. Judging from the sounds of the gunshots, the other party's position was constantly changing, but he simply could not find the person responsible. Only once through his scope did he catch a flicker of a human shadow, but only just that once. After that, even when looking in the direction of the gunshot, there were no traces of anyone. This continued until the gunshot ceased. Now, in his field of vision, not a single mutated beast was left standing. Damn it. South District 79, in the hall of a certain hotel. Faster, faster, faster. Pay attention to the sides. Leave it to me. Watch the southwest. I'm guarding. After a series of concentrated gunshots, there was no longer any threat from outside. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief and, soon after, flashed happy grins. They impatiently checked their own experience points and credits. No idea how many we shot dead. I think I killed at least a minimum of 2. I definitely hit 1, quite a number of them fell just now. Me too. The few of them happily went to check their statuses. Experience points, 0. How am I also a 0? I shot over 10 times and didn't hit anything. Puzzled, he continued, then who killed those outside? Going one round and checking, of the over 10 people here, only 2 of them had gotten a pathetic 10 to 20 credits. The others of the group all had 0 experience points and credits from that battle. The F***CK. What actually happened? Fiery Birds, Battle of the Century, official website, in the individual districts forum. Any friends here from District 79? I logged off for a bit to use the toilet, and when I logged back on, my surroundings were full of mutated beast corpses. Can anyone tell me what happened? From District 79 too, I am equally clueless. The number of mutated beasts we encountered have drastically declined. In the last half an hour, we have only run into a few. Did Fiery Bird make any changes? This sucks. I'm from District 79, everything is normal here. District 79 here, normal. It is rumored that, under normal circumstances, the rate of encountering mutated beast is according to the size of your team. The larger your team, the more beasts you encounter. After all, we are also encountering quite a number. You probably have less people over there, that's why. No. District 79, South Street, it seems like someone had swept through. There is a significant drop in the larger mutated beasts. What is most frightening is that the majority have been shot dead with 1 bullet. Is there an expert in District 79? Also from District 79 South. Your father saved up many credits to exchange for a large rifle. After lying in wait for half an hour, one finally came, but before I could pull the trigger, it was KS Ed. District 79 South 2, same situation. Is there an esports club member in our district? Anyone knows? Also District 79. Same. The people from District 79 that had disconnected realized that many others had experienced similar situations. Furthermore, they were all from District 79 South area. They had saved up their credits and energy to go all out, but suddenly realizing that there were a lack of chances for them to use their weapons. In less than an hour, a large portion had been swept away. Nobody knew who had shot them all, there was not even a trace of his shadow. People who disconnected due to various reasons discussed it on the forums. In Yenzhou's main forum, the popular posts were dominated by the well-known esports clubs. Those professional clubs had a formidable lineup and their own tactics. Their activity was not subtle, and whichever district they were at, everyone would know. However, there were no esports clubs in District 79. Although there were people discussing the affairs of District 79, compared to the districts that the esports clubs occupied, there was less popularity. But as more and more people took part in the discussion, its popularity would rise. Although it still not gain more hype than those clubs, the post would not be crowded out that quickly. As more people joined the discussion, it even attracted many people from other districts who were curious about the hype. What's happening in District 79? God knows what we just experienced. Battle of the Century had been officially released for 50 minutes. In the Yenzhou region, the entire District 79 South's mutated beast count kept decreasing at an alarming rate. And people on the streets of District 79 South only heard gunshots and mutated beasts that collapsed following these gunshots. Not just the beast getting shot, what was even more intriguing was that no one was able to find the person responsible. Nobody was clear on how many members were in that mysterious party. Even if someone saw something, it was only a flickering shadow. There was just no time to catch his appearance or any special characteristics, and it was just impossible to guess who this person was. It was simply an extermination. However, throughout the whole Yenzhou region, although the situation at District 79 South attracted attention, compared to other happenings, it was but a small ripple. All the big media firms were fighting to report on the activities of the esports clubs of Yenzhou and trying to guess which names from which esports clubs would appear on the leaderboards. The globally acclaimed online gaming community, Rising Dragon, had long started a vote to guess which esports athletes would place themselves at the top of the leaderboards after the first hour for this grand occasion that happened once every 10 years. The fans of each and every esports club were making a lot of noise over this. Fiery Bird's public website had an experience points ranking, and each continent's warzone had its own charts. There were team leaderboards as well as individual leaderboards, and they were refreshed every hour. These leaderboards were what the esports clubs of every continent specifically paid attention to. That ranking was the most accepted way of showing their power and strength. The closer to the top they were, the more attention they would receive. In a business aspect, their value would rise even higher. Yenzhou's popular entertainment program, Prairie Fire, had already invited a few retired esports stars to their broadcasting studio and were waiting for the leaderboards to display the results before talking about it. Countless more people were keeping their eyes peeled on Fiery Bird's public website. Yenzhou's Big 5 esports clubs had dominated the top 5 spots for leaderboards for years on end. Other esports clubs had been gearing themselves up for this, hoping to squeeze into the front. It was nearing an hour since the start of the game. Many eyes were on the leaderboards that were going to be refreshed for the first time. Silver Wing Gaming Department. Department Manager Wayne looked at the 5 members in the gaming room and stepped outside to pour himself a glass of water. As the department's person in charge, Wayne had not been sleeping well the past few days. He had bags under his eyes and a slight stubble. This time he had signed 5 members. 3 held dual professions, being actors as well as esports athletes. As for the other 2, one was a university student who had just signed a contract, and the other had been poached over from another studio at a high price. Besides that, to make it look better, he had collaborated with another private studio and let the 5 members he'd signed form a team with members of that studio and enter the game together. The team's name was Lurkers, and for the time being, they had not publicly announced themselves. Previously, news on them had adopted a mysterious stance. The harder one bragged before a competition, the harder the face smacking after. Therefore, other than the people in the department, other people did not know what Silver Wing's team was called this time around, their prowess, or who their members were. Silver Wing also invested in games, but compared to Fiery Bird, what they did could only be considered small-scale. And most of the time, they chose to collaborate with other game companies rather than develop their own. Silver Wing was very much like other entertainment companies in the new era that had the same way of thinking. As long as it was connected to entertainment and money could be made, they would dabble in it. Wayne's gaming department's position could not be compared to the film and music departments, but it was more important compared to other small projects. In the past, The virtual projects department had also been below them, but now, as they watched the virtual projects department rise in stature, their gaming department could not help but feel like they were being crowded out. This time around, Wayne intended to use Battle of the Century as the wind in their sails and see if he could propel his department up the popularity ladder. Forget the individual leaderboards, they were amateurs, after all, and had no way of competing with the professional esports athletes of business-minded esports clubs. When it came to building a star, they would not be able to match up. However, for the team ranking, Wayne believed that, if they could squeeze into the top 50, at least he could be held accountable to his superiors. That would at least give the company some prestige. They might not be a professional esports club, but they were still a very reputable entertainment company. Since they had chosen to have a hand in this, the result couldn't be too unsightly. Competition in gaming was too intense, even more intense than the competition that film and music had. Silver Wing's core was still on film and the performing arts, as long as their gaming side could get by, that was good enough. Top 50 was the target set by the superiors. If they could squeeze into the top 30, Wayne could sleep and wake up smiling. However, in the first hour, Wayne did not have any hopes of obtaining a good result. All professionals in these industries knew that the first hour was the best for sweeping up points when a lot of newbies were still adapting. At the point where everything was still hazy was the best time to rack up points. When all these people got the hang of things and all sorts of tactics emerged and when all the private studios started purchasing equipment, at that time, it would not be so easy to sweep up points. Therefore, the professional esports clubs would spend the first hour accumulating points. They would kill whatever was there to be killed and get as much experience as they possibly could. After all, these were all business-minded clubs, not amateur teams that played for fun. Every step they took was in the direction of receiving the most benefits. So many companies waited just to use this wave to manufacture a star. Experience points could show the strength of an individual or a team. Currently, one team could only have a maximum of 20 members. To expand, the total experience points of the team had to increase. But even if there was a limit for members, there was still coordination. Many esports clubs' second teams, third teams, and even reserve players would assist the main team and collect even more points to rise up the leaderboards. Just like Silver Wing's side, other than the 5 that had signed contracts, there was still a private studio with the purpose of giving points and helping raise the total points of the team. As long as these 5 rised up, Wayne would have accomplished his goal of producing stars and could use this to hype them up. However, at the same time, Wayne would not let the chance of admitting newcomers slip by. Wayne rubbed his tired eyes and urged his subordinates, watch carefully, see if there are any potential talents that do not have contracts. Hurry up and sign them up. This was not just limited to Silver Wing's side. Silver Wing's old rivals, Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment, had the same thoughts. Many esports clubs and professional people in the industry were paying attention. There could never be too much talent. Whether they could be controlled or used, that would only be decided after they were first signed. Even wild mushrooms growing outside one's home could not be given up to their competitors. There were also players that had their own dreams of stardom and planned to amaze the world with a single feat and soar into the sky in one leap. Even if they lived in some remote area and were without wealth or a good family background, it did not matter. As long as one's name appeared on the leaderboards, there was no need to worry about being found. Becoming an overnight celebrity was not just a dream, the path to success was right in front of their eyes. Battle of the Century runtime, 55 minutes. Transcendental, Big Dipper, HWR, Boom, 2S, and other esports clubs were already waiting. At 2S Esports Club. Are the drafts ready? All prepared and ready to go. Their esports club had prepared drafts to post on their websites after the leaderboards were refreshed after the first hour. Written drafts for first, second, third, fourth, and fifth place had all be prepared so they could react to any position. As for places after fifth, was it possible? I heard the team's total points have crossed the 10,000 mark. Xie alone has broken 2,000. Hearing this, everyone looked relaxed for a moment but quickly calmed down, nervously anticipating as they counted the minutes and seconds as they passed, their eyes on the blank leaderboard. Whether they could have a good beginning for both leaderboards, they would have to wait and see when it refreshed. Battle of the Century runtime, 59:30. Many people who had gone offline stopped whatever they were doing. Fans that had previously been quarreling in full swing also had a temporary ceasefire as they stared at their screens, counting down the seconds. 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 1 hour. Fiery Bird's website automatically refreshed. Yenzhou Region Leaderboard, Individual Experience Ranking. The names on it were ranked in sequence, and behind every ID was the amount of experience points followed by the team the player belonged to. 1. Alive after 500 years, 5,267.3, Silver Wing 50 Polar Light. 2. Xie, 2,683.1, 2S. 3. Bai Jiang, 2,592.4, Boom. 4. Yi Yuan, 2,546.7, Big Dipper. 5. Jess, 2,458.5, HWR. 6. Kong Tianhan, 2,306.2, Transcendental. When they saw the leaderboard for the first time, many esports club offices fell silent. Staring at the screens, the muscles on their faces seemed to spasm as their lips twitched, but they were unable to make any sounds. It was as if someone was forcefully choking them. This is impossible. A 2S analyst's face had become pale, the finger pointing at the screen trembling violently. As an analyst, he knew the process of how the team members collected experience points, and whether it was Xie or the other first-rate members he was familiar with, the points had mostly started racking up toward the last half hour. At that time, there had been assistance from the other supporting teams. They had exchanged their credits for equipment to be given to the members of the main team and had people in charge of drawing the beasts over. Especially the last 10 minutes of the first hour, which consisted of wielding the equipment and spraying bullets. That was the real sweeping operation that had cost a lot of capital. The other esports clubs also had similar tactics, so everyone's points were rather close, at most having a 200 to 300 point gap. But what the H*LL was with first place? 5,000 points. Who the F*CK was this person? Had the system made an error? Checking the global leaderboard, amongst the top 10, there were only 8 that surpassed 3,000 points, 2 from Huangzhou, 2 from Rongzhou, and 1 each from Shizhou, Tongzhou and Mazhou. Aside from these 7 was the one who occupied the throne of first place, Yenzhou's alive after 500 years. This unfamiliar ID had appeared in the public view for the first time and had left the second-place player from Mazhou in the dust. A world champion and gold medalist in shooting was 1,700 points behind. Taking a look at the team he originated from, Silverwing 50 Polar Light. Where had it popped up from? It had never been heard of before. But as they checked out the team rankings, Silverwing 50 Polar Light could not be found in the top 100 of the global team leaderboard. On Yenzhou's team leaderboard, it was only placed at 28. The total accumulated points were actually only 5,350.4. That meant to say, this prodigy had accounted for 98% of his team's points. Was it possible? Definitely not. Shady activities. One look and you can tell it has a business organization written over it. Surely they threw money to hire a pro. Silverwing 50 Polar Light. A Silverwing team. The F*CK, Silverwing actually kept silent and made such a bold move. Treacherous. No joke, this is extremely crafty. That's why, money is shameless. Any experts around? Please explain what methods they use to achieve such high points. I'm not listening. In any case, they definitely used some underhanded methods. At the same time, Silver Wing's gaming department was equally at a loss. Wayne stared at the refreshed leaderboard dumbfounded. A worker beside him carefully approached and asked Wayne with a stutter, "Boss, is this our company?" "It is." Fans of all the various esports clubs were not happy when they saw the Yanzhou leaderboards. Where had this, alive after 500 years, come from? To think he had actually trampled over the Big Five. On the team ID, the two words, Silver Wing, were too big to ignore. Nobody would believe that Silver Wing had nothing to do with this. Many people criticized Silver Wing for using tricks, but some felt that Silver Wing had done nothing wrong. So what if they'd use tricks? It was a business-oriented company, after all. Just being interested was unreasonable. Whatever tricks or methods they'd used were for their own benefit. Everyone pulled out their own tricks, it was just a matter of which tricks were better than the rest. Silver Wing's old rival, Tongshan True Entertainment, was also part of the big three entertainment companies of Yanzhou. The boss of Tongshan, Song Shihua, was ashen-faced as he smashed his old century porcelain cup, which he had gone through great lengths to get. "I just knew that they were not so simple." Song Shihua paced back and forth in his office, cursing as he walked. Previously, Silver Wing had made the news, concerning the signing of a few gaming stars, but there had not been any hype and it was shortly squeezed out by news of the professional esports clubs. Song Shihua had taken it lightly too and thought that Silver Wing only had this much ability. Silver Wing just had a hand in it, but it nothing too serious. But now, Song Shihua felt like he had been cheated. Was alive after 500 years from the Silver Wing 50 Polar Light team the true strategy employed by Silver Wing? Using other news before the competition as a smoke screen and not divulging the real and important information before creating a big hoo-ha afterward. Did this move seem familiar? Too familiar. This was the damn same move they had pulled out with Polar Light. Speaking of this, Song Shihua had invested more in the gaming department this time. They had signed with 3 studios in secret and had poached a few esports athletes from esports clubs that were not that famous but were not inferior either. Previously, they had also not divulged any information on these, and everything had been conducted in secret. The intention had been to place on the leaderboards and hype it up with some news, create a few stars and earning a considerable sum from the game. These people also did not disappoint. The highest place member ranked 27th on the Yanzhou individual leaderboard, and the entire team was even high, ranked at 21st place, missing on narrowly on the top 20 by only a few points. This ranking was considered pretty good. At least compared to before, it could crush Silver Wing and Neon Culture. But now, what King use did it have? Compared to the 5,000 points that first place had, it was totally insignificant. Speaking about their own achievements would be treated by others as a joke. Song Shihua was shaking with anger. He called the staffers in charge of the gaming department and proceeded to rip into them. "You are all the same gaming department. Why is Silver Wing's gaming department able to unearth such an impressive person? Why can they use methods and silently sweep up such high scores? What about you guys? A bunch of trash. Did I invest so much for you all to eat, drink, and be merry? Thank your whole family for me." Not just Song Shihua, many other people felt the same way. The news that Silverwing 50 Polar Light hogged was just too great to compete against. Polar Light? Could it be linked to Silverwing's Polar Light project team? Maybe to increase the popularity of Silverwing's virtual identity, they used a professional team and some unknown methods to create the ID, alive after 500 years. Silver Wing made another star this time. They have come up with a super ID. It makes sense if you think about it. Even the team name was not wasted. Certainly, as a business-minded company, the hand that Silver Wing just played was beautiful. Everyone imagined that the few kids Silver Wing pushed out a while back were the main force. Why did I so naively fall of it? Silverwing 50 Polar Light, this team name is so obvious, it refers to Polar Light of Silverwing's Virtual Projects Department, who was born on the 50th floor. Indeed, I heard a rumor last month that Fiery Bird would cancel endorsement deals being just limited to virtual idols. Many people still thought that Silverwing's Polar Light would lose out big time. Once Fiery Bird revoked the restrictions for virtual idols only, there would be no guarantees that Polar Light would retain its status as a spokesperson. Never did I expect that Silverwing would play their own hand. That team name is shining and telling everyone they will not let go of the endorsement deal. Impressive. I just have no either where on earth they got this god who can accumulate 5,000 points in an hour. To think they could actually find a way to protect their endorsement condition and create such a super ID and create a star, much respect. The multitude of online audiences who felt that they had uncovered the truth fell over one another to air their views. The Polar Light Project team that was under scrutiny. What happened? Zhu Wen was puzzled. Am I dreaming? Rodney had a dazed look in his eyes. What they say makes a lot of sense, but why don't I understand anything? Fu Yingtian's two eyes were fixed on the screen. Does that mean us? Does our company have any other virtual projects department? Zhang Yu flipped through information of all the company's various departments. As they spoke, Zhu Wen and the others' communication devices started ringing frantically. Some were from their own friends and family, and others were from staff of other departments within Silverwing. But none of them dared to answer the calls. Inside the virtual project department's group chat, Zhu Zhen, who was the deputy but had not participated in the game, passed on Duan Qianji's orders. From now on, all staff of the virtual projects department were to enter an information embargo and not divulge any information pertaining to the game. As for when the embargo would be lifted, wait for further instructions. Silverwing Gaming Department. Wayne looked at the name, Silverwing 50 Polar Light, that seemed like coordinates as his expression kept fluctuating, following which he abruptly stood up with such force that the chair being dragged along the floor created a shrill screech. Wayne had decided to personally head to the 50th floor to ask around and had gotten up to leave. As he reached the door, he turned around and scanned the entire gaming department staff, sternly warning them, all of you keep your mouths shut. If I found out anybody leaked information, they will be severely dealt with. When Wayne reached the 50th floor, the doors of the 50th floor were sealed shut. Many people were gathered outside, probably wanting to find out more. Although it was a weekend, working overtime in an entertainment company was very common, and many people were still here. However, after being berated by the various department heads, they left. Wayne had just stepped out from the elevator when he received a call from Duan Qianji. Director Duan, yes, I am now outside the virtual project department. Okay, I understand, got it. When Wayne entered the virtual projects department, he saw the deputy manager assigned by Duan Qianji, Zhu Zhen, as well as Zhu Wen and the others, all sitting in the hall. Zhu Wen was an older staffer, and Wayne was more familiar with him. He also reckoned that Zhu Zhen did not understand the matter, so he directly asked Zhu Wen. Is Silverwing 50 Polar Light your department's team? Zhu Wen spoke softly. Yeah, I was the one who came up with the team name. Back when we wanted a team name, boss did not say anything, so I took up the responsibility. Since we were operating together as an entire virtual projects department, I figured we might as well use a name that was like coordinates, Silverwing, Company, 50, Floor, Polar Light, the project team's core members. Wayne watched Zhu Wen, his face constantly changing shapes. His mouth kept opening and shutting, but he could not bring himself to say anything. Taking a deep breath, he urgently asked, You guys are up to something again. Who is alive after 500 years? That's our boss. Fang Zhao. Wayne's expression was very obvious, it meant, are you kidding me? Zhu Wen had the same complicated expression on his face. It's true. It's even more real than the 5,000 points. Wayne glanced at the others. Rodney and the rest were all nodding their heads. Considering Fang Zhao's type. Considering Fang Zhao's type. He could not continue saying the rest. Wayne really could not see that Fang Zhao had this sort of capability. Wasn't he a composer? Oh, he also held the concurrent post of producer of the virtual project team. But if he could play games this well, why would he even be a producer? Zhuyu, who was sitting at the side, shot a glance at Wayne, who was still in shock before lowering his gaze and not speaking. "Where is your boss?" Wayne asked. "Boss is at home. It's the weekend, he didn't come today. I called him but there was no answer. Boss might not have logged off yet." "Why did you all log off?" Wayne wanted to clear the doubts in his heart. Zhu Wen pursed his lips. "Brother Wayne, you might not believe it, but barely 2 minutes since we entered, I got bitten by a fish worth 0.5 experience points and was forced to disconnect." "Then why did you not log back on?" "Boss didn't allow it. I had to face the wall and reflect on my actions." "What about the others?" Wayne was unwilling to give up. "The others also had to face the wall and reflect." "Wayne. That means to say, you people have absolutely no idea how Fang Zhao managed to gather 5,000 points." When Wayne got worked up, his sentences always ended up being high-pitched. Pang Pusong thought to himself, such a pity he is not a singer. Faced with Wayne's question, Zhu Wen and the others' replies were a series of synchronized nods. At 2S Esports Club, inside the gaming studio. He stepped out from the cabin completely drenched in sweat. The energy he had used in the game had been too much. As the captain, he also had to bear a lot of pressure, especially in the last 10 minutes, where combat was at a really high standard. He had undoubtedly consumed a lot of physical and mental energy then, and after he came out, his clothes were thoroughly soaked. After exiting the cabin, he did not bother wiping off his sweat. Waving away the glass of water that an assistant had brought over, he asked, "How did we place?" The previously clamorous gaming studio quieted down in an instant. The assistant and team doctor that had hurried over did not know what to say at this moment. Everyone had a complicated look on their face. Noticing everyone's reaction, he felt a lump rise in his throat. Picking up his bracelet that lay beside him, he opened the web page that he had bookmarked. Before disconnecting, he had felt that his performance in the last hour had been pretty good, a little more outstanding than usual, so perhaps he might even have clinched first place. Even if it was not first, second, third, or even fourth or fifth were not that hard to accept. But everyone's expressions made him apprehensive. Could it be that he had not even made it into the top 5? As he clearly saw the placings and points on the leaderboard, his hands trembled. The personal bracelet that was worth a few million fell to the ground. How could this be? That's not possible. His chief assistant shook his head helplessly. It is rumored that Silver Wing's gaming department and virtual projects department collaborated to operate this team. We have no idea who that ID belongs to yet. Silver Wing's side is not leaking much information. Boss reckons that this time around, Silver Wing wants to create a star. He still could not accept it. That is impossible. Second place, and he did not feel anything. But the point gap was too big. If the opponent had only had 3,000 points, he would have admitted defeat. But 5,000? How had he done it? Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.